1 Chapter 1 Weak and Sick. Great Route. Marineford. A Navy warship stopped at the port, and then a burly Navy colonel who was more than 3 meters tall jumped directly from the warship. Boom! Just as it was about to fall into the port like a cannonball, the Navy colonel stepped on the ground with both feet sensitively, which relieved most of the inertia of the fall, and then landed lightly. What is strange is that the Navy colonel is still holding a boy in a princess hug with both hands. Lord Ion, I'm sorry for sending you to Marineford in this way, the Navy captain said cautiously. With drooping eyelids, Ion, wearing slanted glasses, said feebly, Colonel Hope put me down. Yes, Lord Ion. Colonel Hope bent his knees halfway and put Ion on the ground. Ion raised his hands and said to Colonel Hope, Hailishi handcuffs. This Warring States General's order is that the Hailishi handcuffs cannot be unfastened until Lord Yan is sent to his office. Colonel Hope declined. This is Marineford. There are all warships around here. I can't escape. Untie it, Ion said as if he couldn't raise his strength. This Colonel Hope was still embarrassed. Seeing this, Ion sighed helplessly and said, I don't want to go to see the old man in such an embarrassed manner. Let's untie it. Hearing this, Colonel Hope was finally persuaded and took out the key from his arms to untie the Hailishi handcuffs for Ion. Dang bang! As Hailishi's handcuffs were untied, Ian immediately became radiant. After straightening the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he gently rubbed his wrists. Hailishi handcuffs are too tiring for Ion. After all, it is very tiring to pretend to be half dead and powerless. It is an extreme test of acting skills, and any subconscious action may reveal flaws. Even though Colonel Hope didn't look very smart, Ion was still very careful and tense all the way. In order to make the old man in the Warring States period feel at ease with me and not leave him with a few more flaws, he will definitely not feel at ease with me. Oh, being a righteous child is really too much difficult, Ian reluctantly complained in his heart and turned his head under the broken bangs gently blown by the sea breeze. Ion's bright eyes looked at the building that stood on the ground in the distance, similar to the shape of the Tianshao Pavilion, with the words Navy on the wall, full of majestic buildings. Is this the Navy headquarters? Ion muttered something. Since crossing into this world 10 years ago, drifting at sea and accidentally rescued by the Warring States subordinate to the Navy, and together with Khorasan, they were taken as adopted sons and placed outside Marineford. This is the first time Ion has come to Marineford. Many. Colonel Hope on the side said proudly. Master Yan, that's right, this is Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, and a symbol of peace and justice in the sea. Ian waved his hand and said, Colonel Hope, I'm just a commoner. Don't call me an adult. This will easily lead to misunderstandings by others. How does this work? Colonel Hope said with an unacceptable expression. Master Yan is the son of a general of the Warring States period, and he has worked hard for the development of the Navy for many years, offering countless good strategies, and even abandoned his own practice. Stop, stop, stop. Ion hurriedly interrupted Colonel Hope's self-guided strategy and said weakly, You can call me whatever you want, but my past deeds are all secrets, and they are highly secrets involving the old man, and must not be disclosed to anyone. At the end, Ion's expression was extremely serious, as if it was a matter of life and death. Colonel Hope widened his eyes, clenched his fists and made a sound of crackling, and replied word by word, Yes, I understand, Lord Yan. I will protect the secret with my life. Ian nodded slightly, and then he didn't say anything, but let Colonel Hope lead the way towards the general's office of the Warring States period. Along the way, Ion lowered his head slightly and tried to keep a little distance from Colonel Hope, making it seem that the two of them were not very familiar with each other, just a stranger who happened to walk on a line. But from the corner of his eyes, Ion looked at the white Navy uniforms around him while he was wearing black civilian clothes. A little ink in the white spray. It's so conspicuous. It's all to blame for this idiot. Hope, with a foolish smile on his face, he suddenly handcuffed me with Hailishi handcuffs, and then he didn't give me a chance to speak, let alone change a suit, and just carried me onto the warship. At this moment, Ian only felt that his whole body was about to split. In Ion's life plan, he didn't want to be exposed to the eyes of the world government until he had absolute self-protection ability. At least he didn't have the ability to face the future three generals Akainu, Kobo, and Aokiji, and before he had the ability to escape safely, Ian just wanted to hide under the halo of the Warring States period and be a sickly second generation of the army. It's a pity that Ian has worked hard for many years and has been delaying the request of the old man of the Warring States period to let him join the Navy, trying to make the old man of the Warring States period understand that he is just a piece of shit waiting to die, just thinking about lying flat. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was planted in the hands of Colonel Hope, an honest man with a smile on his face. What a careless loss of Jingja. Forget it, I'm already 16 years old, and Khorasan has been sent to the sea by the old man for so long, and he is indeed at the age where he can't help but force me to Marineford. Ian shook his head, suppressed the excess emotion emotions and turned to think carefully what kind of emotions and attitudes should he use when he sees the old man of the warring states again. Be arrogant, one kick directly to his desk like a filial son, or be more respectful, greet and salute the old man politely and tenderly like a dutiful son? Forget it, let's pretend to be sick as before. Anyway, it's not a year and a half that I'm weak, I just pretend to be seasick, wave sick, and milk sick when I see the situation is wrong. Dong dong. Colonel Hope led Ion around for a long time. After attracting a lot of curious eyes from the Navy, he stopped in front of an office door, knocked on the door carefully, and said loudly, reporting to the Warring States General. Colonel Hope was instructed to bring Lord Yan to him. Let Ion come in. The majestic voice of the Warring States came out, and in an instant Colonel Hope's expression became extremely excited, and he responded loudly, yes. In response, Ion shook his head helplessly, opened the door and walked in. As the Admiral's office, it's not luxurious, but the style is quite simple. But the man sitting behind the desk, wearing frog glasses and tied into a twisted beard, is full of incomparable majesty. Admiral, the Warring States of Buddha. 2 Chapter 2 Tephimer Yan. Tephimer Ion. Sengoku put his chin on his hands, looked at Ion with serious and majestic eyes, and asked, are you ready to join the Navy and sacrifice your life for justice? Facing Sengoku's gaze, Ion closed the door of the office with a calm expression, and made a certain degree of sound insulation so as to prevent Sengoku from losing face in front of Colonel Hope. He answered without hesitation, no. Sengoku's expression couldn't hold back any longer, and he slapped it with a slap. On the public table, the documents, pens, teacups, etc. on it were shaken, and he shouted angrily, bastard, anyway, you must join me in the Navy today. Ian instantly showed an expression that seemed to be frightened, and the whole person became a little timid, and said, old man, you want me to die? It's not like you don't know about my body. I don't even have half the physical strength of Big Brother Khorasan, and I can't learn the 6 naval styles well. No way. The sea is cold, the sea breeze is strong, and the pirates are so cruel. It doesn't matter if I sacrifice my limited life for the infinite just cause, but I'm afraid, old man, that the white-haired person will send the black-haired person. Back then, old man, you brought me out of the sea, and you were kind to me. I also thought of being filial under your knees and dying for the sake of old age. Seeing this, the Warring States saw Ion's tearful expression. Even though he knew it might be fake, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His serious eyes turned full of helplessness and said, I know that your body was damaged in the waves when you were a child. After so many years of hard training, you are still weak, but a man can only become stronger step by step through experience, and iron fist and physique can only continue to grow in blood and fire. Break the limit. Ian pouted helplessly and said aggrievedly, but old man, but that's not my dream. You taught me in the past that as a real man, I must pursue my dreams, right? Hearing this, Sengoku's forehead straightened with blue veins, as if recalling something unbearable, and instantly went from helpless to rage, and cursed with hatred. What kind of bullshit dream are you? You can call yourself a dream if you shout to find a wife who is stronger than yourself. Who the hell gave you this idea? I'm going to blow him up, Ion said with a long sigh. Old man, this is something that can't be helped. You also know that I have a bad stomach since I was a child. I can't eat much in each meal, which makes me weak and sick. In this dangerous sea, I can only count on having a strong wife by my side to protect me in the future. I just want to live in this sea. Old man, am I wrong? For a time, Sengoku, who was caught in a rage, was also speechless. Compared with Bicolason, Ion had a poor appetite since childhood, often eating a small bowl of rice at a meal, or a small piece of meat, and could no longer eat it. For this reason, the Warring States were worried about whether Yen was suffering from a disease similar to anorexia, and even the Warring States took Yen to see various doctors, but the final conclusion was that Yen's physique was different from ordinary people. It's just that this is different from ordinary people. The congenital body is weak, the bone hardness is insufficient, the digestive system is not fully developed, and so on. In fact, Ion really wanted to refute that he was actually a normal person, but he just strayed into this abnormal world. The powerhouses in this world eat an average of tens of kilograms per meal. Their digestive ability is unbelievably strong, and their physique is so strong that they can use a mountain to practice boxing, just like some monsters. And even though Ion has stretched his physique as a blue star to the limit, even beyond the limit, but compared to those monster-like physiques in this world, Ion can only be regarded as frail. Therefore, even though Ion can use his golden finger to exert extremely high destructive power and lethality, given his own fragility, Ion does not dare to be careless. Now, Ion can only hope to find an incomparably powerful partner who can always protect himself by his side, the kind that never leaves. After all, as a man, Ion didn't want to die in bed somehow. Ian was referring to the spies who did not speak, hide and attacked at night, similar to the CP organization. In the face of Yan's glorious dream, Sengoku was furious. He had the urge to slap Yan, but he was afraid that he would kill the weak Yan bastard. In short, you are determined to find a strong wife. This is something that can't be helped, old man. Ian spread his hands, as if he was just asking for soft food. Okay, if that's the case, then I will satisfy you. To Yan's surprise, the Warring States changed his tone and agreed directly. For a time, Ian couldn't help but be a little wary of Sengoku. After all, according to Ian's understanding of Sengoku, he was such an easy person to persuade. Immediately, Sengoku came out from behind the desk, grabbed Ian's shoulder and walked out of the office. Old man, what do you want? Ian asked. As a father, it is natural to fulfill your wishes. Sengoku cast a glance at Ian, then stopped talking and dragged Ian all the way to a place. Soon, Sengoku dragged Yan to an empty place like a training ground. Section 1. Pirates on top of the war. I will stand in the sky. Author Chen Ting. At the top of the war, a sharp blade suddenly penetrated the chest of the Marshal of the Warring States of the Navy from behind. Under the shocked eyes of countless Navy and pirates, Lieutenant Admiral Ian, the naval hero who has always been lazy and gentle and self-proclaimed Buddha, withdrew his sharp blade and his figure gradually rose. The 800-year history of the empty world government throne is coming to an end, and I will stand in the sky from now on. Ian's expression looked down at the bottom with a calm expression and secretly announced, certainly, from now on, the evil in the world will also be in my hands. 1 Chapter 1 Weak and Sick. Great Route. Marineford. A Navy warship stopped at the port, and then a burly Navy colonel who was more than 3 meters tall jumped directly from the warship. Boom. Just as it was about to fall into the port like a cannonball, the Navy colonel stepped on the ground with both feet sensitively, which relieved most of the inertia of the fall, and then landed lightly. What is strange is that the Navy colonel is still holding a boy in a princess hug with both hands. Lord Ion, I'm sorry for sending you to Marineford in this way, the Navy captain said cautiously. With drooping eyelids, Ion, wearing slanted glasses, said feebly, Colonel Hope put me down. Yes, Lord Ion. Colonel Hope bent his knees halfway and put Ion on the ground. Ion raised his hands and said to Colonel Hope, Hailishi handcuffs. This Warring States General's order is that the Hailishi handcuffs cannot be unfastened until Lord Yan is sent to his office. Colonel Hope declined. This is Marineford. There are all warships around here. I can't escape. Untie it, Ion said as if he couldn't raise his strength. This Colonel Hope was still embarrassed. Seeing this, Ion sighed helplessly and said, I don't want to go to see the old man in such an embarrassed manner. Let's untie it. Hearing this, Colonel Hope was finally persuaded and took out the key from his arms to untie the Hailishi handcuffs for Ion. Dang bang. As Hailishi's handcuffs were untied, Ian immediately became radiant. After straightening the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he gently rubbed his wrists. Hailishi handcuffs are too tiring for Ion. After all, it is very tiring to pretend to be half-dead and powerless. It is an extreme test of acting skills, and any subconscious action may reveal flaws. Even though Colonel Hope didn't look very smart, Ion was still very careful and tense all the way. In order to make the old man in the Warring States period feel at ease with me and not leave him with a few more flaws, he will definitely not feel at ease with me. Oh, being a foster child is really hard, Ian reluctantly complained in his heart and turned his head under the broken bangs gently blown by the sea breeze. Ion's bright eyes looked at the building that stood on the ground in the distance, similar to the shape of the Tianshao Pavilion, with the words Navy on the wall, full of majestic buildings. Is this the Navy headquarters? Ion muttered something. Since crossing into this world 10 years ago, drifting at sea and accidentally rescued by the Warring States subordinate to the Navy, and together with Khorasan, they were taken as adopted sons and placed outside Marineford. This is the first time Ion has come to Marineford. Many. Colonel Hope on the side said proudly. Master Yan, that's right, this is Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, and a symbol of peace and justice in the sea. Ian waved his hand and said, Colonel Hope, I'm just a commoner. Don't call me an adult. This will easily lead to misunderstandings by others. How does this work? Colonel Hope said with an unacceptable expression. Master Yan is the son of a general of the Warring States period, and he has worked hard for the development of the Navy for many years, offering countless good strategies, and even abandoned his own practice. Stop. Ion hurriedly interrupted Colonel Hope's self-guided strategy and said weakly, You can call me whatever you want, but my past deeds are all secrets, and they are highly secrets involving the old man, and must not be disclosed to anyone. At the end, Ion's expression was extremely serious, as if it was a matter of life and death. Colonel Hope widened his eyes, clenched his fists and made a sound of crackling, and replied word by word, Yes, I understand, Lord Yan, I will protect the secret with my life. Ian nodded slightly, and then he didn't say anything, but let Colonel Hope lead the way towards the general's office of the Warring States period. Along the way, Ion lowered his head slightly and tried to keep a little distance from Colonel Hope, making it seem that that the two of them were not very familiar with each other, just a stranger who happened to walk on a line. But from the corner of his eyes, Ion looked at the white navy uniforms around him while he was wearing black civilian clothes. A little ink in the white spray. It's so conspicuous. It's all to blame for this idiot. Hope with a foolish smile on his face. He suddenly handcuffed me with hellish handcuffs, and then he didn't give me a chance to speak, let alone change a suit, and just carried me onto the warship. At this moment, Ian only felt that his whole body was about to split. In Ion's life plan, he didn't want to be exposed to the eyes of the world government until he had absolute self-protection ability, at least not before facing the siege of the future three generals Akainu, Kobo, and Aokiji, and having the ability to escape safely. Ian just wanted to hide under the halo of the Warring States period and become a frail and sickly second generation of the army. It's a pity that Ian has worked hard for many years and has been delaying the request of the old man of the Warring States period to let him join the Navy, trying to make the old man of the Warring States period understand that he is just a piece of shit waiting to die, just thinking about lying flat. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was planted in the hands of Colonel Hope, an honest man with a smile on his face. What a careless loss of Jingja. Forget it, I'm already 16 years old, and Khorasan has been sent to the sea by the old man for so long, and he is indeed at the age where he can't help but force me to Marineford. Ian shook his head, suppressed the excess emotions, and turned to think carefully what kind of emotions and attitudes should he use when he sees the old man of the Warring States again. Be arrogant, one kick directly to his desk like a filial son, or be more respectful, greet and salute the old man politely and tenderly like a dutiful son? Forget it, let's pretend to be sick as before. Anyway, it's not a year and a half that I'm weak, I just pretend to be seasick, wave sick, and milk sick when I see the situation is wrong. Dong dong. Colonel Hope led Ion around for a long time. After attracting a lot of curious eyes from the Navy, he stopped in front of an office door, knocked on the door carefully, and said loudly, "Reporting to the Warring States General." Colonel Hope was instructed to bring Lord Yan to him. "Let Ion come in." The majestic voice of the Warring States came out, and in an instant Colonel Hope's expression became extremely excited, and he responded loudly, "Yes." In response, Ion shook his head helplessly, opened the door and walked in. As the Admiral's office, it's not luxurious, but the style is quite simple. But the man sitting behind the desk, wearing frog glasses and tied into a twisted beard, is full of incomparable majesty. Admiral, the Warring States of Buddha. 2 Chapter 2 Tefimer Yan. Tefimer Ion. Sengoku put his chin on his hands, looked at Ion with serious and majestic eyes, and asked, "Are you ready to join the Navy and sacrifice your life for justice?" Facing Sengoku's gaze, Ion closed the door of the office with a calm expression, and made a certain degree of sound insulation so as to prevent Sengoku from losing face in front of Colonel Hope. He answered without hesitation, "No." Warring States couldn't hold back any longer. He slapped the desk and shook the documents, pens, teacups, etc., and shouted angrily, "Bastard, anyway, you must join me in the Navy today." Ian instantly showed an expression that seemed to be frightened, and the whole person became a little timid, and said, "Old man, you want me to die? It's not like you don't know about my body. I don't even have half the physical strength of Big Brother Khorasan, and I can't learn the 6 naval styles well. No way. The sea is cold, the sea breeze is strong, and the pirates are so cruel. It doesn't matter if I sacrifice my limited life for the infinite just cause, but I'm afraid, old man, that the white-haired person will send the black-haired person. Back then, old man, you brought me out of the sea, and you were kind to me. I also thought of being filial under your knees and dying for the sake of old age." Seeing this, the Warring States saw Ion's tearful expression. Even though he knew it might be fake, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His serious eyes turned full of helplessness and said, "I know that your body was damaged in the waves when you were a child. After so many years of hard training, you are still weak, but a man can only become stronger step by step through experience. An iron fist and physique can only continue to grow in blood and fire. Break the limit." Ian pouted helplessly and said aggrievedly, "But old man, but that's not my dream. You taught me in the past that as a real man, I must pursue my dreams, right?" Hearing this, Sengoku's forehead straightened with blue veins, as if recalling something unbearable, and instantly went from helpless to rage, and cursed with hatred. "What kind of bullshit dream are you? You can call yourself a dream if you shout to find a wife who is stronger than yourself. Who the hell gave you this idea? I'm going to blow him up," Ion said with a long sigh. "Old man, this is something that can't be helped. You also know that I have a bad stomach since I was a child. I can't eat much in each meal, which makes me weak and sick. In this dangerous sea, I can only count on having a strong wife by my side to protect me in the future. I just want to live in this sea. Old man, am I wrong?" For a time, Sengoku, who was caught in a rage, was also speechless. Compared with Bicolason, Ion had a poor appetite since childhood, often eating a small small bowl of rice at a meal or a small piece of meat and could no longer eat it. For this reason, the warring states were worried about whether Yen was suffering from a disease similar to anorexia, and even the warring states took Yen to see various doctors, but the final conclusion was that Yen's physique was different from ordinary people. It's just that this is different from ordinary people. The congenital body is weak, the bone hardness is insufficient, the digestive system is not fully developed, and so on. In fact, Ion really wanted to refute that he was actually a normal person, but he just strayed into this abnormal world. The powerhouses in this world eat an average of tens of kilograms per meal. Their digestive ability is unbelievably strong, and their physique is so strong that they can use a mountain to practice boxing, just like some monsters. And even though Ion has stretched his physique as a blue star to the limit, even beyond the limit, but compared to those monster-like physiques in this world, Ion can only be regarded as frail. Therefore, even though Ion can use his golden finger to exert extremely high destructive power and lethality, given his own fragility, Ion does not dare to be careless. Now, Ion can only hope to find an incomparably powerful partner who can always protect himself by his side, the kind that never leaves. After all, as a man, Ion didn't want to die in bed somehow. Ian was referring to the spies who did not speak, hide and attacked at night, similar to the CP organization. In the face of Yan's glorious dream, Sengoku was furious. He had the urge to slap Yan, but he was afraid that he would kill the weak Yan. Bastard. In short, you are determined to find a strong wife. This is something that can't be helped, old man. Ian spread his hands, as if he was just asking for soft food. Okay, if that's the case, then I will satisfy you. To Yan's surprise, the warring states changed his tone and agreed directly. For a time, Ian couldn't help but be a little wary of Sengoku. After all, according to Ian's understanding of Sengoku, he was such an easy person to persuade. Immediately, Sengoku came out from behind the desk, grabbed Ion's shoulder and walked out of the office. Old man, what do you want? Ion asked. As a father, it is natural to fulfill your wishes. Sengoku cast a glance at Ian, then stopped talking and dragged Ian all the way to a place. Soon, Sengoku dragged Yan to an empty place like a training ground. Chapter 2. Zaihi. It's been a long wait. At this moment there were already two people standing in the training ground. One of them was Lieutenant General Crane, whom Ian had seen many times in the photos collected by the Warring States period, and the other was a beautiful woman who was about his age. Lieutenant General Crane nodded towards Sengoku, and then his gentle eyes full of wisdom fell on Ion and said, "Is this the Ion boy you often say? He's not bad looking and gentle." When Ian heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he turned his head to ask the Warring States without waiting for the Warring States to speak. "Old man, is this the owner of the pile of photos you hid at home?" Lieutenant General Crane. Warring States. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Sengoku asked Ian in a panic. Hee. Lieutenant General Crane chuckled a few times with a bit of kindness and moved towards Warring States. "Please invite me to have a cup of tea with you later and see what pictures you have left." Warring States laughed a few times and said a little embarrassedly, "This, Zaihi, misunderstanding. This bastard's nonsense is actually a few ordinary photos of us when we were young. Hopefully this is the case." Hijon narrowed his eyes and turned to speak. "But there are still official business to be dealt with later. Let's go ahead with the matter of Yan boy first." 3. Chapter 3. Yideo Luchen Mi chair, and many more. Handle my business. Ian was slightly startled and just wanted to ask an object. "Wait a minute, old man." Unfortunately, before Ian could finish speaking, Sengoku seemed to retaliate, grabbed Ian's neck by the back and threw it towards the center of the training ground. For a time, under the almost irresistible power of Sengoku, Ian was thrown into the air like a parabola. "Damn, old man." Ian couldn't help scolding, and then in order to avoid falling a dog and chewing on the mud, Ian suddenly stepped on the void with his feet, accompanied by two dong-dong sounds. Some reluctant use of Navy 6 moon step came out, allowing Ian to adjust his posture in mid-air and land smoothly. "Old man, what do you want to do?" Ian, who fell to the ground, felt inexplicably uncomfortable and asked, "Don't you want a woman stronger than you to be your partner? I am naturally satisfying you." Sengoku replied. Ian's eyes widened. Could it be that Warring States is going to give him the whole blind date when he is only 16? The next moment, Yan's domineering sense of sight suddenly sensed something, and his body instinctively turned to the side. Whoosh! In the next instant, a golden flying slash passed by Ion's side, leaving a deep trace on the ground, and Ion turned his head to look at the source of the master of the flying slash, and it was the girl who had been standing quietly beside Admiral Crane before. Facing Ion's gaze, the tall girl, wearing a pink top and a justice cape, held a long golden knife in one hand, walked towards Ion and said, "Captain Jun, please advise." Jun, future Admiral candidate Peach Rabbit Jun. Ian was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, realizing why he felt a little familiar when he just looked at Jun. It's just that the current Jun is very different from the beautiful long-legged lady with Japanese hairstyle in the future. Except for the legs, they are so round and slender. Today's Jun has a long straight black head and looks more like a girl next door with big eyes. However, at this moment Jun's expression was flat and a little resentful, as if he was very dissatisfied with Ion. Wait, Captain Jun, don't do it yet, and have a good talk. Ian waved his hands again and again, hoping to exchange time for a peaceful exchange with Jun, rather than this brutal sword confrontation. There is nothing to talk about. The proposal of the Warring States General to Sister Crane is that you and I have a competition. If you lose, you will be my husband and join the Navy. Jun said. Then I won? Ion asked subconsciously. As soon as these words came out, Jun's original expression became even more ugly, and the Warring States in the distance had an expression of watching a good show. While secretly laughing, he said loudly, "Bastard, if you can even defeat Captain Jun, the new star of the Navy's generation, that's enough to show that you have the ability to protect yourself, and naturally you can join the Navy obediently. Old bastard, I oppose this unfair fight. I don't accept it." Ion shouted. "Sorry, objection is invalid." As the words of the Warring States fell, Jun's round and slender legs stepped on the spot, but they appeared in front of Ian in an instant, and the golden long knife slashed towards Ian with a stern look. What a skilled Navy 6 style shave! Ian was startled, and when he saw the domineering launch, he judged the trajectory of the famous sword Jin Chang Pai Tong Pai Luo in Jun's hand, and ducked to the side and rear. Ian's hair stood on end, and he shouted in a rather embarrassed manner, Hey, what you're thinking of is not to defeat me, but to kill me directly." In response, Jun responded with a rather cold smile to Ion. Jin Chen Yubei came after Ion. Every stab is not far from the key point, and some even go straight to the special key point of Ion. "Don't do that, I'm a victim too." Every time Ian dodged in an embarrassing manner, jumping back and forth between the training grounds. He hurriedly explained, "What's strange is that Jun's attack is like a violent storm, and the famous sword Golden Chen Rupee dances more and more urgently, as if he may disembowel Yen at any time, but it is always dangerous, and dangerous by Yen." The extreme gesture escaped. For a time, Ion was like a black butterfly dancing on the tip of a knife, and Jun is like a pink rabbit constantly trying to catch this black butterfly. On the edge of the training ground, General Crane couldn't help but comment, "Warring States, if he really is as you said, his flaws are obvious, but he can be called an excellent child." Sengoku watched the battle on the training ground intently, ready to take rescue at any time, but his tone pretended to be relaxed. "Yeah, the problem of physique is the shortcoming of this bastard. Even armed with domineering, the 6 naval styles are limited to mastering the fur, and it is difficult to make an inch, but the accomplishments in seeing domineering are no longer under the General Admiral. Even stronger. Then why don't you let this child specialize in guns, and use his excellent knowledge and domineering to carry out long-distance sniping? Even if his physical weakness will not affect his combat power at all, he can maximize his own advantages." Lieutenant General Crane asked suspiciously. This bastard refused. "The reason is it's better to fencing than to shoot guns alone for a lifetime, although it is a bit strange, but he can only let him." Warring States said helplessly. Lieutenant General Crane is a little unclear, so he can only assume that this is Yen's hobby. And after being dodged by Ion for hundreds of knives, Jun's eyes became sharper. The next moment, Ion's eyes hidden under the glasses shrank slightly, but he sensed something through the arrogance of seeing and hearing. One-shot Flo Chen Mayuchen. In an instant, a large number of frantic flying slashes erupted centered on Jun, and almost instantly drowned a large area including Ion. Boom! A puff of smoke rose. Amazing domineering look. Ion. Jun, who stood with the knife, praised with a fierce momentum. "Thank you for the compliment." As Ion's voice sounded in a puff of smoke, a gust of sea breeze blew through, revealing Ion's figure again. At this moment, with Ion as the center, there are a lot of dense knife marks left on the surrounding ground, and the density is daunting. Jun turned his head slightly, glanced at Ion's situation, and said, "You are the first to be covered by this move, but choose a way other than hard resistance to deal with it, and intact." "Sorry, my conditions don't allow me to use the Navy Type 6 iron block to resist other people's attacks." And Ian raised his hand, revealing the tattered sleeve, and said, "It's not intact, the clothes are rotten, and I almost got caught." Severed arm. 4 Chapter 4 Scatter 1000 Sakura. This sentence is not that Ion is mocking Jun, but a real statement. Ion's physique is no better than that of other powerhouses. Perhaps for other powerhouses, even if he is hit by Jun's flying slash, at most it will nourish blood in place, and even the bones will not be broken, like to continue fighting. But Ion knew very well that once he was cut, his entire arm would probably be destroyed. However, Jun obviously didn't believe what the man in front of him said, but said with a finger on Ion's back, "Isn't it almost enough to warm up to this level? Don't you plan to make a real shot? Otherwise, leave me alone." Ian reluctantly tisked and said, "Captain Jun, in fact, I'm really not good at fighting, so if you spare me, we'll be tied. So what, huh? Jun smiled coldly. His eyes fell on the inconspicuous sword on Ion's waist and said, aren't you also a swordsman? Draw your sword. And Sister Crane said that you are a Sakura fruit person, so show your ability. Sakura cherry fruit. Yan's expression instantly became constipated and he shouted at Sengoku on the edge of the training ground. Old man, I've told you several times, it's not Sakura fruit, it's Sakura fruit. Bastard. Sakura cherry fruit is the correct way to name the newly discovered devil fruit. The Warring States period replied in a loud voice, pretending to be serious. What a bastard. Ion couldn't help scolding through gritted teeth. Jun said in a more stern tone, anyway, draw your sword, Ion, and let me see your power. Ugh. Ion sighed, pulled out the dagger hidden in his waist, and said, actually, I'm really not a swordsman, and the purpose of this knife is never to slash. However, the repeated conversations had completely exhausted Jun's patience. The next moment, before Ion could finish speaking, Jun turned into a pink shadow, and the cryptic golden light pointed directly at Ion's chest. In the face of Jun's unusually sharp and swift attack this time, Ion did not dodge this time, but raised the sword in his hand and chanted, let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. As Yen's voice fell, the knife, which Yen called Senbon Sakura, began to disintegrate rapidly from the tip of the blade, like beautiful and rotten cherry blossoms that kept blooming and separating. In just a moment, all the blades of Senbon Sakura disappeared, and only the hilt and gauntlet were held by Ion. The next moment, Jun appeared in front of Ion. Jin, Chenshi and Beitao fly in a man's mouth. However, the large number of cherry blossoms scattered beside Ion gathered in an instant, and from the side, Jin Chenhui was behind the curtain. What? Jun was amazed that the fragile and beautiful cherry blossoms contained a huge impact, and could even forcibly change the golden Chen's tomb. Before she knew it, a cherry blossom brushed past Jun's cheek. Zi. A hole instantly appeared on Jun's white and tender skin, and drops of bright red blood ooze out. This is not a cherry blossom, this is a knife. Jun's sense of domineering swept away, and instantly discovered that the essence of this blossoming pink and beautiful cherry blossoms is a small blade. Jun's eyes widened, staring at Ion, who was standing in front of him casually adjusting his glasses, and a feeling arose in his heart, vulnerable, beautiful, and dangerous. The next moment, Jun's slender legs reacted instantly. Contrary to common sense, the whole person's posture directly changed from rushing forward to retreating, and retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, trying to pull away from the dangerous cherry blossoms beside Ion distance. However, almost in the blink of an eye, when Jun regained his senses again, he found that the range of his gaze was covered by cherry blossoms like a shadow. So fast, Jun didn't bother to think. Between Jin and Chen Huibi, it is the offense that is the defense. Section 3. One-shot flow. Chen Mayuchen. For a time, a large number of golden flying slashes were continuously released by the retreating Jun, swept towards the cherry blossoms like countless turbulent currents, and the pieces of cherry blossoms are like leaves in the gust of wind. Wherever the flying slash passed, the cherry blossoms collapsed and fell to the ground. It's useless. Ion, who was standing still, shook his head and said, Sakura is fragile, but it's not easy to make it disappear completely. Immediately, Ion lifted the handle of Kanban Sakura gently, and the countless cherry blossoms scattered on the ground radiated pink light and gathered again, and even went around from the side. With the momentum of encirclement, Jun closed and walked away. Oops. When Jun gritted his teeth, the two defense methods, armed domineering and Navy 6 iron block, were instantly used, and the whole person stood on the spot as if it was a whole piece of black steel, forcibly resisting the surrounding enemies. Cherry blossoms. Ding ding ding. A series of incessant collisions sounded, making Ion feel a little sore in his teeth. Captain Jun, you will let it's very difficult for me to do it. The move of Iron Nugget is no different from killing you. Even if I don't want to beat you, I can't help it. Ion's tone was full of helplessness, and Jun is worthy of being a future admiral candidate. Even though he is still young, his mastery of Navy 6 type Iron Nugget and armed color domineering is not weak at all. A large number of cherry blossoms continue to revolve around Jun, but they can't hurt Jun in the slightest. It's just that Ion is very clear about the fact that the attack power of Senbon Sakura is weak, and he will not be able to break Jun's defense for a while and is not in a hurry. After all, if he maintains it in the way of the soul-chopping sword, Ion can easily persevere until Jun is too tired to lie down on his own initiative. 10 breaths, 100 breaths, 500 breaths. Jun is also really tough, and Ion doesn't know why she insists on it all the time. It seems that the armed domineering looks a lot thinner, but he doesn't give up. It's a pity that Ion will not allow himself to be defeated. Otherwise, according to the urination and morals of the Warring States period, he may really force himself to marry Jun, thus making him feel at ease to become a navy. How can this work? Jun may be very good, and his strength will be comparable to that of a general in the future. He has a beautiful appearance, a graceful figure, and a pair of beautiful legs. But how can Ion allow his dreams to stop at Jun? So, I'm sorry, Captain Jun, it's so rude to meet you for the first time, Ian said apologetically, and then grabbed Chiban Sakura's hilt and slashed towards Jun. For a time, the rotation speed of the large number of cherry blossoms that were constantly cutting Jun suddenly increased a lot, and the pink reflected under the refraction of sunlight became even more dazzling. 5 Chapter 5:19 Cars Ryotsu. The next moment Jun, who had been ground down by Ion just like grinding soy mill, faced a sudden and violent attack that was several times stronger, but the defense it was maintaining was instantly disintegrated. With a groan from Jun, a large amount of blood splashed out from Jun's body, dyeing Jun's peach-colored top red almost instantly. With a wave of Kyanban Sakura's hilt, Ion manipulated the cherry blossoms to leave Jun, and then let the cherry blossom slowly fall beside him, and said gently, "Don't worry, Captain Jun, all attacks have been avoided." However, as Jun slowly stood up with Golden Chenrui's back throwing his hands on his chest, Ian suddenly found that the clothes on Jun's body had become tattered, revealing large areas of white and delicate skin, and his expression was also a look of shame and anger. "It's over, this is a big misunderstanding." While swallowing his saliva, Ion couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, even covering most of his eyes. "It's just that there will inevitably be some gaps between the fingers, which makes it almost impossible for Ion to clearly see Jun's expression." A good attack avoided the key point. Jun's chest heaved up and down rapidly, and said through gritted teeth, "Yan, is your fruit ability used for this rogue's purpose?" Immediately afterwards, Jun did not wait for Ion's explanation at all, and his figure flashed, but he left the training ground directly with Navy 6 shave. Ian sighed helplessly, released Kyanban Sakura's original state, turned the cherry blossom into a blade and returned it to the sheath, but his head couldn't help but look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a melancholy expression on his face, and deeply regretted choosing to use soul-chopping sword Senbon Sakura as a superficial ability to fool the warring states. At that time, because Yen's physique was much weaker than ordinary people, in order to enhance Yen's strength, Sengoku made every effort to collect devil fruits for Yen. In the end, the ones placed in front of Ion were the lower-level nature-based devil fruit, the animal-based devil fruit, and an unknown devil fruit, and let Ion make his own choice. And Ion's choice was the unknown devil fruit. It's not that Ion has a strong gambler mentality. In fact, the reason why Ion chose the unknown devil fruit was precisely for the sake of prudence, trying to use this unknown devil fruit to cover up his special ability, soul-chopping knife. As far as Ion's current research and summary of his own abilities are concerned, he finds that every year on his birthday he will randomly awaken a soul-chopping sword. These soul-killing knives have different names, uses, and abilities, but most of them are useless fish knives, and only a few are soul-killing knives that Ian is familiar with, such as Tianben Ying, Tian Wu, Fei Mei, Wu-shaped head, broken ground wind, and these initially awakened soul-chopping swords can only be initial solution. As for the more powerful D-solution, only the soul-chopping saber that has undergone D-solution in Yan's memory can be further released, and it also needs to be further released. Sufficient Ryotsu as an infusion. It's just that Ion is not a real god of death, and he doesn't know how to practice spiritual pressure. The only way is to break those useless soul-killing knives to obtain them. According to Yan's calculation, the spiritual pressure obtained after the ordinary soul-chopping sword is broken can be simply counted as a most basic vice-captain level unit, and 1000 Sakura needs at least 15 vice-captain units to carry out the D-solution, and God's retribution requires 13. As for the soul-chopping knife, earth-breaking wind, that can be solved. It has been broken by Ion as a test object, meaning he also received Ryotsu of up to 6 vice-captain units. It just so happened that the original owner of breaking the earth was the 6-car Kenzi in the anime Bleach. In order to facilitate the calculation, Ion simply counted the Reiki of each vice-captain unit as 1 car. In this way, the total amount of Ryotsu that Ion can assign now is 19 cars, which can only liberate the D-solution of 1000 Sakura, but it is far from enough to liberate 2 soul-chopping swords at the same time. D degree of solution. Therefore, the frail Ion understands that the longer he lives, the stronger he will naturally become, and he does not need to take unnecessary risks at all. Just when Ian was melancholy, Warring States appeared beside him and said with a smile, "Bastard, congratulations on defeating Captain Jun. Maybe you are the strongest rising star of the young Navy generation today." "Old man, don't try to embarrass me." Ian shook his head and said bitterly, "What is my situation? It's not that you don't know. The potential is limited, and it is estimated that this will be the case in this life. And Captain Jun has unlimited potential and has the appearance of a general. I caused such a misunderstanding today, and I am afraid that I will be retaliated by Captain Jun in the future. In order to avoid conflicts, I think I should stay away from the Navy and go home to farm. When the Warring States heard the words, his face turned black and he grabbed Yen and said, "The facts have proved that your kid has enough self-protection ability. Even if you talk about it today, you must join the Navy for Laozi." Ian raised his forehead lightly and asked, "Then, is there nothing to talk about?" "Yes, we can talk about the position," Warring States said. Ian was silent for a moment, looking at the Warring States with a very firm attitude and even a hint of pleading in his resolute eyes. He sighed slightly and replied, "Okay, since this is your request, old man, I agree." Seeing this, the Warring States could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the past 10 years, the Warring States period has been busy with the Navy. Naturally, he has no time to accompany Khorasan and Ion's 2 adopted sons every day, but he still knows quite a bit about the characters of his 2 adopted sons. Different from Khorasan's kindness and gentleness from his nature, Sengoku has always been somewhat incomprehensible. Since he rescued Ion in the sea, Sengoku realized that Ion's eyes were different from everyone he had seen in the sea in the past. Even though Ion was born weak, Sengoku firmly believed that a man with that kind of distinctive eyes would never be destined to remain anonymous on the sea. For this reason, the Sengoku who was moved with compassion in those days simply accepted both Ion and Khorasan as adopted sons. And as if in repayment, Ion, who was weak in the eyes of Sengoku, quickly showed his worth. Whenever Sengoku encounters a difficult question due to the development of the Navy, he can always get the answer from Ion. As for the system, Ion seems to be born with a unique vision and way of thinking. Even with Ion's help, Sengoku, as a general, improved the selection mechanism, promotion mechanism, and military merit system within the Navy quite a bit. This has also become an extremely dazzling career achievement in the eyes of Marshal Gangkuo Kong, and it is also one of the important proofs of Warring States' qualifications to lead the Navy as a marshal in the future. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku, who understands Ion's extraordinariness, forced Ion to become a Navy in order to prevent Ion from embarking on a path of opposition to the Navy. Because of the Warring States period, I don't want to send Ion to the great underwater prison to push the city. 6 Chapter 6 Glorious First Class. Suddenly, a rare gentle smile appeared on the face of the always majestic Sengoku and said, "Ian, you are welcome to join the Navy. In the future, please provide strength for justice. For the time being, you will take the rank of Major." Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Ion interrupted with a serious look. "General Warring States, this does not conform to naval rules." Warring States. Immediately, the corners of Ion's mouth curled slightly proudly and said, "According to the latest promotion rules formulated by the Navy, all Navy officers and men must achieve the corresponding merits for promotion and carry out corresponding qualified training assessments. They should not be promoted by leaps and bounds just because of their personal strength." After a pause, Ion said with a selfless expression, "General Warring States, even if you and I do not have a purely subordinate relationship, but we must not use public tools for private purposes, use public goods for private purposes, and break the rules of the Navy, otherwise it will inevitably affect the fighting spirit of many naval officers and men. Once many Navy officers and men are cold-hearted, it is inevitable that many Navy officers will be content with the status quo and slack off their responsibilities. Under the influence of various effects, it is not impossible that it will cause unpredictable chaos in the entire sea." For a time, Sengoku looked at Ion with a very strange look and said through gritted teeth, "As serious as this? The embankment of 1,000 miles collapses in the ant's nest. The Warring States general must not ignore the influence of the upper and lower effects." Yan replied solemnly. After a full while, the Warring States, who had fully reacted, then squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Bastard, no wonder you were so active in helping Laozi improve the internal promotion mechanism of the Navy a few years ago. You are waiting for this moment, right?" Ion shook his head in denial without hesitation, and said in a tone full of greatness, "The Warring States general, you can eat more rice, but you can't talk nonsense. Even if you and I have an unusual relationship, I will sue you for slander." Seeing that Sengoku's eyes gradually burned with anger, Ion wisely swallowed the second half of the sentence and turned to a filial expression. "Old man, you have misunderstood my intentions. In the past, I just wanted to do my part to repay your kindness of upbringing. How could I be reckless against you? Tefamor Yan, I just want to be filial to you, old man. My lifelong hope is to be able to retire for you. Even I have always dreamed of getting a wife, not because I can be filial to you with multiple daughters-in-law and let you hug you as soon as possible. Have a grandson. And the reason why I refuted just now was just because I was worried about you, old man, because I broke the rules of the Navy, causing your reputation to be damaged unexpectedly, and even causing a large number of naval officers and soldiers to keep scolding you behind your back." For a time, the Sengoku originally showed a gentle expression because Ion agreed to join the Navy, but this moment was like a heavy dark cloud before the storm. But even so, Ion insisted on saying the most important sentence, said, "Old man, according to the internal promotion mechanism of the Navy and the rules for the selection of new soldiers, Tefimur Yan, because of his outstanding strength, challenged and defeated the superior officers head-on, but he can be promoted to 3 levels in a row, and he is directly promoted to the glorious first-class soldier from the naval trainee stage, and enjoy additional benefits, a separate dormitory room, exemption from daily physical training, etc." Hey. Having said that, Yan couldn't help laughing out after all, and said, "Old man, I should have remembered correctly. Then, when will you award me a title? Or you can assign a lieutenant-level officer to me." It can be said that at this moment, Ian is not panic at all, and he is stable. Joining the Navy, since this is the wish of the old man in the Warring States period, then it is enough to satisfy him, otherwise he will really be mad at him, and Ian really can't bear it. However, according to the current system of promotion rules within the Navy, Ion can only be an honorable first class at best. What is this concept? In the Navy headquarters, casual spit saliva can hit several school-level officers. A mere first-class soldier may not be qualified to clean up in the naval headquarters, let alone expecting to make any achievements that are enough for promotion in the future. In this way, Ion can hang out in the Marine headquarters Marine Fando with peace of mind, and be a first-class soldier who checks in at the Warring States office on time every day. As for the important tasks of leading warships, patrolling the sea area, fighting pirates, etc., what is the Navy dead to put a little first class on such an important task? Even if Sengoku agrees to this kind of thing that seriously affects the prestige of the Navy, Yan will not agree. Even if Yan agrees, countless generals in the Navy will not agree. Of course, in fact, a huge organization like the Navy can accommodate all kinds of talents. Not only patrolling the Navy, but catching pirates can be considered meritorious. In fact, everyday tasks like cleaning are actually meritorious. It's just that at a meager level, Ian is very clear that it is cleaning until the Warring States are completely sent away. At most, he is a corporal and sergeant, barely serving as a cleaning foreman. Section 4. And if the Warring States period sends Yen to the Four Seas branch, try to give Yen a chance to make a contribution. It's just that when Warring States was not beside him to supervise, Ion believed that he would definitely be useless and could not grasp the opportunity. Perfect, old man. Fortunately, I guarded you in advance, otherwise you will be pushed directly to become the youngest major in the history of the Navy. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Thinking of this, Ion's smile couldn't help becoming more and more filial, and he was ready to be scolded by the Warring States next. As for the fight, no. Otherwise, with Yen's physical quality, he would really lie down for the Warring States in minutes. He was seriously injured, and he was afraid that he would not be able to go home for more than 10 or 20 years to recover. I have to say that the Warring States period has been stunned by Yen at this moment. In order to successfully let Ion join the Navy, he finally persuaded Admiral Tsuru to let Jun compete with Ion in this way, trying to make Ion a leader of the new generation of the Navy through Jun's reputation. But soon, the Warring States responded and said with a smile, "Bastard, have you forgotten something important? Your contribution to the improvement of the naval system can also be counted as a merit." Ion waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "Old man, is it bad for you to do this? Those systems are all perfected by you alone, and you have submitted this credit to the 5 old stars in a formal written document as an important proof for your promotion to the post of marshal. As a result, old man, you, the Admiral of the Navy, have not yet officially assumed office, and you have disguised meritorious deeds and deceived others, but you will leave an extremely bad impression in front of the 5 old stars." 7 Chapter 7 of the monographs. "You bastard, you!" Sengoku pointed at Yen with trembling fingers, listening to Yen's words, which almost did not leave any loopholes. The whole person almost couldn't control the power and began to glitter. Just when Ion was hesitating whether to seriously appease the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Warring States, I have heard you sigh to me many times about the intelligence of this child Ian. Now I have seen it with my own eyes. It is indeed very clever, and the work is not leaking. You are lucky there are people who have successors." When the Warring States heard the words, while his expression was ugly, he said in a very disgusting tone, "What kind of successor is there? This bastard thinks every day about how to make a living. All his intelligence is used to be lazy. I can't wait to kill him now." "Don't worry, Warring States," Lieutenant General Crane said in a kind and peaceful tone, "but what the kid Ian said just now is not unreasonable. Now you are at a critical juncture of whether you can be promoted to the post of marshal smoothly. You need to be careful in everything and pay attention to the impact." Sengoku glared at Ion fiercely and said helplessly, "I see." In response, Ion rolled his eyes subconsciously, thinking in his heart, so the existence of the old man as a son will not listen to much, but it is what his confidant command says, and he obeys every word. This wave, what is this wave called? Light and heavy. But just as Ian was silently complaining, waiting for the warring states to accept the reality and make himself a glorious first-class soldier, he noticed that Lieutenant General Crane suddenly whispered a few words in the ear of warring states. Afterwards, Lieutenant General Crane waved his hand towards Yan and said kindly, "Ian, come to my place to be a guest when you have time. I believe you and Jun will be good partners in the future." After all, Lieutenant General Crane left the training ground slowly. Partner. Ian was stunned. Immediately afterwards, before Ian could delve into the hidden meaning of Admiral Crane's words, an inexplicable smile appeared on Sengoku's face. There is a fraud. Ian reacted instantly and subconsciously wanted to step back. It's a pity that Yan's physique is not at the same level as the warring states period, nor is the speed at which it can burst. Ian only felt his eyes blink and his shoulder was pressed by Sengoku. Bastard, where do you want to go? Warring states asked with a smile. Go. Ian's head twitched and he soon found a suitable excuse. I'm going to see Captain Jun. I'm a little worried about her injury and I want to help her with some medicine or something. Sengoku patted Ian's shoulder and said with a different smile, don't be in a hurry now. In the future you will have the opportunity to slowly understand. Old man, you don't really want me to marry Captain Jun, do you? Ian asked in surprise, listening to Sengoku's tone. What, isn't Captain Jun bad? Isn't she pretty? Or do you think she's not strong enough? Sengoku asked while forcibly hugging Ian and walking towards the office. The corners of Ian's mouth twitched slightly. He hated this kind of question and knew that it was a naked trap. Immediately, Yan's voice changed and he directly bypassed the question of the warring states period and asked, Old man, Captain Jun seems to be Lieutenant General Tsuru's righteous sister. Right, that's right. Sengoku nodded. Immediately afterwards, Ian smiled and asked, that old man, your relationship with Lieutenant General Crane is? Sengoku pressed Yen's palm slightly harder to stop Yen's follow-up words so that Yen's whole body felt suddenly sinking. Bastard, don't speculate. Zaya, he and I are just like brothers and sisters. Understand? I understand the reasoning, but if I marry Captain Jun, then naturally I have to call Admiral Tsuru's sister too. It will be a bit difficult to calculate your name for the old man. Immediately, Ian flexed his fingers and murmured, Old man, your relationship with Lieutenant General Crane is like a brother and sister. In a sense, you are also the righteous brother of Captain Jun, and you and I are father and son. Oh, it's so complicated. Looking at the somewhat constipated expression of the warring states period, Ian sighed with emotion and said, Old man, how about this? Let's talk about each other. You call me brother, I call you old man. How about it? Sengoku's eyes showed a kind of terror, as if he was poking at Ian's body like a razor blade. He asked in a low voice, what do you think? Yan laughed dryly and said, of course it's not good, is it, Dad? Humph. Warring states glared at Yan, only hating the poor physique of this bastard, otherwise he would have pressed him to the ground and rubbed him to the ground. Two broken legs are cured. Let's talk about education. Bang. Sengoku threw open the door of the office and sat back in his seat angrily, and then began to process various documents, ignoring Ian's intentions. Seeing this, Ian didn't see the outside world at all. He helped Warring States close the door of the office and then spread it out on the big sofa in the office. Uncomfortable. Ian twisted the waist rod, groaned unconsciously, adjusted to the most comfortable position, and let himself go completely. In fact, this situation is already unaccustomed to Ian. Although Sengoku tried to squeeze as much free time as possible to teach and accompany Khorasan and Ian, he still couldn't avoid the busyness of dealing with documents at any time. Therefore, the relationship between the three of warring states, Khorasan and Yan, will always gradually evolve into the mode of warring states processing documents, Khorasan training, and Yan sleeping. At this moment, listening to the rhythmic rustling writing sound in his ears, Ian felt inexplicably at ease and fell asleep unconsciously. This bastard. Sengoku turned away from Ian, whose breath gradually became even, but his eyebrows couldn't help softening a little. In fact, Sengoku knew very well that Ian was an extremely insecure person in his heart and would not easily enter such a deep state of sleep. Even if he enters a light sleep state, Ian will maintain the perception of danger to a certain extent. Only by Sengoku's side can Ian fall asleep so relaxedly. Immediately, Warring States shook his head helplessly and continued to work hard, but his writing was deliberately lighter. I don't know how long it took. Ian suddenly heard a voice with a little dissatisfaction. Hey, who are you? How dare you be so rude in the Warring States General's office? Get up quickly. 8 Chapter 8 Special Combat Power Reference Mechanism. The moment Ian listened to this questioning, the domineering arrogance he saw almost instinctively radiated out, and he clearly felt a tall figure appeared beside him. Whoosh. Sengoku only felt that Ian, who was lying on the sofa, flickered but instantly appeared on the side of the office. So fast. Sengoku, who witnessed the whole process, narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "And what kind of skill was that just now?" "It's a bit similar to the Navy 6 shave, but it's a completely different movement skill." "Yan, you bastard, you are really hiding." And Yan, who was completely sober, saw that he was in the Warring States office, especially when Warring States was squinting at himself, and he couldn't help but secretly said damn in his heart. In a state of complete relaxation, frightened by the sudden sound, the insecure Ion almost instinctively used a technique called shunpo to directly distance himself from the source of the sound. However, this movement skill called shunpo was something Ion had never shown before in front of Sengoku. As his thoughts turned sharply, Ian showed a frightened expression on his face, patted his chest lightly with one hand, and said again and again, "Scared me to death. Who is it?" "I was so scared that I even had the strength to suck out the milk." But as Ian turned his gaze, he found that standing beside the sofa was a tall and thin man with a turban on his head, dark skin, and a pair of sunglasses. Admiral Aokiji. But soon, Ian reacted. At a time when even the Warring States period was still an admiral, Kyuzan has not yet been promoted to Admiral Aoki. Today's Kyuzan, if Ion remembers correctly, belongs to the rank of Vice Admiral. However, with the promotion of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the three monsters, Sakisuke, Kyuzan, and Paul Salino, whose strength is far beyond the ordinary Vice Admiral level, should also be promoted at the same time. At this moment, Kyuzan gently pulled up his sunglasses, looked at Ion carefully, and said, "The strength is good, but why haven't I seen you before? And why are you so rude, sleeping in the Warring States General's office?" At the end, Kyuzan's tone was quite dissatisfied, and Ion was almost full of question marks when he heard it. "Sleeping in the office of the Warring States period? Don't you think Kyuzan is the most diligent, the kind that even carry blindfolds almost everywhere?" Had Ion been blindfolded, he would have thought it was Sakisuke scolding himself. But soon, Ion remembered Admiral Aoki. Kyuzan, who pursued lazy justice in the future, was a passionate young man when he was young, and the justice he held high was called passionate justice, so it is normal to say these words. Thinking of this, Ion scratched his head gently and said gently, "Sorry, some fell asleep uncontrollably." "Can't control it?" Kyuzan asked in an increasingly dissatisfied tone. "This is the office of the Warring States General, which symbolizes one of the places where the justice and order of the sea are located. How shallow is your justice to be able to sleep here?" Hearing this sentence, Ion's eyes couldn't help but look a little weird, and said, "This, after you experience this kind of happiness, you will also be unable to control it." "Impossible. Even if I, Kyuzan, don't sleep for the rest of my life and die from a mental breakdown, it is absolutely impossible for me to do such a rude thing," Kyuzan said firmly. Ian did not refute Kyuzan again, but just silently remembered the sentence and waited for an opportunity to repeat it in front of Kyuzan in the future. Watching this scene, Warring States couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Kyuzan's passionate justice was just the right change from Ion's usual lazy style. Didn't you see that Ion, who was usually full of excuses and reasons, chose to remain silent under Kyuzan's impassioned speech? It seems that it is indeed a good choice to hand Ion to Kyuzan to guide him. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. Section 5. Sengoku admired the wisdom of Lieutenant General Crane in his heart. Then he coughed twice, and after attracting the attention of Kyuzan and Ion, he said, "Lieutenant General Kyuzan, this is my son Tefumer Yan, a promising young man who is determined to join the Navy and uphold justice." When Ian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, almost instinctively refuting, "No, I'm not. I don't talk nonsense." However, Ian finally suppressed this impulse, lest Sengoku lose face in front of his subordinates, and Kyuzan's expression was full of surprise. He glanced at Sengoku, then looked at Ian, and said in a suspicious tone, "General of the Warring States, is this really your son? You don't look very similar." As soon as the statement came out, Sengoku's expression couldn't help but stiffen a bit, and he couldn't help but glance at Yan. Handsome, gentle. It can be said that in addition to Yan and Sengoku both wearing glasses, even Sengoku has to admit that the appearance of the two is very different. Ion is the adopted son I adopted overseas many years ago. In order to avoid Kyuzan thinking, Sengoku couldn't help but explain with a bit of reluctance, and then said, "However, because Ion lives outside of Marineford all year round, his character is relatively lazy." "So it is." Kyuzan nodded and asked immediately, "What does the Warring States General mean?" Sengoku cast a glance at Ion, who was still indifferent, and said with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, "Lieutenant General Kyuzan, as you have just seen, Yan's own strength is good. It would be a waste of combat power to join the Navy directly as a soldier, especially now that the overall situation in the sea is not stable." After a pause, Sengoku noticed that Ion's expression gradually changed, and continued, "So, I plan to enable the special combat power reference mechanism." Hearing this, Ian couldn't hold back any longer and said repeatedly, "Hey, old man, don't go too far. This mechanism doesn't apply to me. Shiki, you are messing around. Why doesn't it apply? The establishment of this mechanism is still a suggestion you specially gave me. Please think about it carefully. Warring States said with a smile. At this moment, Ion suddenly had a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. At the beginning, the reason why Yan proposed to set up a special combat power citation mechanism for the Warring States was to recruit the two admirals Fujitora Yuxiao and Green Bull in the current strict promotion mechanism of the Navy. The backdoor left by the level of combat power. No, old man, my strength is far from the standard of being a special combat power. You are making a fool of yourself, Ion said sharply. 9 Chapter 9 The goal is the West Sea. Oh, yes, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Immediately, Sengoku rummaged through the drawer of his desk, found a document and threw it to Ian, saying, the special combat power citation mechanism you suggested was later added to the suggestion of Lieutenant General Crane. That is, the combat power requirement can be reduced in the case of meritorious service for the Navy. While listening to the words of the victory, Ion quickly browsed the contents of the special combat power reference mechanism regulations in his hand and found what Sengoku said. It's just that Ion saw it. The reason why Admiral Crane suggested adding this part was to use it as a bargaining chip to lure some pirates into Navy spies. Damn, old man, he can think of this. No. Yan suddenly recalled that Lieutenant General Crane and Sengoku whispered a few words at the training ground, but he understood. I see. This is probably the suggestion that Admiral Crane gave to the old man. He really deserves to be the chief staff officer of the naval headquarters, and he really knows how to use the rules. Going through the document in detail, Ion gritted his teeth and grabbed the last bit. Loopholes, said. I don't do any major credit for the Navy. It's alright, it'll be there soon. Seeing this, the Warring States couldn't help but say with a smile. Soon, under the organization of the world government, the Navy will have a major operation. Ian, you can participate in it as a free man and make a major contribution. After a pause, Sengoku looked at Kyuzan and asked, Lieutenant General Kyuzan, do you understand what I mean? Kyuzan nodded and said, General Warring States, this seems a bit inappropriate, but the operation is in line with the rules of the Navy, and since this is also to strengthen the Navy's combat power and maintain the peace of the sea, I know how to do it. At this moment, Ian wanted to resist or to run away. It's just that this is Marineford, and the two generals, Sengoku and Kyuzan, are in the same office as him, and even if Ion played all his cards, less than 20% of them could escape from the naval headquarters. No, at most 15%. In contrast, Ion will expose a lot of his own intelligence to the world government, and even a lot of abilities that are temporarily difficult to explain. After weighing it, Ian looked at the Warring States with grief and indignation, and then fell on the most beloved pet white goat of the Warring States with a vicious gaze. That gaze seemed to be looking at a roasted whole sheep, causing the quite spiritual white goat to subconsciously make a frightened baa sound. Hey, hey, bastard. At this time, the Warring States couldn't help being a little flustered and said anxiously, don't mess around, don't make a bad hand on my pet. Don't worry, old man, you know me, I have always been a person who repays kindness and revenge. Yan responded with a smile. Hearing this, Zhangguo's heart suddenly cracked, and he always felt that this white goat was about to say goodbye to him forever. Sengoku gave Yan a stern look and said with a warning, anyway, stay away from my goat, you bastard, or you will look good. Immediately, Sengoku waved his hand towards Kyuzan and said, Lieutenant General Kyuzan, help me take this bastard down, I don't want to see him. Yes. Kyuzan responded loudly, then walked to Ion's side and said, Ian, come with me. Ion pouted, stepped reluctantly, and followed Kyuzan towards the door. At this moment, the voice of the Warring States suddenly sounded, Ion, huh? Ion turned his head in confusion and looked towards the Warring States. The Warring States suddenly said something. If you witness something incomprehensible, you can come back and ask me for advice. After a pause, the Warring States continued, it's your father. Yan's movements paused slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend, but his tone responded indifferently. Cut, old man. Then, Ian stepped out of the office again, and after helping Sengoku close the door, he followed Kyuzan all the way to the port of Marineford. Along the way, Yan couldn't help frowning, thinking about the meaning of the last words of the Warring States, and couldn't help but guess. It seems that the Navy's action this time is not simple, and it is likely to involve some dark side that can easily shake the belief in justice. Wait, operations under the World Government Organization? Also, what year is this year? Suddenly, Ion thought of something and asked Kyuzan in front of him, Lieutenant General Kyuzan, where is the target of this operation? What, are you curious? Kyuzan asked. You always have to know where your travel destination is, right? Yan said with a smile as he adjusted his glasses. It's interesting, it's okay to tell you, Kyuzan answered while taking Ion onto a naval battleship called a giant steel beast. The target is in the West Sea. When Ian heard the words, his eyes shrank slightly, and two words suddenly popped out in his heart, Ohara Ohara and devil slaughtering order. So, is it the day when the world government intends to completely wipe out the holy archaeological site Ohara? Ion couldn't help feeling a little heavy, but he also understood that he didn't have the ability to change these things. And Kyuzen's eyes hidden under the sunglasses looked at Ion's reaction, but he couldn't help but flash a trace of doubt and ask, Ian, what's wrong with you? No. Ion's expression quickly returned to normal. He smiled shyly, touched the back of his head and said, I just didn't expect that my first mission on a warship would require me to go to the distant West Sea. After a pause, Ion said in a curious tone, I heard that there are many mafia forces in the West Sea. I don't know if it is true. That's true. If Yan is curious, after completing the task, I can take you to destroy several mafia organizations, which can be regarded as a merit. Kyuzen replied. Then I will trouble Lieutenant General Kyuzen. Yan replied following Kyuzen's words. As Kyuzen and Yan boarded the warships, a large number of warships docked at the port gradually began to replenish various supplies and then began to set sail. 10 warships called steel behemoths were lined up almost like a wall of steel advancing above the sea. Sure enough, it's the devil slaughtering order. Standing on the deck, Ian glanced at him, but he almost had a certain answer in his heart and murmured in a low voice, so, old man, are you worried that my heart will be shaken after witnessing all this? Tisk, old man, the reason why I agreed to join the Navy is because I don't want to be your enemy. As for the darkness of the world government, how could I not know? 10 Chapter 10 Correct Use of Return of Life. Ion is grateful for the kindness of the Warring States period. When he first crossed into this world back then, Ion's physique was almost equal to that of a baby in this world, and it could be described as fragile. When the Warring States period picked up Yan from the sea, Yan, who had been drifting in the sea for 3 days, was in a coma with a high fever and was on the verge of death. Then, it was the Warring States period that brought Ion back from the brink of death and raised and taught him for more than 10 years. It can be said that the Warring States period has an inexhaustible kindness for Ion. Therefore, it is precisely because of this kindness that even though Ion is extremely disgusted with the Dark World government, he never had the idea of becoming a pirate in the past. Of course, the lazy personality is also one of the reasons. However, the things that Ian had worried about for many years finally happened, and he even accidentally participated in it. This is also the concern of Yan about joining the Navy and occupying a high position. The closer he is to the high-level position of the Navy, the more restrictions he will be subject to by the world government. If he is assigned or assisted by the world government, those reluctant things may be done. Sex is greater. Massacres of civilians, capture of slaves, protection of the Draconians, etc. are all things that Ion is extremely resistant to. For a while, Ion couldn't help but sighed inwardly. It's really uncomfortable. What's wrong? Suddenly, Kyuzen appeared in elemental form beside Ion and asked. In the face of Kyuzen's question, Yan's face quickly faded and he said weakly, I vomit, seasick, vomit. Immediately, Ian ran frantically to the deck railing, facing the sea with a frenzied output. This made Kyuzen frown slightly, swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and asked, Yan, are you seasick? Yes. Ion sat down weakly and said with a pale face, I have been weak and frail since I was a child, so although my heart is righteous and I dream of inheriting the old man's will to become a glorious navy, the conditions do not allow it. After a pause, Ion took a few weak breaths, as if to suppress some uncomfortable feeling, and then continued, now it seems that the most suitable way for me is to take up a civilian job in the Navy. Alas, after all, I am not up to my expectations. Kyuzen asked in surprise and puzzlement. Shouldn't it be? Didn't the Warring States General teach you, if you train your body to a certain level, especially after learning to return your life, you can control every muscle on your body at will, and it is impossible to have a physiological reaction such as seasickness. Yan's expression was distressed and his tone was full of shame. It's too difficult. Except for my slight talent in the 6th form of the Navy, I only learned a little bit of the rest, let alone learn the advanced skills of the 6th form of the Navy. Return of life. This. Kyuzen was a little speechless for a while and even wondered if Sengoku made a mistake. What kind of combat power can a person who is seasick and has no complete grasp of the 6 naval styles? No. Kyuzen suddenly remembered the terrifying speed that Yana suddenly showed when he was in the office, as well as the unknown special movement skills. Section 6. It's not pretending, is it? Kyuzen couldn't help but look suspiciously at Yan. It's just that Kyuzen looked at Yan's face pale and weak, and he might have to frantically output a meal to the sea at any time, so he gave up the idea of questioning Yan. No matter what, Ion is the son of the Warring States period, and this identity can dispel many unnecessary doubts. Even if Ion has any secrets, it is natural that Sengoku is responsible. Immediately, Kyuzen called 2 Navy soldiers and helped Ion back to his room to rest, and as the 2 Navy soldiers closed the door, Ion, who was lying on the bed, instantly return to his normal blood. Kyuzin is right. After learning the return of life that can control every muscle in the body, it is completely impossible to have physiological reactions such as seasickness. But on the other hand, if you learn to return your life, you can naturally think about seasickness and seasickness. I finally got rid of the trouble of Kyuzin for the time being. Kyuzin in this period is really troublesome, full of passion, far from the lazy character of the future who will open one eye and close one eye to many things. The old man thinks so beautifully and wants me to make a contribution in the devil slaughtering order operation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I just lie down and do nothing. I don't believe it anyway. As for escaping when Kyuzin wasn't paying attention, it's not that Ion didn't have the idea, but Ion understood that it was almost impossible. Here is the sea, and Ian is very clear that there are 5 admirals of the Navy headquarters guarding these 10 naval battleships, 2 of which are future admirals Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji Kyuzin. In this case, Ion didn't even consider taking the risk. Just lie down, lie flat. Sailing on the sea, boring is the eternal theme, and yet to officially join the Navy, Ion, who is still a civilian in a sense, has no responsibilities and tasks at all. He only needs to lie in his room obediently every day to recuperate. During this period, Kyuzin also visited Ion several times and wanted to have a conversation with Ion about justice. It's just that Ion looked seasick and half dead, which really made Kyuzin unable to speak, so he had to leave angrily. Anyway, I just lie down and play, and I won't get up. If the old man is not around, I will pretend to be sick. What can you do with me? Kyuzin. Dedication. Cut. Ion manipulated pieces of cherry blossoms to dance continuously in the room. Between gathering and separation, he formed various lifelike images while exercising his manipulation ability, while muttering leisurely. Just when Ion thought that today would pass peacefully again, Kyuzin, who had not appeared after a few days, approached the room again. Ian felt a little strange, but in the blink of an eye, the cherry blossoms that were dancing in the room quickly folded into a soul-killing sword and returned to the scabbard. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Please come in, the pale Ion said weakly. The door was opened, and today Kyuzin's expression was full of passion compared to the past, but it was particularly calm and low, like an iceberg. Yawn. After so long a break, you should get up. Ohara is here. As Kyuzin's voice fell, the sailing naval warship gradually stopped. 11 Chapter 11 Demon Slaughtering Order. This time, Kyuzin's attitude was particularly resolute. Even if Ion repeatedly expressed that he was not feeling well and had difficulty getting up, Kyuzin still did not give up. Yan, this is the order of the Warring States General. Please don't make it difficult for me, Kyuzin said coldly. His attitude was completely different from the past. Ian frowned slightly, feeling that Kyuzin seemed not in a good mood, and even that gesture seemed to be more refusal, and he was going to use force. Ion, who knew that he couldn't refuse, so he could only accept such a truth, slowly got up from the bed and said, since that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Well, let's go. Kyuzin nodded, and he didn't seem to be very anxious, but slowly walked towards the deck with Ion. Lieutenant General Kyuzin, you seem to have something on your mind, Yan asked. After a slight silence, Kyuzin said, I just learned that a friend of mine betrayed the Navy and betrayed the justice we have always guarded in the past. Vaguely, Ion guessed who Kyuzin was talking about as a friend. Hagowal D. Saro, a vice admiral who agreed with Ku, is still quite famous in the Navy because of his sense of justice and his optimistic and cheerful personality. At the same time, he is also an important figure in the upcoming Ohara incident. With pure empathy, he took the initiative to leave the Navy and try to save a giant in Ohara. In every sense, both physically and mentally, this is a giant. He is willing to give up everything he has stood for in the past in order to save others, and even sacrifice his life without hesitation. Hagowal D. Saro is such a giant. Yes. Ion's tone was also a little low, and after a moment of silence, he continued, although I don't know who Lieutenant General Kyuzin is referring to, but the other party can be called Lieutenant General Kyuzin's friend, so he must be a man with a similar character to Lieutenant General Kyuzin. Maybe he did not betray justice. Instead, have you been pursuing your own justice? Kyuzin's footsteps stopped, his eyes hidden behind the sunglasses narrowed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Yan. It's just that Ion is still pale and weak, as if the profound words just now were said unintentionally. Facing Kyuzin's gaze, Ion said with a big smile with difficulty, Lieutenant General Kyuzin, isn't it? Maybe. Kyuzin is low and calm, the voice responded. Immediately afterwards, Kyuzin didn't say a word and took Ion all the way to the deck. Ion, who had been in the room for an unknown number of years, was irritated by the long-lost sunlight and subconsciously narrowed his eyes uncomfortably. At this moment, the sirens on the battleship sounded everywhere, as if they had received some important orders, and many naval officers and soldiers took their places as if they had expected it. Devil slaughtering order. It's starting, Kyuzin said calmly. The next moment, the roar of artillery bombardment sounded incessantly. Bang bang bang. As Ion gradually adapted adapted to the sun and regained his sight. Countless shells covered the sky almost like dense raindrops and then landed on the area in front of him that looked beautiful and peaceful, with a 5,000-year-old statue in the center. On the island of the Tree of Omniscience. Boom boom boom. Countless artillery shells exploded on the island of Ohara, and almost in the blink of an eye, this beautiful island was plunged into smoke and fire. Yan, do you know the demon-killing order? Kyuzan asked. Ion's eyes reflected the fire that was gradually dying on Ohara Island, and he replied with a blank expression. No. As if to explain to Ion, as if to convince something, Kyuzan said calmly. This island is Ohara, known as the Holy Land of Archaeology. It is famous all over the world. It was originally a respected island. It's a pity that the scholars on the island violated the taboos of the world government and studied privately an ancient weapon that can destroy the world. It is precisely because of this serious crime that, in order to avoid the spread of this evil thought causing chaos in the entire sea, the world government had to use the demon slaughter order to completely kill this evil thought here. Ion nodded expressionlessly but did not speak. In fact, based on memories from previous lives, Ion was well aware that Ohara's scholars were simply trying to explore the blank 100 years. As for the crime of studying ancient weapons, when the world government charged Ohara with this crime, in fact, Ohara had better have ancient weapons, otherwise it would only be the end in front of him. It's a very familiar sense of sight. With a heavy heart, Ion sighed inwardly. However, the hegemony of the world government is like this. Even though it is just an alliance organization composed of less than 200 countries, the name world government is enough to explain its hegemony. Unfortunately, Ohara's scholars are devoted to academic research, but they do not understand the power of the world government, thinking that even if it is discovered by the world government, at most it is the result of the leader dies. It's just that the world government will not allow such ideas and practices that may shake its hegemony and rule to appear, so that the entire island of Ohara will be destroyed under the fire of the slaughtering order. Just as Ion's eyes reflected the flames burning above Ohara and fell into contemplation, a huge body rushed out from the raging flames ignited by Ohara. Sorrow. Why is he here? Kyuzan said in disbelief. Even though the current Sorrow is very different from the majestic appearance of the vice admiral in the past, looking ragged, disheveled and embarrassed, Kyuzan still recognized him at a glance. Bang bang bang. With the appearance of Sorrow's huge body, the naval soldiers on the warship subconsciously turned the turret to aim at Sorrow, and a large number of shells fell towards Sorrow. In the face of the attack of a large number of shells, Sorrow's footsteps did not stop at all. His hands clasped together as if to protect something, and he forcibly moved forward against the violent explosion. However, even with the incomparable giant physique of Sorrow, it was still unbearable under the shelling of a large number of naval warships. Damn, so don't blame me for being rude. Sorrow turned over and put the little girl Nico Robin on the ground, who was protecting her in the palm of her hand, then protected her vitals with her hands, and in an instant he forced his way to a naval battleship that was docked near the sea. The next moment, along with the exclamations of the Navy on the naval battleship, the Navy battleship that did not know how many tons was directly lifted by Sorrow. 12 Chapter 12 Shelling the refuge ship. Really, it's a terrifying force. Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Watching the shocking scene in front of him, he subconsciously held his breath. You know, a naval battleship called a steel behemoth has a full 1,000 sailors as standard. As for the exact number of tons of the naval battleship itself, Ian does not know, but purely in terms of volume, a naval battleship can be several times larger than Sorrow, and Solo, who is a giant himself, is holding up a steel creation several times the size of himself. This body structure instantly reminds Yan of a kind of creature, and can only say, is it really worthy of being a giant race? This innate physical advantage is indeed the envy of the weak Ion. The next moment, under the shock of Yan's gaze, Sorrow held up the entire naval battleship and suddenly threw it towards another naval battleship that was constantly firing at him. Once the two warships hit, it will inevitably lead to the death of a large number of naval soldiers. Subconsciously, Ian wanted to stop the collision of the two warships, but he forcibly stopped at a critical moment. Once you take credit for saving the lives of more than 2,000 soldiers and preventing the collision of two naval warships, then what? There is almost no need to wait for the next day. CP9 may put its own information on the table of the world government officials, and the old man of the Warring States period is afraid that he will make me a general-level officer. In the midst of a sudden change of thoughts, Ion reached out and quickly pulled Kyuzan, who was beside him, shouting, Lieutenant General Kyuzan, what are you doing? Haven't you shot yet? And Kyuzan, who was stunned by the appearance of Sorrow, reacted instantly, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of the warship that fell like a meteor. Freezing time. Unimaginable cold air spread out from Kyuzan's outstretched hands, covering most of the hull of the warship almost instantly. Under the hull, the sea surface ice was rapidly frozen and several icicles appeared out of thin air to carry the huge warship in mid-air. The soldiers who were originally terrified looked at the warship that was locked in the air and soon noticed Kyuzan, whose half-body was turned into ice, and couldn't help cheering. Lieutenant General Kyuzan. On the coast of Ohara, Saro looked at the familiar figure and the ice surface, and his expression couldn't help but look extremely dignified and muttered, "Kyuzan, are you here too?" Immediately, Saro, who had reacted, turned around and took Robin with him almost without hesitation, trying to escape. As a friend of Kyuzan, Saro knew how terrifying Kyuzan's strength was, and pure brute force had no meaning in front of that man. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. Section 7. However, in the next moment, Saro's footsteps paused, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Compared with the passion in the past, Kyuzan's expression now is like a piece of ice that will not melt for 10,000 years, and he is still holding a strange and handsome young man in his hand. Kyuzan. Seeing this, Saro couldn't help but slowly took a few steps back. Saro, as a member of the original navy, if you broke the demon-slaying order, it would be too embarrassing. Let's capture it, Kyuzan said coldly, as if the two sides had nothing to do with each other. This can't help but make Ian give Kyuzan a sideways glance. His mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly said, "Kyuzan." He was clearly still feeling down about his friend Saro's defection just now. Is he arrogant and hot on the outside? However, when Saro saw his former friend again at this moment, he couldn't help but get excited and shouted loudly, "Kyuzan, are you proud of the attack of the Demon Slaughter Order? It's the other way around. You should understand that the world government is killing 100 others, and even sacrificing and erasing the entire Ohara has to borrow it. This achieves its purpose." Facing Solo's question, Kyuzan's expression did not change at all. For the development of the world and the stability of the sea, this is something that can't be helped, and scholars have indeed violated the prohibition of the world government, haven't they? After a pause, Kyuzan looked at Solona without a trace of regret and said, "Actually, I also understand that justice will change its form according to the position, so I don't intend to accuse you of justice, but if you obstruct the justice of the navy, I can only blame you." At this moment, Jan, who had been domineering in advance, suddenly sensed the trajectory of a cannonball, which was completely different from other cannonballs, and the target was heading for the refuge ship full of civilians on Ohara Island. Once hit by the shells of this naval warship, the refuge ship will instantly turn into a firework on the sea, and the civilians of Ohara will be buried in the sea forever. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. Between the lightning and flint, the soul-chopping blade that Ion pulled out with his backhand instantly scattered into blossoming pink cherry blossoms, sweeping away in the direction of the refuge ship not far away on the sea. No, the distance is a bit far, out of reach. As soon as Yen gritted his teeth, he didn't care to hide his clumsiness, and decided to expose one of his important cards, and actively speed up the movement of the cherry blossoms by manipulating the handle of the soul-chopping blade in his hand. In an instant, with the swipe of the hilt in Ion's hand, the speed of the cherry blossoms more than doubled. For a time, a pink streamer appeared on the sea surface, and a large number of cherry blossoms flew past like a dream and blocked the front of the refuge ship. Boom! The next moment, the cannonball hit the cherry blossoms, causing a big explosion in an instant, causing ripples on the sea. The appearance of this cannonball completely stunned Kyuzan, the civilians on the refuge ship, and the soldiers on the other naval battleships. Accompanied by the refuge ship, the terrified screams of the civilians who survived the catastrophe and the discussions of the Navy soldiers on the nearby naval battleships made Kyuzan's expression particularly ugly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Obviously, Kyuzan never thought that the righteous Navy would shoot at the civilian refuge ship full of civilians screened by the CP9 organization. Solo, who had compassion for the weak, was obviously extremely excited and asked Kyuzan, "Kyuzan, is this what you mean by justice? Are these civilians guilty to kill innocent civilians?" Kyuzan retorted subconsciously, "No, I didn't expect to do it to this extent. That bastard from Sakazuki did it." On a naval battleship in the distance, Sakazuki's expression full of fortitude and iron blood did not change in the slightest. His eyes turned from the large cherry blossoms blooming in front of the refuge ship and fell on the shore and stood in the library. Zan, next to Ian, said, "Where is the kid who dared to stop the Navy's shelling?" The adjutant standing beside Sakazuki couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Lieutenant General Sakazuki, do you still want to continue shelling the refuge ship?" 13 Chapter 13 He is a good man. Nonsense, since we have already decided to do it, we must kill them all. Even after the screening of CP9, no one knows whether the archaeologists will hide in the refuge ship. After a pause, Sakazuki said without hesitation, "For absolute justice, when dealing with evil, we must leave no room for bombardment until the refuge ship is blasted to the bottom of the sea." Yes. The adjutant hurriedly gave a military salute and then continued to command the cannons on the naval battleship to continue firing firing at the refuge ship. Bang bang bang. Amid the terrified screams of the civilians on the refuge ship, several shells that could easily blast the refuge ship to pieces hit them again, and the fragile and beautiful cherry blossoms began to dance, taking the initiative to move towards the cannonballs that flew into the air. Boom boom boom. Almost instantly, the shells swept by the cherry blossoms were detonated directly in the air, like pink fireworks blooming on the sea surface. That bastard, he didn't stop, and Kyuzen watched Sakazuki continue to shell the refuge ship, and this act of killing innocent civilians deeply stimulated the justice that Kyuzen had upheld in the past. Yan, hold sorrow for me, I'll be right back. After dropping those words, Kyuzen instantly turned into a cold wave and headed towards Sakazuki's naval battleship, shouting angrily, Sakazuki, what the hell are you doing, you bastard? Stop it. The next moment, lava and ice rose from above Sakazuki's naval battleship. Obviously, no one would have thought that in such an important naval military operation as slaughtering Demon Order, Kyuzen and Sakazuki, two intolerant fellows, would act directly in front of many naval officers under the conflict of ideas. Stand up, Yan. Immediately, Ian slowly turned his head stiffly and looked at Soludo, whose finger was bigger than his entire body, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Kyuzen, you idiot, it's okay to take me ashore, but this actually left me directly and asked me to stop Soludo. My little arms and calves, what can I do to stop them? To Yan's surprise, Sorrow's attitude was quite friendly, and he didn't mean to shoot, but leaned down and asked, your name is Ion? The Navy? No, I'm not, Ion answered truthfully. Then why are you with Kyuzen? Sorrow asked. I was forced, Ion continued to answer truthfully. That Sorrow turned his head and glanced at the naval battleship that was constantly emitting a lot of lava and ice in the distance, and said, Yan, do you want to run away with me? Huh? Yan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Sorrow to say that, and Sorrow said, you guessed that you were taken by Kyuzen to join the Navy, but now you've fended off Sakazuki's artillery fire to save civilians. After a pause, Sorrow continued, with Sakazuki's character, he is likely to do some bad things to you afterwards. Why don't you run away with me? Yan's mouth twitched slightly, rejecting Sorrow's kindness, and said, thank you for your concern, but no, I have reasons to stay in the Navy. Falling thunder, hee. So that's the case. Do you already have the justice you want to believe in? Sorrow let out his peculiar laugh and said, in order to protect civilians, you dared to take a great risk against Sakazuki. This belief is worthy of recognition. It will be a good justice to see you. Immediately afterwards, Soludo's expression changed, and he said, anyway, I have to start running while Kyuzen and Sakazuki are fighting. Yan, since you want to follow and run away, and if you want to stop me, then try it. To be honest, Yan didn't want to stop Sorrow, not only because he didn't want to make achievements, but more importantly, Yan recognized Sorrow quite a bit. Just with a slight flick of Ion's hilt that originally protected the cherry blossoms on the evacuation ship turned around in an instant, and while they continued to dance around Ion, he said, I'm sorry, Sorrow, no matter what, I still have to take certain actions. Sometimes, even if he doesn't want to, he still has the awareness to swing the knife, and Ion still has it. As the adopted son of the warring states period in this devil slaughtering order military operation closely watched by the world government, Ion may be able to rescue the refuge ship under the drive of his personal belief, but from the standpoint of the son of the warring states, in this case, it is impossible to remain indifferent to Sorrow's escape in front of him. Otherwise, what Ion did would likely bring unnecessary trouble and suspicion to Sengoku, and this is what Ion does not allow. Sorry, even if it's pretentious, it's all necessary. Ian sighed in his heart, and then a large number of cherry blossoms rushed towards Sorrow. Zitsiza. In an instant, as the beautiful and fragile cherry blossoms crossed, a large number of dense wounds appeared in front of Sorrow's skin, and strands of blood seeped out. Especially when Sorrow didn't want to take action on Ion, he turned around and ran away, and ran wildly. Seen from a distance, it is only a momentary effort, and Soludo's whole person seems to be a bloody man. However, Yan is actually very clear that with the attack power of Senbon Sakura, Sorrow's wounds look dense and terrifying, but in fact they can only be regarded as skin wounds. For Soludo's monster-like physique, this kind of injury didn't even need to be dealt with. At this moment, Sorrow also discovered the special features of these pink cherry blossoms that looked particularly dreamy, and murmured in surprise, this seems to be a blade. It's just that even though these blades are extremely delicate like cherry blossoms, this is deadly enough for Robin, who is only 8 years old and protected by Solo in the palm of his hand. However, when Sorrow looked down at the little Robin with worry, he found that the cherry blossoms that were constantly flying and circling had perfectly avoided the little Robin. Little Robin, are you alright? Sorrow asked in a low voice while running wildly against the cherry blossoms. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. Robin, who looked pitiful and helpless, was attracted by the beautiful cherry blossoms that were constantly flying in front of him. He was was stunned and then shook his head. No, it's fine, Saro. This flower is so beautiful. Saro nodded, not knowing what Ion meant. Rather than calling it an attack, it was more like sending them off. He's a good guy. In the end, Saro concluded with one sentence. Little Robin recalled the scene where Ion rescued the refuge ship and nodded sincerely. Well, he's a good guy. 14 Chapter 14. It's too early to give up. Just when Ian thought that Saro could take this opportunity to successfully escape to the sea with Little Robin, and lest an 8-year-old child like Little Robin need to wander alone on the sea like the original historical trajectory, escape, hide, face all kinds of dark times of human nature, a figure stood in front of Saro, and the word justice on the cloak behind him moved in the wind. That's it, Saro. Admiral Hwashaishin, who was holding a cigar, slowly pulled out the knife in his hand, and a layer of dark armed color covered it with domineering, and said lightly, if you, a Navy traitor, escape the attack of the slaughtering demon order, then the Navy will lose all face. Considering the past relationship, you can capture it without your hands. As Saro escaped to a certain distance, the cherry blossoms that were constantly being cut by Saro have been gathered back by Yan. Facing the imposing Hwashaishin Lieutenant General in front of him, Saro, who was covered in blood, couldn't help laughing. Falling thunder, he. What are you laughing at? Lieutenant General Hwashaishin asked. No, I'm just ready to meet the final fate. Saro had no regrets, but said something free and easy, and then bent over to bring the Little Robin to the ground and said, Little Robin, run to the back of Ohara, and then do whatever you want. Do everything you can to go to sea. Your life has just begun, but don't end here. It seems to understand that this is the last goodbye to Little Robin. Since he hesitated, he shouted reluctantly, Saro, let's go together. Impossible, my size is too obvious. Saro refused. That. Before Little Robin could finish speaking, Saro interrupted. Robin, remember what your mother said. You must live no matter what. Go to the sea. There will definitely be your partner there. Falling thunder, he. Saro. Little Robin felt a deep sadness welling up in his heart, finally gritted his teeth, turned and fled in the direction Saro said, and watching the Little Robin running away from the corner of his eyes, Saro breathed a sigh of relief and said to Hwashaishin, Section 8, thanks, give me time to say goodbye to Little Robin. Need not. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin with a cigar shook his head and said, the past is a colleague after all, and I don't want to kill someone he respects in front of a little girl. After a pause, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin continued, besides, that little girl seems to be the target of the world government and she can't escape. Now the whole of Ohara has been blocked. There will be no ships that can escape, and the attack of the demon killing order will soon be. It would blow the whole island into the sea. Little Robin will always find a way. She's a stronger person than anyone, Salogo said firmly, and immediately jumped suddenly. The huge body pressed towards the burning mountain like a mountain peak. Boom! The battle between the vice admirals began on the edge of Ohara Island. For a time, with the devil slaughtering order fleet constantly pouring shells towards Ohara, lava and ice collided on the sea, and Vice Admiral Hwashaishin and Saro were also fighting on the coastline. On the other side, Little Robin ran all the way. His arms were constantly swinging. He didn't dare to stop at all, and tried his best to move towards the back of Ohara. Or because Little Robin is only an 8-year-old girl after all, most of the Navy has no idea of shooting at Little Robin even after seeing Little Robin away. Even if he could not save such a little girl, as the Navy obeyed the order, at least he didn't want to do anything to her. Salogo is very clear about the attack mode of the Navy's Devil Slaughtering Order, and understands that the current Devil Slaughtering Order naval fleet is concentrated on the side of the island to pour artillery shells so as to avoid shells that shoot too far and accidentally injure friendly ships. Therefore, the only chance to escape is on the back of Ohara, where there are no naval warships. However, Saro's original intention was to take Little Robin into the sea here, and to swim away from this island that was about to be destroyed by the Navy. But now that Little Robin is alone, let's not talk about whether she can drift in the sea alone when she is only 8 years old. More importantly, Little Robin, as a devil fruit person, can't swim. The way to leave Ohara. When he came to the back of Ohara, Little Robin couldn't help crying, and kept looking around, trying to find a way to go out to sea, even if it's a bamboo raft or a boat. However, under the cannon fire of the Devil Slaughtering Order, the entire Ohara has been set on fire, almost turning into a complete sea of fire. Not to mention the bamboo rafts, boats, and even every tree that was docked on the coast. Is there really no way? Little Robin knelt on the ground weakly, looked at the sky gradually covered with gunpowder smoke, and muttered, maybe it's good. This is also considered to be dead with my mother, reunited with my mother. At this moment, under the light of the sea of fire behind him, a shadow covered the Little Robin, and a handsome face with glasses suddenly blocked the Little Robin's eyes, and said gently, it's too early to give up now. Subconsciously, Little Robin, who was kneeling on the ground, retreated again and again, pulling away from the shadow. Soon, little Robin saw the appearance of the person who came and asked in disbelief, "Huh? You're that nice guy named Ion." Nice guy. The corners of Ion's mouth, which originally showed a gentle smile, twitched slightly. "I'm only 16 years old and I was issued a good card by an 8-year-old child. It's so unlovable, this little Robin." Until then, Ion had the opportunity to take a good look at the little Robin in front of him. Compared with the intellectual and beautiful Yujifeng in the future, the 8-year-old little Robin has dark skin and a shriveled figure. Except for his big eyes that are particularly bright, he looks like a malnourished child. Sure enough, it's not cute, Ion muttered again in a low voice. And little Robin looked at Ion's contemplative expression and couldn't help asking weakly, Are you here to catch me and hand it over to the world government?" Hearing this, Ian took a few steps forward, squatted in front of little Robin, stroked her little head, and said soothingly, "No, how could I possibly hand you over to the world government?" Little Robin was stunned for a while, looking at Yan's gentle smile in front of him, and stammered, "Thanks." 15 Chapter 15 The Void Grant. "You don't need to say thank you. In view of my position, even if I am still a civilian and haven't joined the Navy yet, I haven't been able to stop your fate. I need to say sorry to you." Ion rubbed little Robin's hair vigorously, and under the red glasses illuminated by the flames, his eyes showed a bit of helplessness. And this is also one of the reasons why Ion has been reluctant to join the Navy, especially for promotion. The higher the position, the greater the shackles of the world government, and the more you need to follow the will of the world government, otherwise it is likely to be eliminated as a threat. However, this kind of world government that supports the world-worm Dragonians and is actually a coexistence of aristocracy and slavery. How can Ion approve it? Not to mention let Ion act as a minion of the world government and even need to protect the Dragonians like an admiral. And little Robin didn't thinking of Ion, he would say to her, "Sorry." This kind of incomparable gentleness almost instantly broke the defense of little Robin, who was now at a loss, and gave little Robin a strong sense of trust in Ion. It turns out what Solugo said is true. Outside the sea, there are really people who are gentle to him. After hesitating for a few breaths, little Robin pursed his lips and said, "That it's okay. You didn't attack me. I already thank you very much." After a pause, a smile suddenly spread on little Robin's face and said, "The fire is about to burn here. You should leave quickly. I will find a way to survive myself." "What else can you think of?" Ion shook his head helplessly, turning his head to look at the growing flames behind him. Even though Ion repeatedly used his knowledge and arrogance to confirm that there are no other people here, let alone any navy, he also knows that this is not a good place to communicate with little Robin. And Ohara, an island that has existed for more than 5,000 years, really won't last long. "Little Robin." Ion stood up and said softly, "In the future, see you on the sea." Huh. Little Robin looked at Ion in confusion. Immediately afterwards, Ion pulled out a mask with a strange material and a strange pattern from nowhere. This kind of material, even at the age of 8 years old, has never been seen by little Robin, who has been recognized as a real archaeologist. The next moment, little Robin only felt that his eyes were blurred, and Ian had already leaned down, put the mask on little Robin's face, and said softly in little Robin's ear, "This is the only gift I can give you now. I hope I can shelter you." Immediately afterwards, little Robin felt that the mask instantly shrank to the extent that it fit the little face of little Robin, and then something special seeped in from it. The grant of the void, the cursed I Sangha. From Ion's point of view, it is that the mask has a large amount of white matter that is continuously produced and seeps into the body of little Robin. Different from the power of the soul-chopping blade that Ion possesses, this one belongs to the power of the soul-chopping blade called void. At the beginning, Ion didn't know the existence of the empty power in his body, and thought he could only use the soul-chopping sword of death until he ate the unknown devil fruit in front of Sengoku. Then, a unique void power was created, and its name was the 7th blade soul-cutting knife curse I Sangha in the 10 blades organization standing at the top of void. It's just that this virtual soul-chopping blade yen cannot be used by itself, but can only be given to others in the form of a mask. But for a long time, Yan has lived under the watchful eyes of the Warring States period, and there is no chance at all to find a trustworthy person to give the void grant. And this was the first time for Ion, so Ion couldn't help but be a little nervous, staring at the changes of little Robin, for fear that little Robin would show discomfort. Soon, the white substance exuded from the mask formed an egg-like structure outside the little Robin's body, completely wrapping the little Robin in it. "It seems that it is almost as expected." Ian muttered something, and then slowly pulled out the soul-chopping sword, chanting liberation. Roar. God damn it. In an instant, a huge arm appeared behind Ion, and easily grabbed the white egg in front of him in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly threw it towards the sea. The huge force burst out in an instant, and the wind pressure that was set off even caused huge waves in the sea in front of him, and the white egg was like a shooting star, air and disappeared from Jan's line of sight in a flash against the sea. Goodbye, little Robin. As Ion ended the initial solution of soul-chopping sword Divine Retribution, he said goodbye softly. Unlike the frailty of Ion's body, the brute force possessed by the huge spirit body manifested by the release of Soul Cutter Divine Retribution is matched with Ion's own Ryotsu. In order to avoid the Navy's subsequent possible search of the sea, Ian could only find a way to send little Robin away from Ohara's waters, and just by releasing the throw of soul-chopping sword Divine Retribution, according to Jan's estimation, even if the sea surface constantly reduces the inertia, the egg will at least fly hundreds of miles away. After that, under the traction of the ocean current, which island little Robin will eventually drift to will be something that no one knows, and the Navy and the world government will naturally be unable to track it in a short period of time. And this is already the best plan Ion can come up with temporarily. Even if the world government will still want Robin in the future, with the power protection of Curse I Sangha and Flower Fruit, Robin's life should be much better than the original trajectory. However, Ian hesitated for a while and still took out a plain-looking phone bug from his pocket, and then took out an anti-eavesdropping phone bug from another secret pocket, and then dialed a number on the phone bug. What's the West? From the other end of the phone bug came the whistling wind and a thick voice. Yan maintained his arrogance at the maximum strength, locked the positions of the 5 vice admirals who executed the devil slaughtering order this time, and confirmed that they did not have any tendency to approach here. This was asked with a bit of helplessness. Durag, where are you now? Yo, it's really strange. Didn't my chief of staff say that if there is something wrong, don't contact me? Why would he take the initiative to contact me today? After a pause, Drago asked, could it be, Chief of Staff, you are also going to defect to the Navy and let me pick you up? 16 Chapter 16 Chief of the General Staff, don't compare you to me. Your old man has a big heart and can indulge you to wander freely on the sea, and he is like a hob. He doesn't need to care about the views of the world government, and he doesn't want to be promoted to a high position, naturally. But the old man in my family can't do it. If I really become a pirate or run with you, I believe that with the old man's character, let's not say whether his blood pressure will soar on the spot and faint. Even if it's a fluke, if I didn't die, he would definitely hunt me down all over the world in person. After a pause, Ion suddenly reacted and said, also, I haven't promised to be the chief of staff of your organization who is not even a prototype. Ha ha ha. Drago said with a smile. Chief of the General Staff, it's just a matter of time. We are destined to go down the same road, and even to some extent, your mind can go much further than me on this road. And just when Ian wanted to refute Drago, a strange voice came from the phone bug. Durag, you defected Navy who preaches dangerous ideas. You have other accomplices. Who is that chief of staff? Immediately afterwards, the whirring of the wind sounded, and there were some whistling and collision sounds in between. In an instant, Yan's face turned pitch black, and he couldn't help roaring furiously. Durag, you idiot, you have an enemy by your side, yet you answer my call. Has your head been squeezed by the armpits of old carb? Don't be so irritable, chief of staff. This is not like your character. Along with the whistling wind, Drago's voice came out of the phone worms in a hurry. Ion took a few deep breaths and asked, who is the enemy? Just a few CP0s. Drago responded lightly, but it sounded that Jan's whole person was a little bad. Durag, if you can't completely get rid of these CP0 members and let my news reach the world government, I will kill you myself. After saying that, Ian just hung up the phone bug with a look of hopelessness on his face and kept scolding in his heart, Durag, this bastard idiot, the second generation of carb. At the same time, Ion couldn't help but rejoice over and over again that he didn't defect to the Navy with Drago before. Otherwise, Ion's small arms and calves will be killed by the current Durag bastard who is full of passionate dreams but extremely unreliable. Unlike the mysterious and powerful Revolutionary Army leader Durag in Jan's memory, this young version of Durag has a particularly passionate character, full of enthusiasm for dreams and justice, and just like Luffy and Carp, behavior is sometimes outrageous. Section 9. It is precisely for this reason that after confirming the thoughts in his heart, Durag, the son of a naval hero, chose to defect from the Navy without hesitation, and instead went to the sea to pursue the revolutionary road that Ian inadvertently told. Oh, that's a talent. In the end, Ion sighed and waited quietly while watching the battle between Kuzan and Sakisuke, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin and Saro. After about 100 breaths, the phone bug that Ion was holding in his hand rang. Ian answered the phone bug and asked first, how is it? Is it resolved? Don't worry, how could a few CP0s be my opponents? Ha ha ha, Drago said in a tone full of ease. Don't be careless, Ian reminded. Devil fruits have all kinds of strange abilities, and they are hard to prevent. Maybe they have the ability to resurrect the dead. They grind CP0's corpse into powder with the wind, and all of them are scattered in the sea, you know. Okay, Chief of Staff, you are still so cautious. suspicious. There was a bit of helplessness in Drago's tone, but the movements at hand were not at all dissatisfied, so that the CP0 members completely returned to the embrace of Mother C. Immediately, Drago said with a solemn tone, "Okay, Chief of the General Staff, what can I say? Where is your specific location now?" Ion continued to ask. "A deserted island in the New World," Drago replied. "Didn't I tell you to pay attention to Ohara Island before I said it? How did you get there?" Yan asked helplessly. For reasons that are difficult to explain, Yan could not tell Drago about the most likely Ohara incident in the future, but Ian has repeatedly reminded Drago to pay close attention to Ohara Island before, stating that archaeologists who know ancient texts are extremely important. After all, only those archaeologists who understand ancient scripts can interpret the historical text and know the secrets that are feared by the world government. It is precisely because of this that Ion originally thought that this time in the Ohara incident Drago will appear here in advance and transfer important documents and archaeologists in the Tree of Omniscience in advance. What Ion didn't expect was that Drago was not in the West Sea at all. There's no way. The CP0 organization is too close, and there is absolutely no way to escape. This time I finally set a trap on this deserted island and completely killed the CP0 members. Drago explained helplessly, and then asked, "Did something happen to Ohara?" The world government noticed that Ohara was studying the historical text and the blank 100 years, and directly chose to launch the Slayer Order to erase all scholars and important documents, and soon the entire Ohara will be completely disappeared above the sea. Ion replied. As Ian's voice fell, the phone bug fell into a moment of silence before answering. "Sure enough, it is the style of the world government, and I was careless. As a result, it is difficult to interpret the historical text. This is also the reason why I am anxious to contact you. Now Ohara has a surviving archaeologist. She has been sent away from Ohara. She will be the only one who can interpret the historical text and explore the secrets of the world government." Hope. After a pause, Ion said solemnly, "Find her as much as possible and protect her secretly." "I understand," Drago replied. "What's her name?" Features. Ian introduced briefly. Nicole Robin, an 8-year-old girl with dark skin, blue-black pupils, short hair, three-dimensional nose, not very cute, and many more. Drago subconsciously interrupted Yan and asked, "Chief of the General Staff, are you serious? Only 8 years old, an archaeologist who knows ancient writing." 17 Chapter 17 Retrograde Brother Yan. Durag, don't talk nonsense. The brains between people can't be compared. I sent her away to the northwest of Ohara Island. You try to find the islands in that area, Yan said. The corner of Durag's mouth twitched slightly, and he responded, "I understand. Also, if nothing else happens, Sorrow should be captured by the Navy." After a pause, Ion continued, "If possible, let's see if there is a chance to save him, except that Soludo is likely to recognize our thoughts as a combat force. He may also be our contact with Elbaf, the country of giants." Bridge. Immediately, without waiting for Drago to answer, Ian hung up the phone bug directly, then took a slight detour under the cover of the Ohara fire, and returned to the coastline near the Devil Slaughtering Order naval fleet. And Ian was right in his prediction. As Ian quietly returned to the vicinity of Soludo and Lieutenant General Hwashin, the battle between the two sides was about to be decided. Sorrow's own strength is not bad. He became a vice admiral entirely by virtue of his strength, and his physique as a giant makes him possess unparalleled brute force. It's just that Sorrow's betrayal from the Navy is running around day and night, and his state is not very good. In addition, he has just endured a lot of shells from naval warships and the attack of soul-chopping sword Yanben Sakura. His strength is inevitably better than the peak state dropped a lot. The victory is divided. As Lieutenant General Hwashin slashed heavily on Sorrow's chest at a very fast speed, a large amount of blood spurted out, and Sorrow, whose body was covered with densely visible bone wounds, could no longer hold back and fell on the ground. "It's over." Falling thunder, he. Just before he was about to lose consciousness, Sorrow was still laughing, as if he was full of satisfaction in his life. This scene is full of sadness, but also free and easy, and Ian inexplicably thinks of a sentence. "A life that falls on the path of pursuing dreams and self is happy and joyful." Ion couldn't help but complimented in a low voice. "What a nice man, Sorrow." In the burning mountain, the soldiers will be arranged to arrest the seriously injured Soludo as soon as possible and tied to his battleship, ready to be pressed back to the Judiciary Island to await trial. Ion, who deliberately made himself disgraced, stumbled towards Lieutenant General Hwashin and shouted, "Lieutenant General Hwashin, wait for me." "Huh? Are you the little brother who rescued the evacuation ship next to Lieutenant General Kuzan?" Lieutenant General Hwashin looked at Yan and asked, "How did you do this?" Ian scratched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed look, "I just wanted to take a shortcut to chase that little girl, but I was caught in the fire on Ohara halfway, and I almost burned to death. Just when Ion thought that Burning Mountain would scold him for his incompetence and denounced him as a negative case. To Ion's surprise, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin with a big beard and a sturdy cigar in front of him patted Ian on the shoulder. The tone was unusually gentle. Although it is a bit reckless to pursue the enemy when the strength is insufficient, this spirit of pursuing justice without fear of life and death is invaluable, and you have done a good job. Yan miscalculated. In this regard, Ian could only smile awkwardly and followed Vice Admiral Hwashaishin back to the naval battleship without saying a word. Ship doctor, hurry up, give this little brother. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin paused, then turned to Ian and asked, "What's your name?" "Tefamer Ion." Ion replied, "Come on, let brother Yan check his body." In order to hunt down criminals, he was not afraid of life and death, and went backwards to Ohara, who was covered by the Devil Slaughtering Order artillery fire and was trapped in the fire. "Escape," Lieutenant General Hwashaishin said in a high-pitched voice full of admiration, so that the surrounding Navy soldiers looked at Ion with a hint of admiration. "Huh? Isn't this the boy who rescued the evacuation ship by manipulating Sakura before?" A naval soldier who was acting as a watchman suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "It's true, those glasses can't be wrong. I saw it too. That's really amazing. I didn't expect little brother Yan to have such a firm sense of justice in addition to being sympathetic and fearless of power. In order to hunt down criminals, he dared to move towards the fire that was covered by artillery fire and turned into a sea of fire." Ohara went backwards. "Looking at how brother Yan is dressed, he doesn't seem to be in the Navy yet. Are you an idiot?" Brother Yan was taken by Lieutenant General Kuzan. "Even if he is not in the Navy, he must be joining the Navy soon." Listening to the discussions of the Navy soldiers and the admiration they cast from time to time, Ion didn't know how to explain for a while. "Are there any problems with the brain circuits of the men in the sea?" Ian complained helplessly in his heart and hurriedly followed the ship's doctor and escaped. Out of sight is pure. Afterwards, Ian lay on the hospital bed with peace of mind. While talking to the ship doctor about dizziness, chest tightness, shortness of breath, backache and other symptoms, he looked towards the window next to him. On the naval battleship not far away, the battle between lava and ice slowly subsided. This is not because the winner is divided between Sakazuki and Kuzan, but when the refuge ship has gradually moved away and is beyond the shooting range of the naval battleship, the two sides have no reason to continue fighting. In addition, there may be an ideological conflict between Sakazuki and Kuzan, but the hatred between the two sides has not yet reached the level of life and death. However, with such a commotion, the promotion of Sakazuki and Kuzan's generals is likely to be overwhelmed. Even if things are not completely escalated, the impact of this kind of infighting is still extremely bad. Ian thought to himself while responding to the ship doctor one after another. But that's fine. The old man's promotion to marshal is imminent. If the three generals are promoted together, the old man's coercion may not be able to suppress them. In this way, the old man can be more or less relieved, and reluctance is a good thing. Just when the ship doctor gave Ian a shot of nutrition while he was not paying attention, a huge roar suddenly came from outside. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge naval battleship on the sea surface like a giant steel beast shook violently, as if it was suddenly facing a huge wave. At this moment, even though Ion couldn't see it with his own eyes, Ion understood that this was the movement of Ohara's island sinking into the sea under the collapse. In other words, this island that has existed for more than 5,000 years has officially become history since this moment. 18 Chapter 18 Prisoner Ion. Ohara Island ushered in the final sinking, which not only made Yon feel a little sighed but also made it clear that this Devil Slaughtering Order operation ushered in the end. "Well, Mr. Ship Doctor, I'm a little bit afraid of needles. Could you please stop the puncture and let me rest for a while?" After casually dispatching the ship doctor to leave while resting on the hospital bed as a patient, Ian also began to seriously summarize his behavior during this period to see if there were no hidden dangers left. The matter of Little Robin is already the limit of what he can do now. Even if he wants to find Little Robin, it takes a lot of effort, let alone the world government and the Navy. Although it is uncertain how much power the Void Soul Chopping Blade named Kursai Sangha can provide to Little Robin after the Void Grant, it is a bit more secure after all. With the intelligence and strength of Little Robin, he must be able to live a lot better than the original trajectory. And Drago will also start looking for Little Robin for protection, so it shouldn't be a problem. As for the connection with Durag, it was on the back of Ohara Island at that time, and the Navy's attention was almost all focused on the battle between Sakazuki Kuzan and Lieutenant Admiral Saluo. It should be fine. Then, in the end, it is the most crucial matter of meritorious service. Preventing Sakazuki's artillery bombardment to a certain extent obstructed the Navy's actions. The fugitive Saluo was attacked at the level of scraping and microdermabrasion, and he failed to stop Saluo for a moment, which should not count. As for the final confession to arrest little Robin, it failed, let alone. In addition to these three things, Ion almost slept during this devil slaughtering order operation. If the victory of the Navy has to be considered a credit for the victory, then Ian can only be regarded as a laying win in the true sense. Comfortable, old man son, I didn't expect that Kuzan would fight against Sakazuki, and he didn't have time for me at all. What a pity. The meritorious service failed. Ian couldn't help but sighed with a smile, but there was no feeling of sadness or regret. In fact, Ion actually guessed why Kuzan wanted to force him to Ohara Island with him. What Kuzan planned was nothing more than to let Ion arrest little Robin, who was a criminal of the world government, after solving Sorrow, so that Ion could take credit. But the old man will definitely ask me a lot of detailed questions at that time. How should I answer it? After Ian roughly guessed Sengoku's reaction, he began to prepare little by little for an answer that would leave Sengoku speechless. At this moment, in order to ensure safety, Ian maintained a certain degree of arrogance all the time and suddenly sensed something and jumped up from the hospital bed instantly. The next moment the door of the ward turned red and then melted and disappeared in an instant. In the ward, the temperature suddenly became extremely hot. You're the kid who dared to stop the naval shelling and sheltered the refuge ship where Ohara's sinners were located. A sonorous and powerful voice rang out, full of oppression, and a tall figure walked in without seeing the melted iron gates. Sakazuki. Ian's pupils shrank slightly, and he never thought that Sakazuki would appear here. At this moment, Sakazuki's clothes were a little tattered, obviously the traces left by the battle with Kuzan, but this did not affect Sakazuki's sense of oppression in the slightest, but gave Yan a sense of possibility at any time. The feeling of a completely erupted volcano. Section 10. Powerful, hot, and just walking, it gives people the illusion of a natural disaster. Is this the rock-berry ability? The future Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, a man comparable to a volcano. When he stood in front of Sakazuki, Ion couldn't help but change the image of his past in his heart. Maybe Ion doesn't agree with his idea very much, but this one is hot and powerful enough to be called terrifying, and it deserves any attention to him. Little devil, answer my question. Sakazuki stomped heavily on the floor, and his eyes were filled with cold and straightforward questions. That's right. Ion's skin felt a little bit of warmth, but he said with a smile on his face, if Lieutenant General Sakazuki wanted to give me a Fighting for Righteousness award, then there's no need. That's what I should do. In an instant, Sakazuki's expression became gloomy again, and a few words were squeezed out of the gap between his teeth. Awards. In this regard, Yan is not panic at all, and nodded with a smile. Lieutenant General Sakazuki's ship accidentally bombarded civilians. I acted bravely to prevent this tragedy and avoid Lieutenant General Sakazuki's big mistake. Didn't Lieutenant General Sakazuki come to thank me? Is it? Hee. Thank you. Sakazuki sneered. One hand turned into extremely hot magma and lifted it up. At this moment, Kuzan's figure suddenly appeared, blocking Ion, raising his hand to stop the road. Sakazuki, stop. Kuzan, get out of the way, Sakazuki said sharply. Are you crazy? Kuzan asked in an unusually cold tone. This kid is covering up the refuge ship that may harbor Ohara's sinners. It is very likely that it has something to do with those sinners in Ohara. Even if there is only a slight possibility, it must be erased, Sakazuki said. Impossible, Kuzan said decisively. For a time, the heat radiated by Sakazuki became stronger again, and there seemed to be an uncontrollable anger in his tone. Kuzan, what qualifications do you have to be so sure? Do you have to fight against me today? Of course I am. Kuzan turned slightly to his side, revealing Ion, and said, he's the son of the Warring States General. How could he be a sinner related to Ohara? Even if it's the Warring States. Sakazuki's tone was stagnant. He was slightly stunned. His eyes showed disbelief, and his anger disappeared in an instant, and asked, he's the son of the Warring States General? How is that possible? Regarding Sakazuki's question, Kuzan said with a blank expression, if you believe that Yan is a prisoner related to Ohara, you can apply to the Warring States General to arrest Yan. Sakazuki, as long as the Warring States General approves, I will never stop you. Hearing the words, Sakazuki took a deep look at Kuzan, then glanced at Ian, who looked innocent, snorted coldly, left a sentence and turned to leave. I was wrong. 19 Chapter 19 Justice in Confusion. On the deck of the battleship, a large number of naval soldiers are closely watching the movement in the cabin, until I just seemed to hear Lieutenant General Sakazuki admitting a mistake. A major exclaimed in disbelief. Nani, how is this possible? Did you hear it wrong? For a while during this time, the Navy soldiers were in an uproar. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, who is that character? Even if you look at the entire Navy, there is an absolute powerhouse with the name of Monster, and it is rumored that he is about to be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy. And Lieutenant General Sakazuki is famous for being a man who can sacrifice everything in order to complete the mission, and never allow a trace of evil to remain. A man who pursues absolute justice. However, with such a man, it was almost impossible for the Navy to imagine that he would take the initiative to apologize, or even apologize apologize to the guy he thought was a criminal. Just as many Navy soldiers were talking about it, Sakarsky's hot figure came out of the cabin, and the deck was completely quiet in an instant. What's the noise? What's the difference between this chaotic posture, no discipline, and an evil pirate? Sakarsky snorted, instantly causing all the soldiers to bow their heads. Okay. Seeing this, Lieutenant General Hwashayashin took the initiative to speak to ease the atmosphere. The soldiers have just executed the devil slaughtering order, and they really need to relax. Sakarsky glanced at Hwashayashin and said directly, as a navy, as long as you are still sailing on the sea, you can't be careless. Lieutenant General Hwashayashin, please be more strict with your subordinates. Immediately, Sakarsky directly used the Navy Type 6 moon step to leave the warship and turned back towards his own car. Lieutenant General Hwashayashin didn't pay too much attention to Sakarsky's words, but waved his hands and let the Navy soldiers disperse, ready to set off and return to Marineford. After the devil slaughtering order is over, they still need to return to Marineford as soon as possible to repair and devote themselves to the suppression of the sea. Since the Great Pirate Era, even though the Navy's suppression of the sea has continued to increase, new pirates are still emerging one after another, and the overall number is increasing year by year. It can be said that even a behemoth like the Navy gradually began to feel powerless, and soon, as the situation was reported to the Warring States General and the world government in charge of this devil slaughtering order operation, and an inspection was carried out on the Ohara Sea area. After confirming that there was no omission under the orders of the Warring States period, these 10 naval battleships that participated in the devil slaughtering order, which can be called steel beasts, began to return. However, on the way back to the voyage, the car that Kuzan was in left the main force and went to another route alone. Hey, Lieutenant General Kuzan, don't make trouble. The situation in the sea is so tense now, especially in the second half of the Great Route. Those big pirates are even more noisy. Are you taking me to catch the mafia now? Yan's expression twitched slightly, and even the bandages that were pretending to be tied on his face were loosened a lot, and he asked again and again, are you serious? Seriously? Kuzan nodded expressionlessly, showing no emotion. Yan, Lieutenant General Kuzan, you have changed. You are trying to be a jerk. You used to pursue passionate justice. Regarding Ayan's words, Kuzan was silent for a moment before speaking. Maybe I really need to reconsider what real justice is. Hearing this, Ian suddenly understood Kuzan, confused. In the past, Kuzan was a student of Admiral Blackwrist Zifa, and after graduation he became a subordinate of Lieutenant General Garb, the naval hero he admired. So Kuzan was deeply influenced by Garb. It can be said that Kuzan is not so firm compared to Sakarsky's firm stand in the world government. In a sense, Kuzan's recognition of the world government is almost the same as Garb's. It is precisely because of this that the Ohara incident this time, Ion, who was worried by Sengoku, did not have any psychological impact, but Kuzan fell into self-doubt and confusion. So, instead of taking me to catch the mafia on purpose, Kuzan wanted to take the opportunity to be quiet and think about himself. In addition to a faint judgment in Yan's heart, looking at Kuzan's iceberg-like expression, Yan stopped talking but quietly returned to the room to lie down. It's okay, think about it slowly. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go back to see the old man, lest I have to be persecuted by the old man. Ian said something leisurely. While looking at the scenery by the window, he took a sip of the juice sent by the cafeteria. It was indeed sent, not stolen, even the kind that Ion couldn't get rid of if he wanted to. Originally, in the eyes of Kuzan's subordinates, Ian was a strange person with frail and sickly temperament who should have a considerable background, and naturally he did not take Ian too seriously. However, after experiencing the Ohara incident, witnessing Ion fend off Sakarsky's cannonball and save the entire refuge ship, even among many rumors, Lieutenant General Sakarsky, who has the same status as Lieutenant General Kuzan and has always had a tough and stubborn personality, took the initiative to go to the ward and sincerely apologize for the incident of missing the refuge ship. Yes, mischievous hit refuge ship. If Sakarsky really completely blasted the refuge ship to the bottom of the sea, then the outside world would naturally not know the existence of this matter. But when the evacuation ship was rescued by Ion, it was inevitable that it would be publicized. To avoid the Navy's reputation being tarnished, the incident was quickly characterized as a misstep after discussions at Marinefordo's staff at Naval Headquarters. The reason for the mistake was that a Navy trainee who was temporarily serving as a gunner did not operate in accordance with the regulations, resulting in the fort accidentally hitting the direction of the refuge ship. As for why after one shot, several shells were fired in succession, that's also because after the Navy trainee made a mistake and got nervous, he accidentally mishandled it again. For this reason, the Navy made a decision to dismiss the naval trainee and sent him back to his hometown, and sincerely apologized to the frightened people on the evacuation boat. As a result, after Ian Kyuzen woke up with a confused look. He found out from the mouths of the Navy soldiers that the reason for Sakisuke to go to his hospital bed had evolved to apologize for the incident of Ian preventing the mistaken attack on the refuge ship, and thanks. This also caused Yen to have not joined the Navy yet, but his popularity on Kyuzen's ship was inexplicably soaring, and he could even be called respectful. As for Ion, who is hard to say, the only thing he is worried about is, the old man won't take this as my credit. Ian took a sip of juice, feeling a little melancholy. 20 Chapter 20 Kyuzen being led astray. After being given various juices by the cafeteria for several days, Ion couldn't help but secretly hinted that the Uncle Navy in the cafeteria was an adult and he didn't have any responsibilities on weekdays for the time being, and drinking too much juice is not good. Ion's original intention was to express that he was an adult and didn't need to give him juice every day like a child, and on weekdays he didn't hold a position on the warship and he was embarrassed to enjoy this special treatment. Drinking too much juice would be bad for his health. The Uncle Navy in the cafeteria, who only thought for a moment, showed a look of sudden realization on his face. I understand. Then the Navy uncle snatched the kettle from Ion's hand and walked to the back kitchen surreptitiously. This scene made Ion's head full of question marks. Could it be Uncle Navy thought I meant to let him be a little sneaky? Don't be so above board. However, Ion didn't know it was the naval uncle. With the kettle slipped into the warehouse in the back kitchen, quietly took out the sealed wine and poured it into Ion's kettle. Immediately, the Uncle Navy handed the full water bottle to Ion and said with a wink, "Brother Yan, this is a good thing. Don't let other colleagues see it." In this regard, Ion could only helplessly thank him and continued to walk back to his room with a seasick appearance. Afterwards, Ion, who had hardly touched alcohol since crossing the road, subconsciously took a big sip like drinking juice. Why is this smell a little above? It's a little familiar. Ian, who was deeply puzzled, took another sip in order to find out, swallowing and smashing his mouth, feeling more and more that the smell was a bit familiar. It wasn't until Ian inexplicably felt that he was a little flirtatious, and his slightly confused brain suddenly woke up for a moment and muttered, "Oh, it's over. It's the feeling of alcohol." It's just that Ion was completely overwhelmed at this moment and he couldn't hold back the urge to continue drinking, and even driven by drunkenness, Ion sang aloud, Life is short for a few autumns. Don't give up if you don't get drunk." And this song also attracted Kyuzen, who was not far away. Looking at Ion's somewhat rambunctious appearance, he couldn't help asking, "Yan, you actually drink in the daytime? The wine you got there?" In response, Ion, who was in a drunken state, waved his hand casually, tilted his head, and said with a smile, "Brother Kyuzen, don't pay attention to such details. As the so-called drunkenness relieves 1,000 sorrows, I am also depressed. This feeling of complete relaxation is really great." "Really?" Kyuzen frowned slightly and said, "Want some?" Ion invited. Immediately, just when Kyuzen was a little moved but hesitant and silent because of the military discipline he had always followed in the past, Ion pulled Kyuzen, who was standing at the door, in, and then closed the door. Drink. Section 11. Ion casually found a glass in the room and poured Kyuzen a full glass. "Forget it. The military discipline has a clear rule that you can't drink during non-break times. This is inappropriate." Kyuzen hesitated, shook his head and refused. "What's this?" Ian opened his drunk eyes and persuaded the wine. "Isn't Mr. Garp sleeping every day? He is still a naval hero. So, Brother Kyuzen, having a few flaws will only make it easier to accept." Kyuzen, who also seldom drank, thought for a moment but was moved by Yan's words, frowned and drank a glass of wine directly. For a time, the atmosphere on the scene became harmonious and relaxed in an instant. "Many?" Kyuzen also asked casually. "Ian, I'll forget it. What source of trouble can you have?" "Ha, my troubles? It's naturally from the Navy, but also from the sea, and even this era." Fortunately, Ian still has some sense of reason, knowing to hide some important key words, but speaking vaguely. "Don't Brother Kyuzen think the Navy is not pure enough? Don't you think the sea is too chaotic? Don't you think this era is simply terrible?" Hearing this, Kyuzen looked at Ion with a bit of surprise. In Kyuzen's impression, Ion has always resisted meritorious service, thinking that he is just a kind-hearted but extremely lack of self-motivated second generation of the army. "It seems, Ian, you are not as simple as you seem," Kyuzen said. "Sure, who doesn't hide 6, 7, 8 or 90 hands of trump cards in a normal person?" Ian replied with a natural expression. Kyuzen. Hearing this sentence, Kyuzen somehow felt that he was not a normal person. Immediately, Kyuzen subconsciously took another gulp of wine and asked in confusion, "Why are you hiding so many trump cards?" "Of course for leather." Ian tilted his head and turned to speak. "For justice. After all, everyone's justice is different. Perhaps given the many restrictions and the justice of others, I can't insist on it on the surface, but hiding cards allows me to fulfill my justice secretly." This sentence made Kyuzen, who was confused and self-doubt during this time, fall into deep thought. Yeah, indeed, because everyone has different different thoughts and positions, justice will naturally be different. Just like there is a great conflict with Sakisuke's ideas, it is obviously inappropriate if I conflict with Sakisuke every time, especially in the future. If there is a civil war between the admirals who are the highest combat power of the navy, it is afraid that it will greatly affect the prestige of the navy, causing the pirates on the sea to become more and more riotous and rampant. But what's the point of all that I stand for as a navy if the things that my justice cannot tolerate are allowed to happen? Ion is right, it's better than that. Hey. At this moment, Ion shook the empty jug and said, "Brother Kyuzen, go get some wine." Kyuzen thought for a moment. His tense face seemed to be relieved a lot, and he agreed and walked towards the door. "By the way, don't forget to get some peanuts, kelp, etc." Behind Kyuzen, Ian shouted and reminded. "Got it," Kyuzen replied. Soon, as Kyuzen's returned, there were several navies behind him, each holding a large jar of fine wine and a large number of various side dishes. Seeing this, Ion, who was in a drunken state, tilted his head and muttered vaguely, "Did you take Kyuzen out of the way?" 21 Chapter 21 Lazy Justice. The next day, Ion woke up with a splitting headache, opened his eyes and saw that the room was full of mess. Afterwards, Ian patted his head and was trying to think about yesterday's events when he suddenly felt that there was someone beside him. Ion turned his head suddenly and saw Kyuzen's big black face. Kyuzen. Immediately afterwards, Ion gently lifted the corner of the quilt covering Kyuzen's body and looked inside. He couldn't help but often sighed in relief and muttered, "It's okay, the clothes are neat and it seems that nothing special happened." At this moment Kyuzen's voice suddenly sounded and asked, "What is a special thing?" "Yan, no way, I want to vomit, I'm seasick." As soon as Ian held his forehead, he immediately thought about escaping from the illness. However, after a night of in-depth understanding, Kyuzen was familiar with Yan a lot and directly debunked. Yan wrote, "Stop pretending, you told me all of your tricks last night." Yan's figure, who was about to get out of bed, stiffened instantly. His eyebrows twitched slightly, but he recalled some details of last night. "It seems I seem to have said a lot of things." For a time, Ion's expression changed instantly. "It's a mistake to drink. Why are you so careless? Don't drive a car if you drink. Don't drink when you drive a car. Did you make such a low-level mistake?" Immediately, Ion walked out of the room with a face full of autism. "Ion, what are you doing?" Kyuzen asked. "Don't talk, I want to be quiet." Ion answered without answering and left the room. No way, too many secrets. Ion had absolutely no idea how much Kyuzen knew about him and how much he said unintentionally last night. So, Ian just wants to be quiet now, reflect on it and recall all the details of last night. However, based on Kyuzen's reaction, Ian guessed that the problem should not be particularly serious. Otherwise, when I wake up the next day, I won't wake up in bed with Kyuzen, but should be hung up with chains all over my body. Half a day later, on the deck of the Kyuzen ship, under the dazed eyes of a large number of Navy soldiers, 2 parasols were spread out at the front of the deck, and 2 chairs and a small table full of fruit snacks were placed below. However, Lieutenant General Kyuzen and Ion, who are very well known in the Navy and famous for their passionate justice, lay on it lazily, eating from time to time and chatting one after another. "Lieutenant General Kyuzen, isn't this not a good idea?" Ian asked, who changed to put on sunglasses. Kyuzen, who was wearing a blindfold, yawned and asked, "Do you not like it?" "That's not." Ion denies it, then goes on, "It's just that this kind of naval life is indeed a bit too corrupt. Alas, my conscience is disturbed." "Hey, what kind of fruit is this fruit? It's quite plump and juicy." "Who knows? But I don't seem to sense your conscience is uneasy," Kyuzen replied casually. After hearing this, Yan couldn't hold back any longer and replied with a smile, "Ahahaha, who said that? My conscience is uneasy now. After all, this trip was a meritorious trip that the old man spent so much thought on, but I ended up doing it. Alas, delicious." After a pause, Ion continued, "My conscience aches when I think that the old man should be working diligently at a desk in Marinvando's office now." Kyuzen couldn't help but glanced at Ion, who kept secreting tears from his mouth, and said, "That's really hard work for you, Ion." "It's not hard, serving the Navy and the sea." After a pause, Ian said, "But what I'm more concerned about is, I don't know if those senior Navy officers of the old man will be able to accept Kyuzen's change for a while." "Oh, really?" Kyuzen responded indifferently, and then said lazily, "However, justice has changed due to the situation and position, and it is nothing more than a normal thing. In the future, I intend to hold the justice named lazy as a navy." Yan's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Kyuzen and said, "Seems like a good justice, Lieutenant General Kyuzen." The corner of Kyuzen's mouth smiled slightly, and his tone changed, but he said, "Speaking of Yan, you kept calling Brother Kyuzen last night Brother Kyuzen, shouting, 'Drink this cup.' There are still 3 cups. Why are you so polite now?" When he was mentioned about the embarrassment of drunkenness, Ion's expression instantly stiffened. According to the standards of the previous life, Ion's drinking capacity is definitely on the level of "I won't float if snowflakes float." boat, and I won't pour if Qingdao does not fall. But when it comes to the fine wines of this world, that's not the case at all. In particular, Ion's physique is already weak, and compared to the physique of a monster like Kyuzan, it is extremely easy to get ahead. Stop talking about what happened last night. I will definitely stop drinking in the future, Ian said through gritted teeth. After this incident, Ion already knows his position in the wine world, not to mention a monster like Kyuzan. I am afraid that there is a high probability that even women can't drink it. This time, it was lucky. After thinking about it, Ion realized that the things he said when he was drunk were still within the acceptable range. But what if you're not lucky? What if you say something that shouldn't be said? Or maybe it wasn't a straight guy like Kyuzan who woke up in bed with him the next day. But what? Danger. In short, stay out of danger. Really? That's a pity. Originally last night, we made an agreement to return to Maivanda to get drunk again and release ourselves well, Kyuzan said sarcastically. Ian said quickly, Brother Kyuzan, don't make fun of me. Immediately, Ian quickly changed the subject and asked, Brother Kyuzan, then our next itinerary is to simply patrol in the West Sea to stabilize the law and order, and then return to Marineford, more or less. Kyuzan, who put the blindfold back on, replied, however, when I applied with Marineford before, the reason was that the underground forces in the West Sea were rampant, so more or less I still had to catch a few mafia and go back to deal with it. In this regard, Ian can't help but start a moment of silence for the mafia in the West Sea and apologize. It's all my own fault, and I accidentally used the excuse of mafia, which led to Lieutenant General Kyuzan for them. I don't know who is the lucky one, but I can get Big Brother Kyuzan, Ion said sympathetically. Kyuzan replied slightly vaguely, there is already a target, and there is a well-known mafia family near the sea area. 22 Chapter 22 Freedom Capone Island. Soon, as Ian woke up from a comfortable nap in the sea breeze, the naval battleship had stopped at a port. Get up, it's here. Kyuzan, who was lying on the side, saw that Ian was awake, stretched lazily, stood up and said, where are you? Ion asked in confusion. This island is called Capone Island, and it is the seat of the Capone Mafia, one of the 4 major underground forces in the West Sea. After a pause, Kyuzan said, just passing by, then catch this mafia back for business. Ian rolled over and said, then Big Brother Kyuzan, I'll wait for you to come back here. Aren't you going? Didn't you say you're interested in the mafia? Kyuzan said somewhat unexpectedly, I seem to have found my dream in a dream just now, so I have to see her again. Compared with the mafia, I am more anxious about this matter. Ian waved his hand and refused. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. Section 12. Kyuzan. Obviously, Ion is purely an excuse, or even completely to avoid meritorious service, so he simply doesn't want to get off the boat. But Kyuzan lifted Ion up and said, Yan, this is not good. This mafia is prepared for you. Your protagonist does not appear. Does it not give me face? Yan's mouth twitched slightly and asked, Brother Kyuzan, don't you really want to give me credit for eliminating the mafia? What is a hard stop? Kyuzan said with a smile on his face. I received a report from a warm-hearted civilian, Tefemer Yan, that the Capone mafia raged in the sea area, causing great damage to the lives of many civilians, and then the navy was in Tefemer Yan. With the help of the entire mafia will be uprooted. After a pause, Kyuzan looked at Ion, whose expression was gradually stiffening, and said, so, if you don't get off the boat, it's actually the same. You can't get away with this credit. In that case, it's better to take a trip with me. I didn't report it. Ion tried to clarify. No, you reported it. Kyuzan can testify. There is even your real name report from the Warring States General. Kyuzan replied, Yan, whistleblower, or a real name report. When did I write this stuff? And these days, who dares to report in real name easily? It's fake. It's definitely fake. The old bastard found someone to imitate my handwriting. Kyuzan, you are slandering, Ion said in a more dissatisfied tone. Ian, you should go and tell the Warring States General. I'm just doing what I was ordered to do. Kyuzan replied, this is not in line with the rules. This is forgery and false credit. It's a big sin. I want to be a good person. Don't force me. Ian struggled hard. How can you be considered a fake leader? Kyuzan said, holding back a smile. Yan, you want to get rid of the Calamity Mafia, but you are only a civilian, so you deliberately handed over the report to your adoptive father, who has a certain status and connections in the Navy, in line with the meritorious process. When Ian heard the words, he couldn't help but feel a little pain in his head, and couldn't help muttering, this damn old man has actually achieved this level. And where is this level of status and connections? It's just hands and eyes. It's good that you know, so come off the boat with me. At least this is a mafia organization that you are quite interested in, Kyuzan advised again. Immediately, Ion was grabbed by Kyuzan and dragged all the way towards the port, and many more. Seeing that it was difficult to convince Kyuzan with reason, Ion hurriedly played the emotional card and said, Brother Kyuzan, it's not that you don't know me. I really don't want to make a contribution. With my weak body, it's barely enough to be a naval handyman. Once in a my position, I'm afraid that even my subordinates will not be able to protect. Also, we've drank together, slept in bed together, and carried guns together, so it's just as if you didn't find Capone Island. Wait, I really don't feel well. Maybe I have a disease that makes me dizzy when I go to the island. It's a pity that Kyuzan was indifferent. Without the slightest hesitation in his steps, he just answered, Yan, after I finish this matter, the warring states general will let go of the war between me and Sakisuke. Ion shouted in an indignant tone. Kyuzan, you brows and big eyes have also betrayed. The old man has such a little benefit, so you let me betray this friend. It's not a question of whether it's good or bad. The Navy takes it as its duty to obey orders, Kyuzan said lazily, without the slightest bit of convincing. Sometimes, both if you can't resist, then you can only accept it. The overall style of this island called Capone Island is biased towards the American style. Most of the people I saw along the way were wearing black suits with serious faces, and there was a feeling that strangers were not allowed to enter. The important thing is, Ion's eyes rolled from side to side, and he could always see some obvious bulges on these people. Gun. Almost everyone carries a pistol. At the entrance of the town, there is a sign standing Freedom Town with a small supplementary explanation on the side. This is the freest place in the whole sea, and even the air is full of sweet smells. In addition, the best gun shop on the island is 300 meters ahead and turn right. Ian looked back and forth several times before he realized it and said in shock, could this be an advertisement? Who knows? Kyuzan said lazily and continued to walk into the town. Next moment, thumbs up. A series of gunshots sounded in front, but the pedestrians on the street seemed to be used to it and hid nearby without panic. For a while, Ion and Kyuzan, who were standing right in front of the town gate, stood out, but soon, with the sound of two crisp bang-bang gunshots, the original sudden gunshot stopped abruptly. The pedestrians who were hiding nearby on both sides of the street patted their clothes one after another and continued to work as if nothing had happened. As expected of the island where the mafia resides, it's really a folk custom of elegance and quality, Ian said with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's interesting. Kyuzan said the same thing. Then, Kyuzan and Ion, who were all wearing ordinary black clothes, quickly merged into the town and continued to walk forward. Along the way, Dong Yikang looked left and right. There were a lot of bullet holes in the houses on both sides of the street, which seemed to indicate the freedom here. Soon, a large pool of bright red blood appeared on the ground, and several men in black suits were clearly cleaning the ground. 23 Chapter 23 Serious Navy. Who likes these? Just counting the breaths. Under the skillful operation of the men in black suits, some blood was finally washed into the drainage ditch aside, and the ground was completely restored. Seeing this, Ian's arrogance, which he had let go, couldn't help but expand a bit. Here, it's so free that Ion was worried that he would be shot by a cold gun while walking, especially with the physique of Ion. Maybe he was hit by a shot and he really had to be pulled back to rescue him. Kyuzan, it seems very dangerous here. Why don't I slip away first? Yan suggested. It's alright, Kyuzan replied. Isn't it interesting here? I don't think, Ion said while observing the surrounding details. It's truly a mafia territory, full of violence, guns, controlled drugs, and more. Huh? Those people who come and go are in groups, and they are vigilant against each other. Judging from their gestures, shouldn't they be underground forces in the rest of the West Sea? So, in a sense, this place is here. Is it the trading area of the underground forces? Suddenly, Ian's footsteps stopped and he looked at the sturdy man beside him and said, there's even a navy. Kyuzan glanced in the direction Ian was looking at and asked, huh? How did you judge Yan? The calluses on the hands, the pace of walking, and the waist that keeps upright. Ian explained casually and said, I just don't know if it was the officers from the rest of the West Sea branch who came here secretly, or the Navy who had defected. After a pause, Ian recalled that the naval battleship was docked at the port of Capone Island, but the entire Capone Island did not respond at all, but instead looked accustomed to it. Speculated, probably the former. At least the entire Capone Island is not used to the appearance of the Navy. If you're curious, don't you know if you ask? Kyuzan said a word, then went straight forward and pressed the man's shoulder, asking, hey, which branch? What rank? The man turned his head and glanced at Kyuzan's long dark face, wearing sunglasses, a headscarf, and a dark complexion. He felt a little familiar, but said in a bad tone, do you understand the rules? If you touch someone's shoulder casually like this, aren't you afraid that someone will shoot you? I'm a little excited to see my colleagues here, Kyuzan said casually. You came here secretly? The man seemed to understand something. Kyuzan pondered for a breath, raised his chin towards Ion, who looked like a little fresh meat, and replied immediately, bring a junior here to see, but when you come up, you get lost. You don't come here often, do you? The man seemed to see something and said, yeah. Kyuzan nodded. It's really reckless. Anyway, before you come, ask your superior what you need to pay attention to when you come here, and what place is suitable for fun. The man said with a clear look, for the sake of your colleagues, you should remember the motto East yellow and West poison, the South and the North to gamble. Understand? Oh, Kyuzin replied. In addition, the man glanced at Ion, who looked gentle and handsome, and said, it is suggested that you can take this little guy to the east of the town first. He will like it here. Thanks. Kyuzin patted the man on the shoulder again, then followed him to say goodbye. As the man walked away, Kyuzin turned to Ion and asked, then Yan, do you want to go to the east and enjoy it? In response, Ian rolled his eyes at Kyuzin and said, let's go quickly. This is the west side. No wonder there are some controlled drugs everywhere. The Tutu just now is probably the one who started shooting indiscriminately. Right? Don't you like this? Ion, didn't you say you wanted to meet the mafia before? Didn't you mean that? Kyuzin asked with a suppressed smile. Ian asked back, do you like it? Who in the serious navy likes this? Kyuzin replied with a smile. Ion pouted and said immediately, but at the moment the navy in the West Sea is not very serious. With the tone of the navy just now, this place has become the default entertainment place for the navy in the West Sea. When he really talked about this issue, Kyuzin's expression became a little more serious, and then he said in a low voice, it seems that the underground forces in the West Sea can spread all over the corners, and it is not without reason. Isn't there a way to fix it? Ion asked. It's hard. Kyuzin shook his head and said, you must know that some underground forces are not necessarily secretly manipulated by the world's allied countries, and the navy cannot interfere in the affairs of the world's allied countries at will. Ian added, I mean the navy. Even if the navy's main responsibility is to deal with pirates and calm the chaos of the sea, but letting the West Sea navies and the underground forces get so close as they are now, the roots will slowly rot sooner or later, and there is a possibility of complicity. Sex can only be necessary. Kyuzin also seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter and replied cautiously, this matter, I will report it to the Warring States General. Ian nodded and said, since that's the case, it's not too late. Let's go back quickly. Not urgent. Kyuzin pressed Ion's shoulder and said, since we have all come to the Capone Mafia station, how about solving this cancer first? Yan. As Ian looked up, he saw that he had reached the center of the town and in front of the tallest building before he knew it. At the entrance of this building, there was also a whole row of men in suits holding weapons like submachine guns. Just when Ian was thinking about how to fool Kyuzin to rush first, and he was shopping behind him, Kyuzin mentioned Ian, and then threw it straight at the row of men in suits, shouting loudly, Yan, it's up to you to eliminate the Capone Mafia. The next moment, before Ian landed, the well-trained men in suits responded quickly, and a submachine gun quickly and skillfully shot towards Ian in mid-air. Tut chug chug chug. For a time, in the domineering look of Yan, he clearly felt that the bullet that was almost like a wall was pushed towards him. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. At the critical moment, Yan released the soul-chopping sword Senbon Sakura at an unprecedented speed, and a large number of cherry blossoms danced up, blocking Yan in front of him. Section 13. Clang clang clang. At the same time as the dense collision sounded, Ion couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, almost about to be beaten into a sieve. After landing smoothly, Ion, who knew that his physique might not be able to withstand the gun, scolded secretly through gritted teeth, Kyuzin, you bastard, wait for me. 24. The 24th chapter is me. However, even though Ion scolded Kyuzin in his heart and instantly thought of dozens of repayment plans for him, the top priority was to solve the dozen or so submachine guns that were constantly pouring bullets in front of him. In the face of a large number of gorgeous and beautiful cherry blossoms that appeared out of thin air, the more than 10 men in suits did not panic. Obviously, as an underground force in the West Sea, they were very aware of the existence of devil fruits, and a man in a suit standing at the back also picked up the phone bug and started reporting, requesting more firepower for reinforcements. Is this too much to ask for fire support? Ian heard the voice of the man in the suit clearly in his ears, and couldn't help muttering something. Immediately, as soon as Ian's thoughts moved, the cherry blossoms that were surrounded without dead ends separated a large piece and moved towards the row of men in suits. Seeing this, the men in suits shot frantically. Some men in suits even pulled out 2 submachine guns at the same time with their strong physiques, trying to defeat the incoming cherry blossoms. It is a pity that this cherry blossom is 1,000 blades, and it is impossible to be defeated by a dozen or 20 submachine guns. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of the men in suits, the beautiful pink cherry blossoms swept past them. As the cherry blossoms returned to Ion's side again and continued to fall and spin around Ion, the row of men in suits suddenly appeared. There were countless holes that could be seen deep in the bones, and the blood that spurted out in large quantities soaked the ground almost instantly. Ian expressed regret that these men in suits did not run away in the face of thousand Sakura, but instead shot indiscriminately. Sakura is beautiful and fragile, but it is also deadly. It's a fact that the Senbon Sakura in the state of first solution is not strong in attack and destructive power, but it depends on what character it is compared with. compared with the strength far beyond his own military rank, the future general candidate Jun, or the giant Lieutenant General Saro, or the upcoming Navy Admiral Kuzan, etc. Naturally, it is not enough but just a mere mafia. Ian looked back at Kuzan, who had lazily found a corner against which he was leaning and could only reluctantly walk in towards the Capone building. After all, the existence of these mafia in the West Sea is just a joke to the Navy headquarters. It's just that a large number of underground forces or mafia organizations are related to the world's allied countries, and most of the mafia do not go to the sea to make trouble, so it is not the jurisdiction of the Navy. The reason why Ian was a little worried about the West Sea Navy just now was because he was worried that the West Sea Navy would gradually experience widespread corruption under the influence of underground forces. Forget it, it's all here, let's get into the inside, Ian muttered, and then walked into the Capone building. As for the meritorious service that Ian has always been worried about, in the final analysis, destroying the meritorious service that a mafia organization can get and sustaining it is the level of a non-commissioned officer. This kind of rank is not even a serious officer in the naval system, and it is barely in the range that Ion can accept. More importantly, even if Ion wanted to be lazy, Kuzan, who was clearly starting to lazier behind him, wouldn't allow it. So, what can I do other than comfort myself like this? Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but get a little annoyed, and instead poured those emotions onto the mafia members who were blocking him. Along the way, Ion's sights and hearings spread domineeringly, almost shrouding the entire Capone building, and every trap, every sneak attack, every attack naturally can't hide from Ion's perception. Anyone who greets Ian with a gun at him will be greeted by cherry blossoms that are transformed by thousands of knives. And those mafia members who added punches and didn't deliberately attack Ion's vitals, Ion just knocked them out. Unfortunately, very few members of the mafia survived. As Ion broke through to the top of the building layer by layer, the mafia members tried various weapons, but it was still difficult to stop Ion. In addition, the death of those mafia members who died was almost like 1,000 cuts, but it made those cruel and tyrannical mafia members gradually feel the chills in their hearts. Strange monster. Well, it's not on the same level at all. All types of guns, even artillery shells, are useless against him. Those cherry blossoms will die if you touch them. It's over. The Capone family doesn't know where to provoke this kind of monster, and the Capone family has finished. Gradually, Ion found that the power standing in front of him became less and less. In the end, Ian felt that he was walking in this Capone building full of gun violence, as if he was walking in a courtyard and no one cared about him. After thinking for a while, Ion glanced at the elevator-like facility next to him and gave up this dangerous method but walked towards the top floor of the Capone building step by step. Standing outside the door of the room on the top floor, Ion yawned and knocked gently on the door. According to Ion's perception, the strongest people in the Capone building are gathered behind this door, and according to the convention that the big guys are at high places, Ian came straight here. Behind the door, Capone Bell, a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth, dressed in fur and full of the temperament of a mafia boss, gestured to the four sturdy mafia men standing left and right, and the four sturdy mafia men also stood cautiously behind the door. Their bodies swelled immediately, showing their respective animal postures, but the exposed fangs and claws were ready to attack at any time. It was only then that Capone Bell asked aloud, "Who?" "It's me," Ion replied. "Who?" Capone Bell was taken aback and continued to ask. "It's me," Ion continued. "Who are you?" However, the next moment, a large number of cherry blossoms suddenly came in from the gap below the door and went straight towards the four animal-type devil fruit-capable users. A large number of cherry blossoms were constantly cutting their flesh, so that these fruit-powered people who were preparing to sneak attack just now screamed and rolled on the ground. It was only then that Ion pushed open the door, looking at Capone Bell, who had a pale face in front of him, adjusted his glasses and said, "It's all said, it's me." Capone Bell looked at the unfamiliar Ion and shouted in fear and collapse, "So, who the hell are you?" 25. Chapter 25 Criminal Evidence. Ian heard the words, thought for a while, and answered seriously, "The name is just a code name. It is one of my principles to do good deeds without leaving my name. After all, I am very worried about being retaliated by bad people. Good thing not to leave a name. Worried about getting revenge by the bad guys?" Capone Bell was completely stunned. He didn't expect these words to come out of the mouth of the monster-like boy with glasses in front of him. Is this a good thing? And worry about getting revenge by the bad guys? What's the meaning? Just like you are still afraid of bad people, worried about being revenged by bad people? Or is my Capone Mafia not even worthy of the bad guys? Looking at Capone Bell's expression as if he had been insulted, Ion thought for a while and tried to explain, but stopped. After all, Ion didn't want to say his name, and the most important reason was that he was worried that it would be spread out unintentionally, and it it would lead to some strange reputation. Low-key cautious safe. That's Ion's way of doing things. Even if he was really strong to the extent that he could kill Whitebeard with one punch in the position of a Marine first class, there was absolutely no need to be arrogant. After all, the devil fruits in the sea have all kinds of abilities. The animal system is not scary, and the natural system is not scary. I am afraid of those ghost fruits, retrogressive fruits, children's fruits, etc. These are simply extraordinary fruit abilities. In the face of this fruit ability, no matter how strong or weak, almost all are treated equally. So, for the sake of safety, Ian felt that there was absolutely no need to eliminate a mafia organization to promote his name once. Besides, destroying a mafia organization is not a big deal. At this moment, the black bear fruit-like ability person closest to Yan suddenly burst out, while a large number of cherry blossoms were continuously cutting his flesh and blood. The huge body of the black bear fruit power user jumped straight from the floor, and the violent power gathered at the bear's paw and patted Ion's head. From the whistling sound of the wind, Ion could roughly estimate that the power of the blow was enough to knock down the building. As far as the West Sea is concerned, this kind of strength is already quite good. Ordinary lieutenant-level officers of the Navy branch may not have a chance to survive in the face of such a sneak attack. But don't look at me as gentle, just look down on me, Yan said helplessly, and tightened the palm of his hand holding the hilt of the soul killer. In an instant, the cherry blossoms that were originally entangled with those who were able to cut the black bear fruit suddenly accelerated several times. A blood mist floated in the splendid pink cherry blossoms, and the bear paw slowly stopped, and finally stopped completely at a position 10 centimeters away from Ion. Bang! The black bear fruit ability user, whose body weight was nearly half lighter than usual, fell heavily to the ground, and there was no sound at all. Why can't you pretend to be dead as a black bear fruit person? If you don't sneak attack, you don't have to die. I'm very kind. Yan's face showed a bit of helplessness, and he turned his attention to the other three animal-type devil fruit abilities. However, even the most powerful black bear fruit ability person among them died instantly, but those ability people disappeared even a little bit of resistance. For a time, they endured the severe pain of being cut by the cherry blossoms, and they didn't dare to pass by Yan's side, but they retreated in unison, smashed the window of the room and fell downstairs as an escape route. The corners of Ion's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his hands slightly, but it was too late to stop them, and his mouth was half a beat, and he said slowly, "No, downstairs is a more terrifying monster." The next moment, the sound of a series of frost condensations from downstairs hurriedly sounded, and Ian knew that they probably walked peacefully and without any pain. Immediately, Ion turned his gaze to the pale, sweaty Capone Bell in front of him again and asked, "Are there handcuffs?" Although Capone Bell didn't quite understand what Ion meant, driven by fear, he answered in a panic, "Yes, yes, yes." Immediately, Capone Bell hurriedly walked to the drawer behind the table, took out 4 or 5 handcuffs and placed them on the table, as if letting him choose. Pure gold, diamond encrusted, patterned, peculiarly shaped. Ian was stunned for a while, but quickly realized the real purpose of these handcuffs, and couldn't help but tease. "Yo, do you usually play well?" It's okay," Capone Bell said embarrassingly. The next moment, what Ion said made Capone Bell's face even paler. "In that case, you can choose a pair of your favorites and wear them." "No. Is it okay not to be like this?" Let me go, my lord," Capone Bell pleaded with a trembling expression. "Let go of you. What did you do earlier?" Facing the situation of the macho crying, Ion became a little impatient and said, "Stop dawdling, otherwise I can only force the action." Capone Bell gritted his teeth hard, with an expression that was both hopeless and full of consciousness on his face, and picked up a solid gold handcuff with trembling palms. Then, Capone Bell lay straight on the table, cuffing his left hand and left ankle. When they got together, then the right hand continued to pick up a handcuff with a pattern and diamonds, just as he was about to handcuff his right hand and right foot together. Looking at Capone Bell's weird posture, Ian asked with an unusually ugly expression after realizing it, "What are you doing? I asked you to shackle your hands and follow me." "What?" For a time, Capone Bell's face was full of surprise and embarrassment. Immediately, Capone Bell, as if afraid of Ion's repentance, quickly opened the handcuffs that bound his left hand and left foot with the key, then handcuffed his hands together, and respectfully handed the key to Ion. "Bad bastard, bad mind." Section 14. Ian commented, and when he was about to leave with Capone Bell, he accidentally saw the safe in the corner. Ian is not very interested in money, but out of the mind of treasure hunting, he said directly, "Go, open that safe. I have to check your criminal evidence." "Yes, yes, yes." Knowing that he was completely in Ion's hands, Capone Bell had no intention of resisting at all, and cooperated to open the half-human high safe for Ion. Glittering gold. Bailey's green things are not qualified to appear here, and they are almost filled with high-value minerals such as gold jewelry. Although Ion is the adopted son of the generals of of the Warring States period. His daily life is not rich and he has almost no living expenses. Evidence. These are real evidence about the illegal profit-making of the mafia. Ian muttered. 26 Chapter 26 Fruits of the Fortified City. Evidence. Capone Bell was stunned for a while and looked at the treasure in the safe, but he couldn't react. No, it's too dangerous to leave the evidence in such a place and it must be fixed, Ian said seriously, and found a few suitcases in the room, then squatted in front of the safe and carefully transferred every piece of evidence into the suitcase without forgetting to ask, Mr. Capone, do you mind if I conduct a forensics? In the underground world where the strong eat the weak, Capone Bell naturally understands that he has no right to resist as the weak, and naturally said respectfully, You'll be fine. Ian nodded and said immediately, since that's the case, then come and help. Remember to be careful, these are important evidences and you must not damage or scratch them, otherwise I will take you as the crime of deliberately destroying property and punish you. Ian helped his slightly reflective glasses and said calmly, I was executed on the spot. Capone Bell, who felt a terrible feeling in an instant, squatted down quickly and skillfully helped Ion transfer these treasures into the suitcase. Soon, as the treasures were transferred smoothly one by one, a somewhat strange box appeared under the safe. Ion frowned, clearly feeling that the box was incompatible with the rest of the property, and ordered it directly to Capone Bell. Open it. Capone Bell, who seemed to accept his fate, opened the box and said, My lord, this is a devil fruit. The voice fell, and as the box was opened, Ion saw 3 devil fruits neatly placed inside. Ion took the box from Capone Bell's hands, but his expression became serious. In terms of value, these 3 devil fruits far exceed the total value of all the treasures in the safe. For Ion, these 3 devil fruits have a special role. The energy of your Capone Mafia is much greater than I imagined. How can you actually collect so much of this kind of thing called the sea treasure? Capone Bell rolled his eyes slightly, noticed Yan's expression of interest in devil fruits, and responded cautiously. In the West Sea, it is a sea of underground forces. Although it is difficult to collect devil fruits, it is not impossible. After a pause, Capone Bell continued, If your lord is willing to let me go, the Capone Mafia will definitely try to collect devil fruits for your lord. Ion glanced at Capone Bell, smiled and said, You misunderstood one thing. I don't like devil fruits, but cut fruits. Immediately, under the stunned eyes of Capone Bell, Ion took out 2 devil fruits from the box one after another and threw them into the air. Immediately afterwards, the soul chopping blade tied by Ion's waist was instantly pulled out and slashed towards the 2 devil fruits. With a simple and unpretentious knife, 2 devil fruits called sea treasures were cut in half. Capone Bell. At this moment, even Capone Bell, the big boss of the mafia, couldn't help but feel a little heartache and couldn't help but murmured, What a waste. Even if these 2 are animal-type devil fruits, they are worth at least 100 million Baileys. That's all gone. Yan ignored the card at this time. Peng Bell's reaction focused most of his attention on the soul-chopping blade and the soul. As the 2 devil fruits were chopped up, an invisible energy was absorbed by the soul-chopping blade and then began to slowly condense into a mask within the soul. It seems that my feeling is not wrong. The way to awaken the void soul-chopping knife is to absorb the devil fruit, and it is not limited to self-eating. It is also feasible to directly absorb the energy through the soul-chopping knife. Thinking of this, Ion can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, devil fruit flavors are anything but friendly. Ion, who had to eat the devil fruit face to face under the witness of the Warring States last time, also deliberately sprinkled a lot of white sugar on the devil fruit, but the taste still like a lump of candyology. This really made Yan disgusted and wanted to spit it out quickly, but he was slapped back by Warring States. Fortunately, Ion's own feeling is correct. If you want to absorb the energy of the devil fruit, you can directly use the soul chopping blade. Otherwise, Ion really needs to seriously consider whether to give up this ability completely. After all, according to Yen's feeling in the dark, the energy of the devil fruit required for each additional void soul chopping blade will be doubled. That is to say, if Ion needs to eat the devil fruit himself every time to absorb energy, Ion has a high probability will be suffocated to death, or will be suffocated to death by this indescribable taste of devil fruit. After this verification, Ion had a bottom line in his heart, and then he was about to take out the last superhuman devil fruit in the box and cut it off. Yan suddenly felt that the devil fruit in his mouth was a little familiar, and said unsurely, This is the fortified city fruit. Afraid that Ion didn't understand the value of the fortress fruit, Capone Bell, who cut the devil fruit again, said quickly, Yes, this is the fortress fruit. The fruit's ability can turn the inside of one's body into a castle, and can deploy all things, including oneself, in one's body. Just like a real castle, objects that enter the body all will become smaller, and will return to their original state after leaving the castle range. After a pause, Capone Bell did not forget to add, This is different from the animal fruit, which is a rare special ability. And Ion pondered for a while, then turned his eyes, fell on Capone Bell, and asked, "Your son's name is Capone Becky?" In an instant Capone Bell's pupils shrank suddenly, and he didn't expect Jan to know the secret at all. As the founder of the Capone Mafia, Capone Bell anticipated what might happen to him in the future, so for the sake of safety, Capone Bell has been hiding the existence of his wife and son. However, this biggest secret for Capone Bell was revealed casually by Ion. Countless questions and puzzles arose in Capone Bell's heart, but he knelt down to Ion subconsciously and said, "Sir, please spare my family. I am willing to give everything." 27 Chapter 27 The upcoming promotion ceremony. After being begged by Capone Bell, Ion became a little embarrassed. He seemed to feel as if he was doing something bad, so he had to comfort him. "Don't worry," I said, "I'm a good person and won't do anything to your family." "Then, how did you know my son's name?" Capone Bell asked. "How would you know?" "Of course you know." Ian thought helplessly. "You must know that compared to Capone Bell, the old man, in the normal trajectory, his son Capone Becky, the hard city fruit ability, has more achievements and fame." Capone Becky, the fortress fruit-capable person, established the Flame Tank Pirates to march on the Great Route after dominating the underground forces in the West Sea. The supernova who flew in the same period also became the son-in-law of the Four Emperors Big Mom, and finally even secretly stabbed the Four Emperors Big Mom in the back. However, Ion, who couldn't explain it to Capone Bell, could only say it lightly. "It's a secret." But Capone Bell muttered with an expression of sudden realization after he pondered for a while. "Could it be Becky thinks I'm in his way, so determined to get rid of me?" Yan. For a time, even though Ion understood that the human brain circuits in the sea were more or less abnormal, he still expressed admiration for Capone Bell's brain circuits, whether it was on the issue of handcuffs or his son. Just when Ion was thinking about comforting the old father Capone Bell suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, well done, Becky. It's right to be ruthless. It seems that you are finally going to grow up." Next moment, snap, Ian slapped the back of Capone Bell's head and said, "Don't give me the ink here, and quickly transfer all the evidence and fix it, or I will immediately find that Capone Becky and kill it." Yes, Capone Bell responded quickly. The treasures in the safe were packed into the suitcase at a very fast speed. Finally, Ion threw the fortified city fruit into the suitcase for storage. In fact, even if Capone Bell doesn't say it, Ion will not destroy the hard city fruit. To be more precise, Ion began to pay attention to the existence of the fortified city fruit when he was looking at the Devil's Fruit Pokédex in the past. In Yan's view, the role of the fortified city fruit is not to be used for pure combat like a waste of money, but of great strategic significance. The human body can be turned into a fortress, and anything can be deployed in it at will. There is no doubt about the power of the fortified city fruit, but this is for big forces. Just imagine, on the surface, Yan is just an ordinary-looking gentleman, but inside his body hides the superpowers of the Four Emperors, Kaiwahei, Navy Admirals, etc. that can be shot at any time. What a terrifying strategy. Significance. It is not impossible to destroy the Holy Land of the world government in an instant, so this is not a devil fruit that applies to individuals, but really applies to war, and temporarily abandoning other uses for today's revolutionary army, which requires extremely high privacy. The existence of hard city fruit will also have a great effect. Immediately, Ion carried 2 full suitcases, then grabbed Capone Bell by the shoulders and jumped down from the window that the other animal-type devil fruit abilities had just broken. "What?" Amid the exclamations of Capone Bell, Ion's feet stomped in the air. Bang bang bang. Navy 6 moon step. Under this special technique that can walk in the air, Ion's falling speed slowed down rapidly, and he floated to the ground. Kyuzan, who was leaning against the wall, glanced at Ion and said, "It seems that the harvest is not small." "Good," Ian replied casually, then threw Capone Bell to Kyuzan and said, "This one should be Capone Bell, the head of the Capone Mafia. I'll leave it to you." Kyuzan took Capone Bell casually, and his eyes fell on the 2 suitcases in Ion's hands, reminding him, "Is that the treasure of the Capone Mafia? The loot has to be handed in according to the rules." Ian heard the words and said with a smile, "Kyuzan, I haven't officially joined the Navy to hold a position yet. I'm just a civilian. You're not going to snatch all the belongings of a weak and helpless civilian, right?" Having said that, Ion, who got the fortified city fruit, walked towards the port in a good mood. "This kid." Kyuzan looked at Ion's back a little speechlessly, and didn't ask any further questions. In a sense, Ian is indeed right. Today Ian has not officially joined the Navy and has no obligation to hand over the spoils. And let Ion successfully arrest Capone Bell and break the Capone Mafia's headquarters building. Kyuzan has an explanation for the warring States General, and naturally he is no longer obsessed with such trivial matters. Immediately, Kyuzan was in the stunned eyes of the rest of the underground organization members in Liberty Town, holding the leader of the Capone Mafia in the direction direction of the port. Soon, the naval battleship that was called a behemoth of war set sail again, heading straight for the Marine headquarters Marineford. Section 15. However, after Kuzan's righteous style had undergone a great change, the sailing speed of this naval battleship was unexpectedly slow, as if it were a walk on the sea. In the end, at the urging of Marineford from the naval headquarters, Kuzan and his party returned to Marineford on the eve of the ceremony of the Warring States General being promoted to the Admiral of the Navy. The promotion of Admiral Warring States, known as the Warring States of Buddha and Warring States of Wisdom, to the post of Admiral is an extremely shocking event even for the sea that has entered the era of great pirates. The promotion of the Warring States period to the position of Admiral will be tomorrow, and there will be countless navies witnessing this event, and even the picture will be simultaneously spread to every naval branch and base in the world to inspire the Navy to stick to justice. It was night, and Sengoku dragged his slightly tired body back to his home that resembled a courtyard structure. In the face of the great pirate era and the gradual rioting of the sea, it is excellent news that the new admiral takes office, but in order to avoid the pirates, the Warring States period has been very busy. Prepare for the promotion ceremony, mobilize naval combat power, monitor and process information on the movements of the big pirates, and meet various requirements of the world government. While the Marshal of the Warring States period was thinking about various things for tomorrow, when he opened the door and walked in, there was a burst of warm lights in the living room, and a table filled with sumptuous dishes. "Old man, congratulations." Standing by the table, Ion looked out of the window with his eyes wandering, and said unintentionally, 28 Chapter 28 Canary. What? Warring States looked at the handsome young man, who looked a little embarrassed under the slightly dim light, but he didn't react for a while. After a while, Sengoku felt a warmth in his heart, resisting the urge to overflow with tears in his eyes, and asked, "Boy, this is to celebrate my promotion to the position of Admiral. Are you ready?" "More or less." Ian folded his arms around his chest, and while his eyes wandered, he said something insincere. "By the way, in fact, I was inexplicably happy just thinking that I would be the adopted son of the Admiral in the future." When the Warring States heard the words, he felt a little nervous and uneasy for no reason, and secretly thought in his heart, could it be that this kid went out with Kuzan to practice? Is he really enlightened with a new understanding of justice? So proud of my promotion to the post of Admiral. But the next moment, Yan Sengoku's expression froze for a moment. "With the old man on top of you, I'll see from now on who else would dare to provoke me in Marineford. It's great. How can we not celebrate such a big event?" Immediately, Warring States picked up a plate of dishes and threw it at Ian, yelling angrily, "Even if I was promoted to the Admiral of the Navy, that's not what you rely on to make a fortune. This sea is respected by strength. You unmotivated bastard, stop for me. I'm so mad. Stop. I must teach you a good lesson today." Not far from the courtyard where the Warring States lived, Kuzan, who was lying with several stars, glanced in that direction, and looked at the two shadows that were constantly dancing in the window, and couldn't help but say with a slight sigh, "It's a father's kindness and filial piety. What a warm life." In the other direction, Lieutenant General He, who was about to go out to the Warring States to discuss some details of the promotion ceremony tomorrow, noticed the lively movement in the courtyard of the Warring States and took his steps back. "Sister Crane, what's wrong?" Jun, who followed Lieutenant General Crane, asked. "No, it's just that Ion's child seems to be back. This is a rare time for their father and son to get along, so let's leave it to them," General Crane said gently. Jun heard the words and looked in the direction of the Warring States garden. Bang! A chair suddenly smashed a window and fell heavily on the road and shattered. Indistinctly, Jun also heard the roaring sound from the courtyard of the Warring States period. "Sister Crane, why don't you try to persuade? Is this a fight?" Jun asked. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head and said, "Jun, you don't understand. The romance of those men is so incomprehensible, and this is how they communicate their feelings." "Really?" Jun asked in confusion. "You are young," Admiral Crane said while turning around and walking into the house. "Go back. You will naturally understand this kind of thing in the future." "Oh," Jun responded and glanced in the direction of the Warring States court, then turned around and followed Admiral Tsuru back. The next day, witnessed by the countless navies of Marineford, the Sengoku Admiral took over the heavy responsibility from the previous Admiral Cyborgair and assumed the post of Admiral of the Admiralty. "Everyone, the situation in the sea is getting worse and worse. Because of the lies of the One Piece before his death, the number of pirates in the sea is increasing day by day. Chaos, looting, killing, are constantly breeding. And what is my mission? What is my mission as a navy? What is the justice that I pursue? I will take over the post of Admiral of the Navy today. In the name of justice in King's Landing, I vow to lead the Navy to suppress all evil above the sea." The Warring States Marshal's eloquent and impassioned speech made Ion's heart unwavering, but on the contrary, it made the navies around the world excited about it. "Well, probably Probably because I'm not in the Navy now and my position is different, so I can't understand the passion of the old man. Ian muttered so much, resisted the urge to yawn, and tried his best to fully participate in the entire promotion ceremony of the Admiral with the spirit of the family of the Admiral. What makes Ian feel a little boring is that the old man in the Warring States period has prepared many countermeasures and there are no pirates waiting to make trouble. Otherwise, this Admiral promotion ceremony should be more bloody and exciting. However, this is normal. During this period, the Navy that just executed One Piece Gol Roger and captured Golden Lion Ski's Navy is still a great deterrent on the sea. Ordinary little ones won't have the opportunity to break into Marineford, and the big pirates won't rashly and deliberately offend the Warring States Marshal who is in need of standing up. Later, as the new Admiral, the Warring States took over all the affairs of the Navy head-on and threw himself into a new round of busyness. What makes Ion quite happy is that the Warring States seem to have forgotten his existence or gave up the meaning of forcing him to become a navy and did not pay too much attention to him who lived in the courtyard of the Warring States every day. Comfortable, Ian basks in the sun every day, waters the flowers, and occasionally takes a walk with a birdcage behind his back. It's great to step into the Buddhist retirement life early. Ion, who was only 16 years old, thought with great satisfaction, and his whistle became louder and rhythmic. The canary in the cage tilted its head, looking at Ion with a humanized light in its eyes, and made a soft and gentle voice. "It's good. You learn very fast." Ion smiled, continued to walk his bird, and did not forget to point at the passing navy, as if he was patiently teaching the canary. And this graceful canary also responds to Ion quite spiritually from time to time. At the same time, the senior officers of the Navy headquarters are also holding important meetings, and it is also a meeting involving the promotion and transfer of a large number of officers in the Navy. With the rise of the Warring States Marshal, even though the Warring States Marshal did not intend to purge the faction of the previous Marshal, however, in order to be able to control the Navy, a giant ship sailing in the tide of the times, the Marshal of the Warring States period, it is inevitable that each important position needs to be adjusted accordingly. Very well, this meeting has been hard work for everyone for 3 days, so let's arrange the issue of promotion and transfer for the time being. Sengoku, who was sitting at the head of the conference room, made a brief summary and then said, "In addition, there is finally a question about Lieutenant General Kuzin's report. I think it is necessary to conduct research." Afterwards, the Warring States Marshal passed the corresponding materials prepared in advance to the senior naval officers present and then said, "That's the question of how to supervise the Navy of the Four Seas." 29 Chapter 29 T Dolphin Plus. On the material, it records the general experience of Kuzin's landing on Capone Island, as well as the subsequent investigation by the Warring States Marshal of the naval situation in the West Sea. As you can see, due to the fact that the headquarters of the Navy is located on the Great Sea Route, the supervision and management of the Navy of the Four Seas is obviously insufficient, and it is extremely easy to breed various corruption problems. The above is only the problem of the West China Sea Navy, but it is definitely not only the West China Sea Navy that has problems. As the Warring States Marshal threw this question out, the senior Navy leaders sitting in the conference room showed a thoughtful look. After a while, General Crane spoke first. "This issue does need to be taken seriously, even though the combat power of the navies of the Four Seas is generally not high, not to mention that they will be the place to provide a steady stream of vitality for the Navy headquarters, and more importantly." Tsurueka crossed his hands to slightly block his chin and said, "Perhaps the Great Route is the chaotic battlefield where the pirates flock to, but the Four Seas are the source of the chaos, and the area that the Four Seas navies need to be responsible for is far above the naval headquarters, so the Four Seas navies are also deeply related to this place where the sea is at peace." Lieutenant General Hwashaishin asked. "Then Lieutenant General Crane means, does it mean that the combat power of the Navy headquarters is dispatched to the Four Seas Navy for a long time?" Lieutenant General Sakaski, who was sitting beside him, said without hesitation, "I object. The pressure of the Navy headquarters in the New World is getting heavier and heavier, and there is simply no extra combat power that can be transferred to the vast Four Seas." "I agree with Lieutenant General Sakaski's opinion," Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said immediately. "Compared to the Four Seas, the Great Route is the real focus, and I have to admit that due to Gol Rogers' reasons, today's pirates are constantly appearing, and if you want to solve this problem completely, you still need to concentrate your combat power to destroy the great pirates of the Great Route with thunder, and stop the germination of evil signs through shock and deterrence." For a time, the high-level naval officers present were having a heated discussion, and it was obvious that there were great differences on this matter. One is that it is more conducive to the peace of the sea to incline part of the resources and combat power of the Navy headquarters to the Navy of the four seas. On the one hand, it is believed that the focus of the Navy should be to step up the mobilization of the forces of the navies of the four seas and defeat the big pirates on the Great Route with thunder as soon as possible, thus deterring all pirates in the sea and slowing down the growing number of new pirates. Quiet. The Warring States Marshal knocked on the table, and after the conference room returned to silence, he said, "I have understood your opinions, but in my opinion, the current defect of the Four Seas Navy is not the issue of combat power, but the management defect in the system and the lack of supervision." "What does the Marshal mean?" asked Lieutenant General Huasheo Shan with a cigar. The Warring States Marshal thought for a moment and said, "A new position has been set up directly under the management of the Navy headquarters, and the main role is to monitor the Navy in various sea areas." On this day, Ian got up lazily, and after a simple wash, Ian was surprised that Sengoku was sitting in the living room. "Are you on vacation today, old man?" Ian asked with a yawn. "Justice, there will be no vacation," Sengoku said while processing the document in his hand. "Then why are you so busy at home doing business?" Yan asked inexplicably. Sengoku, who was constantly reviewing documents with the pen in his hand, glanced at Ion and asked, "Are you free?" Ion wisely put a stop to the topic and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. "By the way, old man, have you had breakfast yet?" Ion did not forget to ask a question filially. "I'm full," the Warring States replied calmly. "That's good. Save trouble." Yan's indifferent tone almost made Sengoku crush the pen in his hand, but soon Sengoku's expression calmed down and murmured in a low voice, "You bastard, it's almost the same for you to be lazy now. Just fine. Enjoy the quiet morning of your last day." Then, just as Ion simply finished his breakfast, two voices rang out at the courtyard gate. "Report. Captain Jun/Total is here to report." Warring States sorted out the documents in his hand and then said, "Come in." Soon, two figures walked in. One was Jun, who had a relationship with Ion, and the other claimed to be a plus. T-Pig. Section 16. Ion carefully identified the young man in front of him, who was slightly short and rickety in front of Jun, and his features were rather vulgar. If it weren't for his characteristic row of protruding teeth, Ion would have thought he would be Paulsolino's bastard or something. However, Ion knew very well that this small and wretched extra was not a simple role. It was a man who would acquire the name of T-Dolphin in the future and be a candidate for Admiral of the Navy alongside Jun. His strength was terrifyingly strong, but it's no wonder that there will be 100 times of failed confession of T-Dolphin to Peach Rabbit Jun in the future. When he was young, he was so obscene. It's strange that Jun can accept it. Just when Ian was muttering to himself, just wondering what happened to Warring States calling them over, Warring States suddenly turned his head to look at Ian and said in a tone that could not be refused, "Yan, come here too." Yan. Almost instantly, based on Ion's understanding of the Warring States period, he understood that things must not be easy, and even the Warring States period would bring him a big trouble. No wonder the old man stayed at home strangely today. I'm afraid that if he called me over through the messenger, I would guess his intention and leave halfway. This is just blocking me. In the face of the behavior of the Warring States period, which was almost equivalent to blocking the spring and blocking the house, Yan, who had just woken up, didn't even have a chance to escape, so he had to stand helplessly. "Jun, Cage, Ion, you three are the most outstanding new generation Navy in the Navy, and now the Navy headquarters has a task for you." Just then, Ion interrupted weakly, "That, I haven't joined the Navy yet." As soon as Ion's voice fell, Sengoku took out a copy from the pile of documents he had just dealt with and threw it to Ian, saying, "Your father has submitted your application to join the Navy for you, and has just received the signature of the Admiral of the Navy." After a pause, the Warring States' face became solemn, and he said, "Congratulations, Navy Ion Yan." Immediately, Ion, who took the document, hurriedly turned to the last position and looked at the military rank category, Captain of the Navy Headquarters. For a moment, Ion only felt his eyes go black. At this moment, Ion also ignored the existence of Jun and Kaji and retorted subconsciously, "Marshal of the Warring States period, this application is wrong, and the merits I have accumulated are simply not enough to hold the rank of Captain of the Navy Headquarters." 30 Chapter 30 Language is really an art. Are you suspecting my injustice and partiality as a naval marshal? The Warring States Marshal asked with a sullen face. "This, maybe when my father helped me submit this application, he deliberately exaggerated," Ion replied in a low voice. "If that's the case, then Navy Yan, you should check this application for inaccuracies now." After a pause, the Warring States Marshal continued, "According to the rules, the Navy promotion application report still needs to be publicized and reserved. This is your last chance to check." Immediately, Ion checked it without hesitation, mainly focusing on the position of the merit column. What makes Ian unbelievable is that the merit column is densely filled with various words. After a while, Ion raised his eyes and looked at the Sengoku Marshal with resentment and said angrily, "Language is an art. It seems that but Captain Ion has no objection. The Warring States Marshal had a calm expression, and after noticing the somewhat curious expression of Jia, he simply said, "The three of you are each other's most outstanding navy in the new generation, and you still need to understand each other. Since Captain Plusky is curious, then please take a look at Captain Plusky's application report to see if the merits in Captain Ion's application report have met the requirements for the rank of captain." "Yes," Kaji responded, took the report from Ion, who had a resentful expression, and looked at it together with Jun, who also turned his eyes away. And when they saw the first line of the merit column, Cage and Jun couldn't help but exclaimed in unison, "Deeply involved in the slaughter of demons and made a major contribution. I just sat on the boat, let alone firing a cannon. I didn't even shoot a bullet," Ian explained. Unfortunately, Cage and Jun didn't believe what Ion said, and they read out the contents of the merit column in unison. "The incident of the warship accidentally hitting the refuge ship was prevented. The lives of thousands of civilians were saved, and the reputation of the Navy was saved in time. Assist Vice Admiral Hwashaishin to capture and defect Vice Admiral Sorrow of the Navy Giant." According to post-war statistics, Tefamer Yan caused a total of thousands of wounds to Sorrow. Read this. Ji's face couldn't help showing a look of surprise and said, "Amazing, Captain Yan is so young. I didn't expect that his strength has reached the level that he can compete with the lieutenant generals." "Yan, I said that I was scraping and microdermabrasion for Soludo at that time. Does anyone believe it?" Ian said helplessly in his heart, but he couldn't explain and refute the content on the merit column. What Kaji didn't notice was that Jun's face turned slightly rosy at the moment, as if thinking of something special. However, the content on the merit column is far more than that, and the additions continue to be read out one by one. "He helped the confused Lieutenant General Kyuzan find a new path of justice, destroyed the Capone Mafia in the sea that caused the disaster. With regard to the current situation of the West China Sea Navy, it has put forward important suggestions with great reference and significance." For a time, just by looking at the content on the merit column, the image of an outstanding young Navy who has his heart on the Navy and thinks about everything for the Navy has already been established in the heart of the super. However, Jia glanced at Ian, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, handsome and upright facial features showing a gentle temperament, plus the messy hair just woke up. No matter how it looks like a young Navy capable of doing so much. On the contrary, they are like those second-generation children who are lazy and confused. And Ian noticed the strange look of Kaji, and thought that Kaji was doubting whether he could do so many great things, and immediately said with certainty, "I'm not the kind of person you imagine." Suddenly, Jiaji's eyes widened a little, and under Ion's bright eyes, he only felt that his heart was seen through. "Sure enough, people can't be seen. Do you understand what's on my mind just by looking at me?" As expected of the son of the Warring States Marshal known as the Wise General, it seems that Captain Ion's handsome appearance does not represent what he is like inside. As Captain Ion said, he is not the second-generation son I imagined, but the son of the Marshal with a hill in his chest. In this way, it can explain why Captain Ion can make such a feat at such a young age. Immediately, Jiaji's face became solemn, and he said to the Marshal of the Warring States period, "Marshal of the Warring States period, I think that the merits made by Captain Ion, let alone the rank of captain, I think it is not impossible to grant the rank of the school." Yan. For a while, Ion couldn't help but cast an incomprehensible look at the sum. "I have no enmity with you. Why did you hurt me? I didn't expect you asshole to be ugly and wretched, but you are still so vicious in your heart. Do you even know how to kill people?" Could it be that the old man secretly asked for this bonus? As soon as he thought of this, Ion reacted instantly, and felt that this was a great possibility. "Last time, the old man asked Jun to cooperate, and in the name of being a child, he forced me to take action and agree to join the Navy. Now, is this finding a plus to sing the double read again? It's all inside ghosts. What else can we do in this situation?" The corners of Ian's mouth twitched slightly, then he patted Jiaji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Captain Plus G is really talented, and he is also very discerning. You have said such high-level words, and the future is bright." However, Ion's words are full of threats, but under the good impression of the preconception of the Plus, there is a feeling of being appreciated by his confidant. In particular, the words Iwawawi's Hong can be said to be in the heart of the extra plan. Growing up, even his mother had never praised him like this, especially his appearance. "Big brother." In Yen's stunned eyes, Jiaji looked at him with inexplicable tears in his eyes. Opening his mouth was a very intimate address, and his tone was full of moving. "I didn't expect that in your eyes I turned out to be this kind of man." Ion, who couldn't keep up with the extra brain circuit, asked subconsciously, "If not, add up." At this moment, Jiake only felt that Ion's whole person seemed to be exuding an unusual light, and he also understood that the tone of the rhetorical question turned out to be more inspiring than the tone of affirmation. "This is invisibly filled with with a natural tone which makes the plus meter feel an unprecedented affirmation. Big brother Yan, you will be my big brother from now on. 31 Chapter 31 Supervision Division. What should I do when a lewd man keeps calling me big brother? Online wait urgent. This is how Ian feels at the moment. At this moment, not to mention Ion, even the Warring States Marshal was a little confused. Big brother? As the most outstanding rookie in the Navy, how could Captain Plush call this bastard Ion the eldest brother? You must know that Jiaji's personality is not the type that is easy to get along with. He has always been independent and thinks he is different, and he cannot tolerate others saying that he is not at all. Aside from facing Jun, who had similar strength and didn't show any contempt for him, the extras rarely showed a good face to others. Do you know each other? Asked the Warring States Marshal. Before Ian could speak, Plusky spoke first. I don't know. No, just one thing. I was about to apologize to big brother Ion. Huh? Apologize? Ian suddenly felt that Jiaji had already understood the truth that he would live longer than the old man, and that the young man was the future. So you plan to abandon the darkness to the light, betray the old man, and rely on yourself? Immediately, Ion cast a glance at Sengoku and said, Captain Plus, please say more. Actually, this isn't the first time I've seen Big Brother Yan. I've seen Big Brother Yan in this area occasionally, but I was too stupid at the time. I thought Big Brother Yan, who often walks birds in public, was second-generation children of world government officials. So instead of taking the initiative to introduce myself to Big Brother Yan, I scolded Big Brother Yan several times in my heart. Now that I think about it, it is too rude and ignorant. I also asked Big Brother Yan to forgive me. Yan, how to speak walking birds in public? Fortunately, I didn't meet you a few days in advance, otherwise I'd be in a good mood for a few days less. If it wasn't for the old man sitting in front of him. Ian looked at Kaji's wretched appearance with tears in his eyes. Maybe he would have beaten Kaji violently. Cough cough. Ion coughed twice, interrupting the tearful addition, and reminded Captain Plus, as a qualified Navy, you need to have your own independent judgment and will, and you can't be easily dominated by emotions, and you won't be easily influenced by personal feelings. So even if you deliberately get closer to me, we are also one size. Count one size. In fact, what Ian meant was that he should repay you, or he would repay you. Even if you regret calling him big brother now, it's useless. It's a pity that Yen's metaphorical words in front of Sengoku changed his taste when he heard Kaji's airs. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Gage wiped away tears and said solemnly, in the past, I was sometimes too impulsive in doing things. Just like my own appearance, many things can't be easily judged based on appearance alone, but I have jumped to conclusions hastily. This is indeed my shortcoming. Section 17. Impulse. Ion only felt that it was sloppy for him to communicate with the super. The Navy is such a talent. How can it be done? No wonder the pirates can't be killed. In the end, the corner of Ion's mouth twitched slightly and responded calmly, haha. On the other hand, the Warring States Marshal was a little relieved. He felt that Yen was more friendly than he thought, and he quickly convinced the captain of the first meeting. Even if you hit it off and want to exchange feelings, wait a while and then talk slowly. The Warring States Marshal's face turned straight, and he retrieved Ion's promotion application documents from the hands of the extra, and immediately said, Jun, Cage, Ion, regarding the tasks assigned to you by the Navy headquarters, it is to let you each rush to the 3 sea areas of the west, south and north to supervise and monitor the Navy accordingly, so as to ensure the purity of the Navy grassroots. 6. And this is also a newly established position in the Navy headquarters Inspector Division. The first Inspector Division is held by the 3 of you. As soon as the Warring States Marshal's voice fell, the extra asked in a puzzled way, Marshal, why are there 3 supervisory divisions in the 4 sea areas of the south, south, and northwest? The Warring States Marshal shook his head and said, because there is no need for this in the East China Sea. Since Roger was executed in the East China Sea, the wave of pirates that broke out in the East China Sea is the largest, and because the world government is worried that there will be an existence that inherits Roger's evil will in the East China Sea, so in recent years, naval heroes have Lieutenant General Garp will be stationed in the East China Sea in person. Immediately, Yan reacted. Why did he feel that Marineford was much calmer than he thought, and he always felt that something was missing? It turned out to be less. Lieutenant General Garp, regardless of whether it's Ion, Jun, or Cage, at this moment they can't help but feel some sympathy for the pirates in the East China Sea. Lieutenant General Garp, what is that existence? The absolute powerhouse who punched One Piece and kicked the Golden Lion. It was just such a monster-like existence that was thrown into the East China Sea, and it was purely for cleaning and washing the ground with nuclear bombs. Originally, for the pirates, the East China Sea, which belongs to the difficulty of the novice village, can be said to be full of difficulty in an instant and directly enter the difficulty of hell. There is really no need to set up a supervisory division in the East China Sea. Sea. If Lieutenant General Garp is there, it is estimated that no pirate will be able to leave the East China Sea and enter the Great Route. The plus meter smashed his mouth and said, and with the prestige of a naval hero under the pressure, there is nothing the Navy would dare to do. That's not. Ion, who had met with Lieutenant General Garp several times, said with certainty. Fortunately, it is possible to get stuck in the time of Lieutenant General Garp's laziness and sleep, and there is still hope to enter the Great Route. Okay, let's not talk about that bastard, just leave Dong Hai to him. The Warring States Marshal interrupted the real comment from Ion and said directly, the newly established supervisory department will be equipped with a medium-sized warship, an adjutant, and 500 Navy personnel. You can discuss the sea area you go to by yourself, and you can take office today. After a pause, the Warring States Marshal's eyes swept over the three people in front of him and said seriously, this will also be an excellent opportunity for you to experience. Perhaps compared with the Great Route, there are not many strong men in those sea areas, but there is the real grassroots of the Navy. Yes, Jun, Kaji, and Yenkai gave a military salute and answered. Immediately, the marshals of the Warring States period handed over the appointment letter to them respectively and detailed the division of the scope of duties. All in all, the Navy headquarters wants to hang a sword of Damocles on the heads of the Four Seas Navy and needs them as the eyes to supervise the actions of the Four Seas Navy for the Navy headquarters. But just when the three of them were discussing the sea area they were going to, the always passive Ion said proactively, Bihai, leave it to me. Hearing this sentence, the movement of the Warring States Marshal suddenly froze. 32 Chapter 32 Adjutant Hope. Afterwards, as for Jun and Kaji leaving in a hurry, the Sengoku Marshal never said a word when they went to prepare to take office. ION. The Warring States Marshal asked in a serious tone, why did you choose Bihai? It is said that there are many beauties in Bihai. Yan said naturally. Sengoku naturally didn't believe Ion's words at all and asked word by word, did you already know something? Ion's movements were also a slight pause, and then he returned to nature, collapsed on the sofa, and said, old man, do you mean Khorasan to go undercover? Where did you know? This should be top secret information, and with Khorasan's character, he wouldn't easily leak it to you. Sengoku asked. For a while, the atmosphere in the room became a little dignified, and there was silence for a long time. Immediately, Ion turned his eyes and said, old man, you can insult my body, but please don't insult my IQ. These words made the face of the Warring States turn slightly dark. Immediately afterwards, Ion shouted towards his room, Zyajin, number 057 newspaper. The next moment, an elegant canary held a newspaper with the number 057 and placed it in Ion's hand, and Ion threw the newspaper in front of the Warring States period, and a photo of a character on it was circled with a red pen, exactly what Khorasan looked like, and at the top of this photo there is a line of title, Don Quixote pirates appear to be the highest cotter. I don't know if the busy admiral has read this newspaper, but the content above implies that Khorasan is not very trusted by Doflamingo today, and even deliberately exposed him to the news. It wasn't necessarily Doflamingo to confirm something. After a pause, Ion continued in a calm tone, I have been with Khorasan for more than 10 years. I can't say his past experience is better than you. It is nothing more than the former world aristocrat Tianlong, and now Tianyasha Don Quixote Doflamingo brother. Even without this newspaper, Khorasan didn't join the navy after he went to sea. Instead, he disappeared without a sound for more than a year. Where did he go? Do you really think I can't guess? But this is the path that Khorasan chose, and the way he repays his kindness. I have nothing to say, but, Ion said with a rare serious expression on his face. One thing I need to state, old man, if Khorasan's life is really in danger, I will definitely take action, even if it is to kill brother Doflamingo. Sengoku's expression suddenly became a little complicated, and he naturally understood how dangerous it was for Khorasan to be an undercover agent. However, Doflamingo has a secret that the world government and the navy are afraid of, so that the world government and the navy dare not force him too much. In order to prevent Doflamingo from secretly doing anything earth-shaking through this secret, Sengoku can only choose to allow Khorasan to secretly return to the Don Quixote pirates to act as an undercover agent so as to monitor Doflamingo's every move. Immediately, Warring States quickly reacted and cursed. Bastard, don't you know how much you have? Even Khorasan may not be able to fight, and you still want to kill brother Doflamingo. Yan said with a smile. It's okay. When I am defeated and captured, I will bring out the identity of the son of the admiral. I think brother Doflamingo should not dare to kill me. When the time comes, old man, remember to redeem me, but don't be stingy. Benefits and benefits. After a pause, Ion said seriously, power, wealth, etc. can be gained again when they are gone, but if their family is gone, they are really gone. If Ion wasn't trying to persuade Warring States to remember to redeem him, Warring States might still feel a little bit when he heard these words. But at this moment, roll. Go to the North Sea for for me immediately. Amidst the roar of the Warring States period, Ion left the courtyard with a three-pointedness in his embarrassment and walked towards the port. At the port, the Warring States had prepared the relevant warships in advance and staffed them, and Yan only needed to arrive at the warship to set sail immediately. Along the way, the sun was shining brightly, and the corners of Yan's mouth could not help showing a smug smile. Zhang is old and hot, but if you play routines, the Warring States period is far less than Ian. Although what disappointed Ian was that he jumped directly to the rank of captain of the Navy headquarters, but Ian had just thought about it carefully, and slipping to the North Sea is also a good choice. Or in the eyes of Jun and Kaji, such a position can be mixed with a lot of merits almost casually, and after a while of experience, he can immediately return to the Navy headquarters to grant important tasks. Unfortunately, with Ion's unique vision and perspective, he judged that this position is also the best place to mess around. As long as he hides in the North Sea, even if he basks in the sun, fishes, and sleeps every day, the old man of the Warring States period can still go to the North Sea to capture himself and return to the Navy headquarters. In particular, Ion also deliberately mentioned the existence of Khorasan. It can be said that as long as Khorasan is still an undercover agent in the Don Quixote pirates, he will not be embarrassed to ask himself who wants to protect his righteous brother to go back if he wants to come to the Warring States period. Khorasan, thank you for giving me such a good excuse. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in Marineford and the surrounding naval soldiers were coming and going, Ian might have been whistling. However, when Ion arrived at the warship where the Warring States divided himself and saw his adjutant, he couldn't laugh anymore. Colonel Hope, what are you doing here? Ion asked with an ugly face. And this Hope, who used hailstone handcuffs to bring Ion to Marineford in the past, hurriedly saluted Ian and reported, Captain Ian, Adjutant Hope will report to you that the warship has been prepared. All the staff are in place, ammunition, food, fresh water, medicines, and other supplies have also been replenished and can be sailed at any time. Don't make trouble, Colonel Hope, I'm just a captain. How can you be my adjutant as Colonel Tang Tang? Quick, tell me, where did you hide my adjutant? I'm in a hurry to go to Bihai to perform official duties, Yan said. The burly Hope straightened his chest and replied with a good spirit, reporting to Lord Yan, I am your adjutant. Some time ago, because of disrespect to the Marshal of the Warring States period, my rank was adjusted. Now my rank is second lieutenant. Please instruct. Yan. Silently, Ion raised a filial finger towards the appearance of the Warring States courtyard. Old thing, it really belongs to you. Can you do such a crazy thing? 33 Chapter 33 The Fruit of the Strong City. Zyajin. You must know that Hope is an old subordinate of the Warring States period. He may not be able to serve as a general officer, but he is absolutely worshipful and loyal to the Warring States Marshal. Disrespectful to the Admiral of the Navy and adjusted his rank. It's a shame the old man could come up with such a ridiculous excuse. It would be better to say that Hope stepped into Marineford with his left foot first, which caused Marineford's geography to slightly tilt, thus being disrespectful to the Tianlong people and being severely punished. No excuses. Ian grumbled feebly and immediately said to Hope, Hope, if you are coerced and framed by the Marshal of the Warring States period, just blink your eyes and I will take you back to the Marshal of the Warring States period to argue with reason and promise to restore your office. Hearing this, Hope seemed to deeply feel the care and tenderness from Ion and said with a more firm tone, Lord Yan, you have a heart, but it's my volition. No, you're not. Ion said, no, I am. Hope raised his voice and answered loudly, I followed Lord Yan voluntarily and I took the initiative to apply to the Warring States Marshal to serve as Lord Yan's adjutant. As long as I can follow Lord Yan, the military rank is not worth mentioning at all. For a time, as Hope's volume soared, this caused the naval soldiers on the warship and even in the port to look in the direction of Ion and Hope. Countless eyes full of curiosity and astonishment made Ian feel a sense of social death inexplicably. Ion's temple couldn't help but jump slightly, waved his hand, and said, Don't say it. Get off the boat. Yes, Lord Ion. Immediately, under the command of Hope, this medium-sized warship set sail and sailed in the direction of the Gate of Justice. It has to be said that Hope, as a former subordinate of Marshal of the Warring States period, was promoted from the bottom of the soldiers fighting all the way. It may be lacking in decision-making ability and strategic ability, but it is qualified for warship manipulation, personnel command, astronomical climate, and combat capability. Forget it. Hope is Hope. At least if Hope is the adjutant, I don't need to spend any energy on the rest of the trivial matters. Ion sighed slightly and comforted himself. Just in this way, going to the Bihai Sea is more like a tourist. Just Hope's combat power as a colonel of the Navy headquarters has already crushed the level of the Bihai Navy. According to the rank of the Navy today, the highest is the Marshal of the Navy, followed by general-level officers, school-level officers, lieutenant-level officers, and soldiers of different ranks. The highest rank among the 4 navies is only a colonel and there are no officers above the general level, and the gold content of the rank directly under the Navy headquarters will be higher than that of the 4 sea navies. That is to say, as a captain of the Navy headquarters, Ion is equal to a captain of the North Sea Navy. Perhaps this is also the case, so the Warring States Marshal set up a 4-sea inspector. Only when he was in office did he set his rank as captain. Generally speaking, on the sea where the strong are respected, one of the hard conditions for the promotion of naval rank is also one's own strength. That is to say, if the former Colonel Hope of the Navy headquarters goes to the Beehive, there is basically no navy in the North Sea that can beat Hope. Tisk, with Hope by my side, it seems that I can't be too presumptuous in my future behavior, otherwise the old man will definitely know that this is simply naked surveillance. Section 18. While Ian muttered, he suddenly reacted and laughed at himself. The old man really wants to spy on me, so he doesn't need to send Hope, who I know well, at all. It's enough to send a trustworthy adjutant. So Ian turned his head to look at Marineford, who was gradually moving away and vaguely seemed to be able to feel a concerned look watching him, and muttered, "The old man's mouth is very hard on the surface, but in fact he probably doesn't trust my body, so he specially sent Hope to protect me." Really, at the end of the day, Ian couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "But I'm sorry, old man, I'm still too weak right now, so you can stay busy in Marineford. I'll go outside for a few years." No, old man of 10 or 20 years thought I would come back. After commanding the warship to maintain its speed normally, Hope hurried back to Ion's side again and shouted, "Lord Yan, I'm sorry, I forgot to take you to the room to put your luggage first." "Huh, Lord Yan, didn't you bring your luggage?" Ion smiled and said to the golden bird standing on his shoulder, "To the beautiful and peaceful North Sea, I just need to bring my bird." Hope looked in the direction Ion pointed, only to notice the golden bird standing motionless on Ion's shoulder. What made Hope feel strange was that the golden bird's eyes flickered with human-like light from time to time, and it even gave Hope an inexplicable illusion that the bird was smarter than himself. "That's right, it's called Xiaojin. Let's say hello," Ian said. Xiaojin raised a wing, posed a gesture similar to a military salute towards Hope, and shouted, "Chirp." Seeing this, Hope quickly returned a military salute, but as for what to say, Hope was a little embarrassed. After being stunned for a while, Hope suddenly thought of something and reminded Yandeo, "Master Yan, you didn't inform the bird raising in advance, and there is no special bird food prepared on the boat." Ian replied, "Don't worry, Xiaojin is a hard city fruit person, and his favorite bird food and dozens of different snacks exist in his body." "Huh? Bird fortress fruit?" Hope said in disbelief. "Yes, although the situation is relatively rare, animals can also become devil fruit power users, and Xiaojin is the golden bird that ate the hard city fruit by mistake," Yan explained. "Of course, in fact the reason why Xiaojin became a capable person is that Yan forcibly fed the hard city fruit to Xiaojin, and when feeding, Xiaojin showed a strong will to refuse, as if it knew that Ion was feeding it Ollie. However, there is nothing Ion can do. After all, the devil fruit Ion eats will be transformed into the void soul chopping knife, and there is no way for him to become a devil fruit person, and by Yan's side there is no one who is completely trustworthy for the time being." After thinking for a while, Ion thought of Chopper, who originally ate the devil fruit by mistake as an animal, and the skypoint bird that ate the pony fruit. Both of them showed extremely high intelligence after eating the devil fruit, and even Chopper was proficient in medicine. 34. The 34th chapter of the sudden opening of the door of justice. Therefore, Ion used many different means, which reluctantly allowed Xiaojin to voluntarily become a devil fruit ability user. Afterwards, Ion began to teach Xiaojin patiently, and let him deeply understand the truth of who is the most important person in the world, and following the rest of the birds has no future and hope. Because of this, with Xiaojin's existence like a flying fortress, Ion is almost equivalent to an additional warehouse that moves with him, or even a way to escape. Therefore, it's not that Ion didn't bring luggage, but all the luggage was placed in Xiaojin's body. In addition, all the evidence confiscated by Ion on Capone Island was also placed inside, and a large number of conventional, unconventional, and other materials were prepared in it. For example, soon, on the deck of the warship, Ion took out a beach chair and a sun umbrella from Xiaojin's body, and while continuing to think about life's major events, he did not forget to ask Xiaojin to apply sunscreen for him. After leaving Marineford, Xiaojin, who got Yan's permission, also took out a pair of pink sunglasses and put them on. "Wait, pink?" Yan suddenly realized something, turned his head to look at Xiaojin, and asked inexplicably, "Xiaojin, you actually like this color? Could it be that you are a female bird?" Tweet, tweet, tweet. Xiaojin nodded and made 2 affirmative calls, and then seemed to blame Ion for not knowing her gender. Ion, who was lying lazily on the beach chair, said with a little perfunctory, "It's useless for you to scream. You can understand human speech." teach. The problem is that I can't understand bird language. Besides, isn't it normal that I can't tell the difference between female and male? Weird question. Chirp 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 chirp. For a while, Xiaojin's voice became more urgent. Ion said, listening to the noisy birdsong. If you call again, you will be fined 3 days not to eat snacks. In an instant, Xiaojin's voice completely quieted down. That's about it. By the way, don't forget to apply sunscreen evenly. Ian did not forget to remind. Xiaojin's voice had a little emotion more or less, and Ian, while enjoying the strength of Xiaojin's pressing on his back, continued to educate. Little Jin, you have to understand that you are no longer an ordinary canary, but a canary with noble sentiments that has broken away from vulgar taste. Understand? Xiaojin, do you know that there is an animal named Chopper? After eating the devil fruit, it set a great ambition to become a doctor, and the medical skills are already very superb, enough to kill 99% of the human beings in seconds. Doctor, you have to learn from it. You can't be lazy, and you can't get emotional. You have to think about the massage techniques I teach you, and become a qualified technical master as soon as possible, so that you can earn all the delicious food in the world from the master. Snacks. Well, yes, it's right here, just a little bit stronger. Soon, under the command of Lieutenant Hope, the warship arrived at the Gate of Justice not far from Marineford. This is a huge steel gate that stands in the sea and reaches the top of the cloud, and it is difficult to see the edge at a glance. At the same time, it is also one of the important lines of defense to protect the marine headquarters Marineford from pirates. In addition to the Gate of Justice on the marine headquarters side of the naval headquarters, there are also two important locations, the Great Underwater Prison and the Judiciary Island, which are also protected by the Gate of Justice. The three gates of justice are distributed in a triangle, and at the center is a huge strange ocean current like a maelstrom. If the warship wants to reach the North Sea quickly, then it needs to enter the maelstrom through the Gate of Justice, take the huge current to leave the Gate of Justice on the other side, and then follow the route to the North Sea. Soon, in a deafening roar, this door of justice that penetrated the sky slowly opened a gap, and this is only a trivial gap for the door of justice, and it is enough for the standard 500 Navy warships to pass. Watching Hope handle these things skillfully, Ion was relieved and ready to focus on pointing out Xiaojin's current inadequacies. After all, the Tory goal initially set for Xiaojin by Yan, becoming a qualified technical master, is only the first step. In the follow-up, maid training, cooking training, tea ceremony practice, etc. will be added as appropriate. Be sure to make Xiaojin's bird life full and fun to learn, and don't let Xiaojin waste precious bird life. And just when the warship was carrying the maelstrom current to the door of justice on the other side near the underwater prison, it was a coincidence that the door of justice on the side of the underwater prison was also slowly opening. What's going on? What are the navies in the great underwater prison thinking? Have you forgotten the principle that the other warships cannot be opened while the other warships are passing through the maelstrom in front of the Gate of Justice? This is extremely easy to cause the ships to stagger. Caused the collision. Holden, who was standing beside Ion, said dissatisfiedly, and when he began to command the navy, he began to prepare for evasion and reduce the speed. Hearing Horton's dissatisfied voice, Jan, who was closing his eyes, was cautious and subconsciously used the arrogance of seeing and hearing to probe the door of justice on the side of the underwater prison. No. Ian suddenly jumped up, his eyes widened towards the gap revealed at the door of justice, and there was a thick black smoke floating out from the other side. Ion made a judgment in an instant and turned to Horton. There is an accident in the great undersea prison. What? Horton couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard these words that could be said to be a day and night. Immediately, Horton, who also noticed the thick black smoke, also reacted and subconsciously wanted the Navy soldiers to turn the warship and go to the underwater prison to investigate the situation and support. Ion's next voice sounded. Second Lieutenant Hope, the order is full speed ahead. Escape, escape. Horton looked at Ion subconsciously, thinking he had heard it wrong. As a Navy, how can you escape? However, Jan, who had already sensed the existence behind the door of justice with his domineering arrogance, urged him in a hurry. Quick, don't hesitate. That's the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, and behind the Gate of Justice is Golden Lion Shiki. As Ion's voice echoed on the warship, the hairs of the more than 500 Navy members of the entire warship stood up instantly. That is the Golden Lion Shiki, who is as famous as One Piece Gol Roger and the world's strongest man Whitebeard Edward Newgate. 35 Chapter 35 Golden Lion Shiki. The Sengoku Marshal assigned to the Navy on the Ion ship, even if it was placed in the Navy headquarters, is also a true elite, and it is a Navy with rich sailing experience and combat experience. At the same time, almost all of this group of navies witnessed the incident in which the Golden Lion Shiki broke into Marineford by himself 2 years ago. In the face of the heroic Golden Lion Shiki, who was attacked alone, countless navies almost collapsed collapsed in front of him with a single blow and had no resistance. In the end, it was the current Admiral Warring States and the naval hero Lieutenant General Garp who joined forces to suppress the Golden Lion Shiki at the cost of the destruction of half of Marineford and imprisoned him in the seabed prison Impelton's deepest. The destructive battle scene had only lasted for more than 2 years, and it was obvious that these naval elites had not forgotten it. It is precisely because of this that they know very well what a terrifying monster the Golden Lion Shiki is. For a time, all the navies had no time to think about why the Golden Lion Shiki, who was supposed to be imprisoned in the deepest part of the underwater prison, appeared behind the gate of justice. At this moment, all the navies on the warship, driven by fear, instinctively followed Ion's order, tried their best to speed up the warship, and wanted to stay away from the monster known as the Golden Lion as much as possible. Quick, full power, full speed. Let the mainsail down. Hurry up. Turn the rudder. Turn the rudder. For a while, if it wasn't for the fact that the warship was not equipped with oars, Lieutenant Hope would have personally taken the lead in paddling to speed up the warship. As the door of justice slowly opened, the picture behind the door became clearer, and even ordinary naval soldiers could see it clearly. The surface of Impelton, a large underwater prison that originally stood above the sea to suppress countless pirates, has become tattered, with a large number of black shadows rising from time to time, and explosions also appear occasionally, and it is still vaguely visible to a large number of jailers. The Navy is at war with prisoners. Chaos. There is no doubt that the great underwater prison Impelton has fallen into chaos, and the person who created all of this with one hand is the Golden Lion that floated in the air. His knee-high legs were bleeding constantly, and his long golden hair fluttered in the sea breeze like a wounded lion. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of all the Navy, Golden Lion Shiki crossed the gate of justice and came straight towards the warship where Ion was. Speed. Blazing fast. There's no escape. It seems that the Golden Lion Shiki's target is us, Ion said with a hint of solemnity in his tone, and raised his finger lightly to keep the inconspicuous little Jin away from the warship for a while. Sure. Xiao Jin also seemed to understand what Ion meant, and did not dare to be awkward at all. With the cover of the warship, he stayed flat against the sea and moved away from the Golden Lion Shiki. Soon, under countless cold hairs of the Navy, Golden Lion Shiki sat on the mast of the warship, his golden hair fluttering in the Navy, and his arrogant laughter echoed. Gee ha ha ha. What's the so-called bronze wall? Impelton, a prison under the sea where no prisoners can ever escape. Can't I keep me locked up? These are full of domineering and contemptuous words, which made the more than 500 Navy members on the warship tremble, like ants trembling under the might of a lion. Prepare, prepare. At this moment Horton's tense and firm voice sounded and shouted, all soldiers, prepare to arrest the pirate Golden Lion Shiki. When interrupted by this voice, Golden Lion Shiki's laughter stopped, looked down with a playful smile, and said, really, you Marines just share the joy of Laozi quietly and then die obediently, isn't it? The next moment, as the Golden Lion Shiki stretched out his hand and lifted it towards the air, with 5 fingers grabbing countless air seemed to be controlled by the Golden Lion Shiki. Lion mighty empty scroll. In an instant, a huge lion constructed of air currents appeared above the warship and roared at the warship. At this moment, Yan's voice sounded, wait, Ski, are you trying to smash this ship and sink into the ocean with us? Golden Lion Shiki heard the words and looked at the gentle-looking boy with glasses. In just a short time, Ion said confidently that he had smoothed everything out. The reason why you came straight to this warship is not simply to share the joy, but to escape, right? With the help of the ability of Piao Fruit, let this ship float up and take you away from the reinforcements of the Navy headquarters, the seas that can be reached at any time. It's the same with killing you Navy first. I only need a ship. Golden Lion Shiki said indifferently. Section 19. Oh, let's not talk about whether your attack will affect the overall structure of the warship. More importantly, there are still a lot of artillery shells in the warehouse at the bottom of the ship. If you dare to attack, I will immediately let the Navy in the warehouse detonate the artillery shells. The ship disintegrated in an instant. After a pause, Ion looked at the Golden Lion Shiki, who seemed a little annoyed, and said with certainty, your broken legs are still bleeding, and there are still a lot of wounds left on your body. Even the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki won't be able to sustain this kind of serious injury for long, right? There is no record pointer to guide the direction, and there is no place where the devil fruit can rest. You absolutely cannot escape the sea area. So, Golden Lion Shiki, this ship is also the only hope for completely escaping the underwater prison Impelton. Without this ship to take you away, wait for the reinforcements of Marineford to arrive. Your end will only be a captivity with no escape. Listening to Ion's methodical analysis, Golden Lion Shiki's increasingly angry expression suddenly became more relaxed. Gee ha ha ha. Immediately, Golden Lion Shiki flew down from the mast and landed in front of Ion, saying, "Boy, interesting, what's your name?" Tefamur-ion. The next moment, under the stunned expressions of countless Navy, Golden Lion Shiki sent an invitation to Ion. "Very good, Tefamur-yan, let's get along with me. I want to reform the Flying Sky Pirates to dominate the sea under the sky. You and me, I will give you the position of deputy captain." "Co-captain?" Ion asked. "What, are you still not satisfied? Being Laozu's deputy captain is the dream of countless pirates on the sea." After a pause, Golden Lion Shiki asked inexplicably, "Could it be that you have a greater ideal than this?" 36 Chapter 36 Furious Warring States. "Certainly." Looking at the arrogant Golden Lion Shiki in front of him, Ion quietly put a hand on the soul-chopping blade but said with a natural expression, "As a man of the sea, how can you not have dreams?" Golden Lion Shiki looked down at Ion and said, "Say, that's naturally to be the strongest in the world." Speaking of which, even with Ion's face, he couldn't help feeling a little shy. At this moment, whether it is the Golden Lion Shiki or the many navies on the warship, there is a strong curiosity waiting for Ion's lofty ambitions. The strongest in the world. The name you want to get is prefixed with the strongest in the world. It is bound to be very difficult. Under everyone's attention, Ion said the second half of the sentence slowly. "The strongest in the world, a woman's husband." As soon as the sentence came out, the entire warship was quiet, and only the sound of the waves hitting the warship remained. Golden Lion Shiki, many navies. Immediately, there was a strange sound from the side of Golden Lion Shiki's head. What? Even with the knowledge of the Golden Lion Shiki, who has been across the sea for decades and has seen the experience of countless heroes, he still doubts whether he heard it wrong. What kind of bullshit dream is this? Golden Lion Shiki scolded slightly. Gaff. Ion shrugged and said, "As a matter of course, as a very self-aware man, I am deeply aware that I cannot conquer the world with my ability, so I intend to conquer the world by conquering the strongest woman in the world." Golden Lion Shiki retorted without hesitation in a wild tone. "Shit, even if you want to conquer the world as a man, you have to use your own strength to win it." Ion shook his head and said in a slightly side tone, "You don't understand the beauty of this." Scoff. Golden Lion Shiki made a disdainful sound from his nostrils and immediately touched the warship with his palm. Piao fruit is activated. In an instant, the entire steel-cast warship broke away from the sea as if it had lost all its weight and floated toward the sky quickly. "Boy, don't say that I don't give you a chance. Join Laozi's flying pirates. I will spare these navies from dying and give you a few days to think about it. Otherwise I will take you and these pirates one by one into the sea." Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the many navy behind him who were looking at him and then said, "Now you navy, don't get in the way of Laozi here, and immediately roll all of them into the cabin for me." Regarding the order of Golden Lion Shiki, many navies were fearful in their hearts, but they maintained their last pride as a navy and did not flinch. Seeing this, Ian waved his hand and said, "Go, Lieutenant Hope, and retreat to the cabin with the soldiers. When facing an unstoppable enemy, saving your life is the best choice for safeguarding justice in the future." Hope heard the words and couldn't help but speak. "Lord Yan, at least let me stay by your side to protect you." Ion shouted sharply, "Don't make trouble, be a human being and do what you can, and take action after knowing the gap between the enemy and us. Now, obey the order." "Yes." Many navies responded in unison, and then slowly returned to the cabin in an orderly manner. While watching this scene, Golden Lion Shiki was a little more curious about Ion. He glanced at Ion's clothes like a commoner and asked, "Your kid is still the commander of this warship?" "What rank?" "Badly, a captain of the navy," Ion replied. Golden Lion Shiki once again swept away the seemingly harmless Ion and replied perfunctorily, "Captain of the navy. In terms of strength, this level of naval pressure, the root is not in the eyes of the Golden Lion Shiki, but he is only one of the wolves." Immediately, the Golden Lion sat down and inserted the famous swords Withered Wood and Sakura Ten in his hands on the deck and said while treating his wounds, "Boy Yan, think about it, whether to use your resourcefulness to carry Laozi's ship and then go to create a new era." At the same time, he hurried to the top floor of Impelton, the undersea prison. The deputy director of the prison, Magellan, who was guarding the last line of defense, looked at the warship that was slowly taking off and his eyes could not help showing a bit of gloom. "Damn!" Magellan scolded angrily and immediately said to the jailer beside him, "Quick, report this to the director who is suppressing the rest of the rioting prisoners on the 6th floor as well as the naval headquarters." What? After Ian left, he stayed in the empty home for a while before returning to the office of the Warring States Marshal. At this moment he heard the news that Golden Lion Shiki had escaped from the underwater prison Impelton, and he couldn't help but lose his color. What the hell is going on? Isn't Shiki, the Golden Lion, imprisoned at the bottom of the great underwater prison and locked by halostone chains? How could he escape? The Warring States Marshal asked. The messenger raised his chest and answered hurriedly and clearly, reporting to the Marshal, according to the report of Deputy Director Magellan, the Golden Lion Shiki cut off his legs and broke free of the bondage. After that he released a large number of prisoners through the Piao fruit ability, causing chaos. Although Impelton's situation has been temporarily stabilized by all the jailers with all their strength, the Golden Lion Shiki still escaped under layers of obstruction, and after forcibly opening the door of justice, he hijacked a warship, lifts off to escape, and many more. The Warring States Marshal's expression suddenly changed and asked, "What did you just say? Say it again." The messenger was suddenly frightened by the terrifying expression of the Marshal of the Warring States period, and only felt that an invisible aura emerged from the body of the Marshal of the Warring States period, and even made his heart feel stagnant. "Guru." The messenger swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said calmly. After the Golden Lion Shiki opened the door of justice, he hijacked a warship. Boom. For a time, the entire outer wall of the office was blasted into powder under the blow of the Warring States Marshal. In the incredible eyes of the messenger, the Marshal of the Warring States period, who has always been resolute and calm like the Optimus Prime of the Navy, has red eyes and a layer of water mist on his glasses. The Warring States Marshal of the Warring States. "Are you crying?" The messenger watched the scene in shock, almost thinking it was his eyesight. "You bastard, I must tear you apart." The Warring States Marshal roared in a gaffe, then rushed towards the smashed wall and went straight to Lieutenant General Borsellino's office. 37 Chapter 37 Dissolution. Thousands of Sakura Jinjian. As a naval marshal, Sengoku knew very well that there was only one naval warship that would appear in the maelstrom at this point in time. That's the warship that Tefamer Ion was on. As for the old opponent of Golden Lion Shiji, the Marshal of the Warring States period knew his character very well. He was moody and cruel. After being imprisoned by the Navy for several years, how would the Golden Lion Smith of Impelton hate the Navy by giving up his legs as the price to escape from the underwater prison? It is not impossible that the Golden Lion Shiki will slaughter the entire Navy on the entire warship in a face-to-face encounter. The Warring States Marshal also knew very well that Ion must have some secrets of his own, but in the face of the kind of big pirate Golden Lion who was almost legendary, and he and Lieutenant General Garp only succeeded in arresting him back then. Too early. It's too early for Ion. Damn it. And just as the Warring States Marshal scolded himself and the Golden Lion Shiji with remorse, Ion looked at the door of justice that was far away from sight and murmured, "It's not too early." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Golden Lion Shiki heard Yan's tone that seemed to contain a different meaning. He couldn't help frowning and asked, "No, just calculate the time and distance. It's almost enough." Ion took off the glasses above the bridge of his nose, hung them on his chest and fixed them, and said, "Since you are fighting the legendary big pirate, you must be serious, otherwise you will die in an instant." Oh! Golden Lion Shiki heard the words. His expression gradually became serious, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously showed a cruel smile, and said, "Boy Yan, thinking about relying on women to dominate the world, you have the courage to challenge Lao Tzu." "Because I'm a self-aware person." Ion shrugged, looking at the Golden Lion Shiki in front of him, and said calmly, "I know very well that if my strength is only your level, I will only become a defeated dog in the sea, so I need someone to protect me at all times." Immediately, Golden Lion Shiki's expression turned completely cold, and said, "Asia, well, could it be that you think you are weaker than Laozi? Until there is no actual basis, of course I won't make such an irrational and unsure judgment, but during this time I have carefully observed your injury and state, and it is not a problem to kill you with a high probability. Chances are you can get away with it." After a pause, Ion looked at the Golden Lion Shiki, who was gradually showing his fangs, and said, "But in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble and let some news get out, I will kill you as much as possible." In the next moment, before Ian finished speaking, Golden Lion Shiki waved his hand, and a terrifying golden flying slash swept towards Ian, chopping. Whoosh! This time, Ion didn't dare to be careless, and instead of dancing on the tip of the knife like a juggler like facing Jun, he disappeared in a flash. Boom! The warship on the side of Ion was instantly cut off by the golden flying slash, and the clouds behind the warship separated an invisible channel along the way. Slowly, Ion stood in the sky above the warship as if walking on the ground, looking down at the Golden Lion Shiki calmly, and praised, "It's terrifying, as expected of a man who also has the title of a great swordsman. Once a flying slash of this level is hit, it will be over." At this moment, Shiki, the Golden Lion, who had somewhat underestimated Ion, couldn't help but look solemn. That terrifying speed, as well as the ability to walk in the air, is no longer something that ordinary little locks can master. And with the flying slash shot of Golden Lion Shiki, it also caused a commotion among the navies who stayed in the cabin of the warship. In Ion's perception, Second Lieutenant Holden couldn't help peeping out of the cabin. "I finally let you in the cabin obediently. These secrets shouldn't be seen by you, so just just give me a good sleep temporarily. As Aion murmured, a terrifying coercion spread out from Aion's body instantly and quickly spread in all directions. Heavy. Section 20. An unparalleled sense of heaviness instantly appeared in the hearts of everyone on the warship, giving them a sense of powerlessness that could be called despair. The Overlord is domineering? No, it seems a little different. Shiki the Golden Lion felt the oppression that was like reality and said uncertainly, "Of course this isn't overbearing arrogance. It is the spiritual pressure contained in Aion's body, which is as high as the 19-car level of spiritual pressure. Ryotsu is a power derived from the soul. The stronger the soul and the stronger the density, it will naturally produce a pressure similar to gravity. The existence of weak soul and weak will is like falling into the deep sea in the face of a powerful spiritual pressure. It can only feel the despair of eternal darkness and is unable to fight back. Even after the spiritual pressure is strong to a certain extent, it is only if you get close you will be instantly destroyed by Ryotsu to nothingness. Of course, the current Aion is far from reaching the level of Ryotsu that is almost equivalent to a black hole, but it is completely possible to force the will of the Navy on the warship to fall into a coma. Even the former Navy headquarters Colonel Horton. Bang bang bang. The next moment, all the Navy in the cabin of the warship fell to the ground one after another, and all fell into a coma. Golden Lion Shiki asked in confusion, "What kind of power is this? A different kind of domineering overlord? Or the power of a devil fruit? You guess." Yan smiled and immediately pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist and held it upside down in front of his chest, then slowly let it go and let it fall. Dissolution. Thousands of Sakura Jinjian. In an instant it was almost as if an endless sea of cherry blossoms burst out in all directions with Aion at the center. From a distance, it seems that there is a sea of cherry blossoms above the sky that is like a dream, covering the sky and the sun. Go. As Aion's thoughts moved, the overwhelming cherry blossoms rushed towards the Golden Lion Shiki from all directions and said, "She, just treat me as a cherry blossom fruit person and let me use endless cherry blossoms to bid you farewell to your voyage. Your journey should end here." Boom. As Yan's voice fell, the overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms slammed down heavily towards Golden Lion Shiki. 38 Chapter 38 Lions and Cherry Blossom Sea. Chopping. The next moment, a golden flying slash shot into the sky, shattering a large number of cherry blossoms. It's just that for the hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms today, this level is irrelevant at all. It is only a slight delay in the offensive of the cherry blossoms, and it is like a falling waterfall that continues to wash away towards the Golden Lion Shiki. But just this moment of effort is enough. Golden Lion Shiki, under the ability of Piao fruit, also quickly pulled up his figure and narrowly escaped the large bombardment of cherry blossoms. Pity. With the movement of Aion's thoughts, countless cherry blossoms turned again, almost without a blind spot, from all directions towards the Golden Lion Shiki. Boom boom boom. For a time, without during the chasing of cherry blossoms, Shiki, the Golden Lion, who was already in a serious state of injury, became more and more embarrassed when he was running and evading. And Golden Lion Shiki, who used the corner of his eye to see through the gap between the cherry blossoms, found that Ian, who was walking in the distance, was motionless, as if he was watching the poor performance of circus animals. Some of them are indebted, and they have no intention of taking action in person at all. In this way, it can be said that the anger of Shiki, the legendary great pirate Golden Lion, was instantly aroused, and he shouted, "Boy, don't be too proud of me, Yan." As far as Aion is concerned, he is now really in a state of battle, but he doesn't underestimate or contempt the Golden Lion Shiki. However, Aion is very aware of his shortcomings, and naturally he will not easily approach the extremely dangerous Golden Lion Shiki. Immediately, Aion explained calmly while manipulating the cherry blossoms like an ocean to scroll towards the Golden Lion Shiki. "Don't worry, I'm not proud, let alone look down on you. I'm already fighting you very seriously." However, Aion's indifferent attitude and motionless posture can be said to have added another barrel of oil to the Golden Lion Shiki's raging anger. Immediately, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was holding two knives, suddenly broke out a large number of flying slashes, fighting for a little space for himself in the sea of cherry blossoms. Lion Power Empty Scroll. As Golden Lion Shiki burst out with the ability of Piao fruit, an air lion that was several times larger than a warship was condensed beside him in an instant. Roar. Invisibly, Aion even seemed to hear that air lion roaring. The next moment, under the control of Golden Lion Shiki, the huge air lion charged towards the endless sea of cherry blossoms with an extremely violent attitude. Boom. Under the mutual strangulation between the cherry blossoms and the air lion suddenly exploded like a huge bomb, and the huge air wave forcibly blasted a large hole in the sea of cherry blossoms. The Golden Lion Shiki's figure was like a golden meteor streaking through the void, heading straight for Aion's body. Chopping. Another terrifying flying slam towards Ion. But there's no need to evade. Avoiding, maybe it will be in line with the meaning of Golden Lion Shiki. Ian is very clear that in terms of combat experience, he is not even a fraction of the opponent's Golden Lion Shiki, who has traversed the sea for decades and fought all the way to become a legendary great pirate. Therefore, try to use the advantages of dissolution thousands of Sakura Jinjian as much as possible and keep changing. As Ion's thoughts fell, countless cherry blossoms stood in front of the flying slash, strangling layer by layer, cutting every inch. Soon, the flying slash that was enough to split the mountains and seas dissipated in the countless cherry blossoms. However, Ion's practice of seeing flying and slashing like everything without even raising his palm made Golden Lion Shiki angry to the extreme. However, I've never been so underestimated, you bastard. With the roar of Golden Lion Shiji, the ability of floating fruit was used to the extreme by Golden Lion Shiji. Lion Might, Imperial Palace. Empty scroll 1, 2, 5, 10. A large number of air lions lined up behind Golden Lion Shiki, roaring in unison, as if following the orders of the Lion King and about to launch the most violent charge. Boom! The group of air lions and the sea of cherry blossoms launched an unprecedented confrontation above the sky. There were constantly air lions strangled and exploded by countless cherry blossoms. Between the air waves, there were holes in the sea of cherry blossoms. However, with the continuous support of Yan's spiritual pressure, the sea of cherry blossoms seemed to be endless. After countless dream-like cherry blossoms shattered, they slowly formed and gathered under the sunlight. Behind the Golden Lion Shiki, under the constantly used Piao fruit ability, the air lions are also condensed one by one into the battlefield. War of attrition. As Ion had anticipated the best-case scenario, the battle entered a phase of attrition. Ion never underestimated the legendary big pirate Golden Lion Shiki and knew that the other party could be called the top powerhouse in the sea. If the Golden Lion Shiki is at his peak, Ion understands that with his current ability, let alone a powerhouse at the level of instant kill, it is almost impossible to win a battle. It's a pity that Golden Lion Shiki was accidentally inserted into his head by the rudder during the Battle of 8 Wall a few years ago, which made him unable to use his domineering ability. 2 years ago, he entered the Marine headquarters by himself and was seriously injured and died by the joint efforts of the warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garb. Until Ion watched the Golden Lion Shiki deal with the injuries he suffered from breaking out of the underwater prison, he could even see that the old wounds he suffered 2 years ago had not healed. Not to mention that the Golden Lion Shiki's injuries from cutting his legs for a chance to escape are still oozing blood. So, Ion is very clear the Golden Lion he is facing now is already seriously injured. As long as he is dragged into the war of attrition, he will win. Obviously, Ian understands that, as does the Golden Lion Shiki, who is extremely experienced in combat, and he knows that his current state is getting worse and worse. It's just, as a proud lion across the sea, how can Golden Lion Shiki endure Ion's contemptuous attitude? Ocean, it's not the time when you little bastards have the final say. Golden Lion Shiji roared, and the speed of the condensed air lion behind him increased by 3 points again, with the momentum of tearing the sea of cherry blossoms in front of him. 39 Chapter 39 Buried in the endless cherry blossoms. In response to the roar of Golden Lion Shiji, Yen, with a thought, manipulated the cherry blossoms, which are like a vast ocean, to strangle at Shiji the Golden Lion, and said, "Perhaps you're right, I'm not the one who has the final say on the sea, but it shouldn't be a pirate like you, so let's end the journey and keep the last glory like the Pirate King Roger." After a pause, Ion continued, "Otherwise, the older and more unable to keep up with the times, the remnants of the party will only struggle more and more ugly and disdain in the tide of the times." As soon as the statement came out, it could be said that the Golden Lion Shiki was instantly stimulated. Roger. The name Roger, in particular, was originally a lingering entanglement in the heart of Golden Lion Shiki. Back then, the reason why Golden Lion Shiki entered the Navy headquarters alone was because Golden Lion Shiki did not believe that a man like Roger would be arrested by the Navy. Mere Navy, don't be too complacent. How can you mention the name Roger? A bastard like Roger is an idiot, but even if he were to die, it should be at the hands of Lao Tzu. The long golden hair fluttered up behind him, and in a few short sentences, Golden Lion Shiki showed a breathtaking aura. "How dare you call Lao Tzu a remnant who can't keep up with the times? Lao Tzu, what Lao Tzu wants is to conquer the sea and create an era that belongs to the Golden Lion. How could a kid like you understand that?" "Yes." Ian folded his arms around his chest and said calmly, with countless cherry blossoms falling beside him, "However, what the sea needs is not an era of pirates full of riots, looting, and killing, but a brand new future. This is something that mere pirates will never understand." "Sorry, Golden Lion Shiki, if it were before today, maybe I wouldn't stop you here, but now that I have joined the Navy, then, in the name of the navy golden lion Shiki. You and your wishful thinking are buried in the endless cherry blossoms today. The next moment Ion finally moved his palm, waved in the direction of golden lion Shiki, and clenched his fingers lightly. In an instant the beautiful and dangerous sea of cherry blossoms seemed to have rioted, and the speed of the light suddenly increased several times in vain, and it almost turned into countless pink streamers and swept away towards the golden lion Shiki. Boom boom boom. The first to bear the brunt was the air lions that stood in front of the golden lion Shiki, bursting one after another under the scouring of the endless cherry blossoms, generating a lot of air waves. However, the speed of the cherry blossoms was impressive, and some of them broke through the defense line of the lions before the air lions burst. At this moment, under the impact of these terrifying air waves, the speed of these seemingly fragile and dreamy cherry blossoms flying towards the golden lion Shiki suddenly accelerated again. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of cherry blossoms swept across the golden lion Shiki at a very fast speed. The next moment golden lion Shiki only felt a pain all over his body, and blood spurted out from hundreds of different wounds instantly, dyeing golden lion Shiki's whole body red. Golden lion Shiki gasped heavily, feeling that his body that seemed to be omnipotent in the past seemed to be gradually weakening, and the large number of air lions in front of him were constantly collapsing and bursting. I am the golden lion Shiki. Golden lion Shiki roared angrily, like the most violent and proud roar from the injured lion king. Immediately golden lion Shiki looked at Ion, who was walking in the air in the distance, and said with a heavy breath from his nostrils, "Little devil, bratty brat, as long as Laozi is still alive, this is the era of Laozi." Immediately golden lion Shiki glanced and pointed at the warship that was still flying in the air with the palm of his hand holding famous sword Sakura 10. The next moment the huge naval warship suddenly smashed towards Ion like a toy. Obviously this is a threat, this is a hostage. Golden lion Shiki has long seen the importance Ion attaches to this naval warship and the naval officers on the warship, so from the beginning the golden lion Shiki kept the lives of those navy officers and men for the purpose of persecuted Ion. It's just that now, as Shiki regards Ion as a real enemy and opponent, and no longer has the idea of subduing Ion as his subordinate, there is no need to keep the lives of those naval officers. And Ion also understands that this is a blatantly despicable conspiracy. Section 21. On the navy warship that was smashed by the golden lion as a weapon, more than 500 navy officers and soldiers were still in a coma. Under that huge inertia, Ion forcibly blocked it, fearing that most of the 500 naval officers and men would be killed or injured in an instant, but if he blindly avoided it, he would only be teased by the golden lion Shiki constantly manipulating the naval warships. It's a pity, golden lion Shiki. Do you think I will believe in the kindness of pirates, and I am not prepared for the safety of my own subordinates? Ian sneered, and then shouted, "Little Jin!" As Ion's voice echoed in the sky, Xiao Jin, whose whereabouts were hidden by the sea of cherry blossoms, came towards Ion like a golden streamer, and blocked the front of the naval warship. Fortress fruit. As Xiao Jin opened his bird's beak toward the navy warship, it shrank rapidly when the navy warship approached Xiao Jin, and then disappeared into Xiao Jin's beak. "Well done, Xiao Jin. I will reward you with an extra bag of snacks tonight." Squeak. The little blonde made a cheery voice, and under an elegant hover, it landed directly on Ion's shoulder, and the little head raised slightly inadvertently. However, when Ion looked in the direction of golden lion Shiki again, his pupils could not help shrinking slightly. Golden lion Shiki was grabbing the rudder that was deeply inserted into his head, and then roaring and pulling it out little by little. You must know that since he was accidentally inserted into his head by the rudder, the doctor suggested that the golden lion Shiki would no longer forcibly pull out the rudder, otherwise it would be directly life-threatening and die on the spot. It is precisely because of this that even though the existence of this rudder has seriously affected the domineering ability of golden lion Shiki, it has always existed. It seems that the old lion is overstimulated. Ian muttered with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You know, even when the golden lion Shiki was suppressed by the warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garb, he did not take the initiative to pull out the rudder. However, even if he was slightly blocked by the naval warship, it was too late even if Ian wanted to stop the golden lion Shiki. 40 Chapter 40 Shunbukong-chan. With a tingling sound that made the scalp tingle, the rudder, which was deeply inserted into the head of golden lion Shiki, was pulled out. A lot of blood shot up, but the smile of golden lion Shiki became more and more wanton and heroic. "Ha ha ha, I really didn't die, just a rudder." The next moment a dark black like ink-like arm domineering covered the Sakura 10 and deadwood held by the golden lion Shiki's hands, then swept towards the countless fallen cherry blossoms that had already swept up in front of him, chopping. With the same sword skill, this golden flying slash was extremely dazzling, and it instantly wiped out a piece of the sea of cherry cherry blossoms in front of me. Yan, this is the sea's top combat power? Did you go all out to use the armed and domineering great swordsman Golden Lion Shiki? It's terrifying. That's right, the Golden Lion Shiki just now is much weaker than I thought, so weak that I'm a little disappointed. So is this the legendary great pirate in full combat power? Ian muttered something. His mind was completely tense, and he started to actively manipulate the sea of sakura with both hands. And the overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms also moved with it, and while the broken cherry blossoms continued to emerge again, the boundless cherry blossoms also strangled towards the Golden Lion Shiki from all directions. Little devil, I'll tell you right now, this tiny blade the size of a cherry blossom can't cut anything. Shiki, the Golden Lion who had discovered the essence of the endless sea of cherry blossoms, said arrogantly, the blood gurgling out of the wound above his head. On the contrary, set off the Golden Lion Shiji's domineering. The Overlord is domineering. The next moment, a substantive burst of Overlord's arrogance burst out from the body of Golden Lion Shiki, and even forcibly shook the cherry blossoms that fell beside him, opening a small space in the sea of cherry blossoms. Immediately, the Golden Lion Shiki rushed in the direction of Ion like a golden streamer, and under Ion's full control, the endless sea of cherry blossoms also kept blocking and strangling Golden Lion Shiki. However, with the domineering protection of armed color, Golden Lion Shiki at this moment seems to be a sailboat riding the wind and waves on the sea of cherry blossoms, and the golden flying slashes released from time to time wipe out a cherry blossom. But in just a few short breaths, the distance between Golden Lion Shiki and Ion has already advanced by more than half. Ion Kid, die for Laozi. It was another shock of Overlord's domineering, providing a space for Golden Lion Shiji for a short time, and famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood covered with strong armed domineering abruptly moved towards Io and waved in the direction Lion Chikari Valley. The next moment, hundreds of golden flying slashes flew towards Ion frantically, like the roar of a lion. Hide. Ion has always maintained a wide range of knowledge, domineering and quickly looking for the flaws in Lion Chikari Valley. In a very short period of time, Ion saw through the color domineering, made a judgment. However, no, to be precise, the only flaw is to dash forward against the roar of the lion. The space covered by these thousands of flying slashes is extremely large, and Shiki the Golden Lion is still constantly controlling the air through the Piao fruit to affect the path of these flying slashes. Therefore, the further back, the more there is no way to hide. Is this the domineering of the big pirate Golden Lion? In front of the Lion King, retreating blindly is the only way to die. Instead, he rushed forward in the face of the thousand flying slashes roared by the lion, and forcibly broke one or two flying slashes in order to avoid this blow. But it would be too ugly to back away from the lion. Ion suddenly stretched out his palm towards the front and quickly chanted, Heaven's favored man, the Iron City Wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf rushes, cut off the world before it collapses. The 81 binding road, breaking the space. In an instant, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Ion. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of golden flying slashes landed on this invisible barrier and shattered into golden petals. Block. The 81 binding path, breaking the sky, is the strongest binding path that Yon can master now. As long as it fails to reach its critical point, then even if the number of these golden flying slashes is several times larger, it will not matter. Has the ability to break through this invisible barrier. At this moment, Yon saw a black shadow that was swiftly approaching through the aftermath gap formed by the golden flying slash smashing into the barrier. The next moment, famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood, which were covered with a strong armed color and domineering, slashed heavily on bound road number 81. Do and Kong. Crack. A crisp sound sounded, and the crack instantly appeared on the bound road number 81. Broken air, and then instantly spread across the entire barrier. Immediately, bounding the way, 81 broken space shattered. Ion Kid caught you. Golden Lion Shiki's domineering face showed an arrogant smile, and the famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood in his hand slashed towards Ion at a very fast speed. At this moment, Ion's pupils could not help shrinking, and he couldn't imagine how Golden Lion Shiki had surpassed his own perception of domineering and instantly approached such a distance. Ian is very aware of his biggest shortcoming, and even his fatal shortcoming, that is physique. If you are hit by the double swords held in the hands of Golden Lion Shiki, it is definitely not as simple as adding 2 more scars, and it is not even a matter of being cut into 3 pieces. My body. It is very likely that it will be blasted into nothingness in an instant. The feeling of danger, accompanied by the sudden contraction of Ion's pupils, deeply stimulated his nerves. And famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood were still approaching, and even made Ion's hair feel the biting chill. Whoosh. In the next moment, famous sword Sakura Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood slashed across Yon's abdominal cavity and chest respectively. No. Golden Lion Shiki soon noticed that the hand feeling from famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood was wrong, and I don't know when. There was only one piece of clothing left in the original position of Ion. Shunpo Saru Cicada. Immediately Golden Lion Shiki suddenly turned his head and looked upwards, and Ian had appeared 100 meters away. What a fast speed. Golden Lion Shiki was secretly shocked. What a quick pair of knives. Yan was terrified. 41 Chapter 41st Roar. God's Scourge. If Ion hadn't already mastered Shunpo Korichan, a high-level skill of Shunpo, one of the basic abilities of the Shinigami, he could achieve high-speed transfer and avoid attacks by discarding accessories. Too dangerous. Even though he was completely serious, he was almost killed by the Golden Lion Shiki. Ian took a deep breath, calmed down, and then raised his palm and put his fingers together. The sea of cherry blossoms that had been rushing towards Golden Lion Shiki seemed to be rioting. The next moment, these sea of cherry blossoms were divided into dozens of strands and spread in all directions, almost covering the entire sky. Do you want to block Lao Tzu's approach in this way? Golden Lion Shiki wiped the blood that wet half of his face and said with a grin, while the lions are galloping, the mere petals can only play a decorative role, kid. No, these petals are for the lion's funeral, Ion replied calmly. It's a tough mouth, kid. I have already figured out your details, a strange fruit ability, and it's developed really well, but it can be seen that your melee ability is quite poor. Before he finished speaking, Golden Lion Shiki's figure flashed and once again turned into a golden afterimage and flew towards Ian, saying, Little devil, let Lao Tzu tell you, in this vast ocean, there is no place for landlubbers who only know how to develop fruits. Chopping. The next moment, again a golden flying slash soaring into the sky crushed a large number of cherry blossoms, opening up a passage for Golden Lion Shiki to lead to Yan in the falling cherry blossoms. Facing the arrogant Golden Lion Shiki, who was thinking about melee combat, Ion let out a long sigh and said, Actually, I know a thing or two about kendo practice, but my sword. Immediately, a liberating language sang out from Ion's mouth. Roar. God damn it. As Ion's voice fell, behind Ion suddenly appeared a super large giant arm that looked like an armor, and this arm also held a giant knife dozens of meters long. The next moment, as Ion assumed a kendo stance, he suddenly slashed in the direction of Golden Lion Shiki. The super large giant arm that emerged behind Ion also held the giant knife and slashed towards the Golden Lion Shiki with a wave of air that opened up the world. What is this? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the giant sword dozens of meters long in front of him, completely unaware of the existence of such a thing. Isn't this Ion kid in front of him some kind of cherry blossom fruit person? What is the giant sword that suddenly appeared? The giant sword had not yet arrived, but the air waves caused by the movement had already swept towards the Golden Lion Shiki like a 10th level gale, blowing the long golden hair of the Golden Lion Shikina and others. Gotta dance wildly. This level of air waves and aftermath reminded Golden Lion Shiki of the situation in which the strongest warrior of Land of Giants Elbaf shot. Even if the Golden Lion Shiki is a legendary pirate, he will not be a match for the giants in terms of sheer brute force. Therefore, in the face of the giant sword transformed by God's wrath, Golden Lion Shiki subconsciously wanted to dodge with his rich combat experience. However, I don't know when, the cherry blossoms have already spread all over the sky. With the movement of Golden Lion Shiki, his face inadvertently brushed against a cherry blossom petal, and in an instant Golden Lion Shiki had another hole in his body, and blood continued to seep out. Damn it, the cherry blossoms all over the sky are not to prevent Lao Tzu from approaching, but to restrict Lao Tzu's actions and prevent Lao Tzu from approaching him as suddenly as before. Almost instantly, Golden Lion Shiki reacted and understood the usefulness of these seemingly harmless endless cherry blossoms. Perhaps, relying solely on these destructive and less aggressive cherry blossoms, it is extremely difficult to stop the Golden Lion Shiki from approaching, but just trying to hinder the Golden Lion Shiki's evasion, but it's easy. Section 22. At this moment Golden Lion Shiki seemed to be a lion falling into a forest full of thorns, and the hunter on the front lit up with a butcher's knife and kept approaching. If the lion tried to escape from the surrounding area, it would be scratched all over by thorns, and finally fell to the ground under the accumulation of a large number of injuries. What a sinister brat! Golden Lion Shiki simply roared while facing the giant sword of God's wrath. However, in the face of absolute power, this kind of trick will not have any effect. The next moment Golden Lion Shiki slashed with a pair of knives in a cross shape and slashed towards the giant knife of God's Scourge. Boom! The collision of the God's Scourge giant sword with famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood caused a huge wave of air to burst out of the sky. It's really stupid to have a head-to-head confrontation with the soul-chopping sword Divine Retribution. Ion, who was amazed at the behavior of Golden Lion Shiki, couldn't help muttering to himself, Soul Slasher Heavenly Retribution and Soul Slasher Thousand Sakura happen to be two soul slashers that have been optimized in different directions. The essence of Kanban Sakura is to disperse the blade into hundreds of millions of tiny blades and give the opponent absolute falling cherry blade hell in an infinite number. The essence of Divine Retribution is to give up speed, create a huge spiritual body and blade, and maximize the strength and size so that a powerful blow can be wielded between random blows. Even if he maintains the state of dissolution Senbon Sakura Jinjian, Yon can only use the God Scourge in the state of the first solution, but the power is still huge. The next moment, under the tremendous power of the Divine Scourge, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was as small as an ant under the giant knife, was shaken and flew out. However, as the Golden Lion Shiki, who was shaken and flew out, raised his palm, he suddenly yanked around the God Scourge giant knife. Several huge air lions instantly formed, opened their fangs, and bit the God Scourge giant knife fiercely. Immediately, Golden Lion Shiji was shocked, forcibly carrying the huge inertia, and his body turned in vain, but went straight to Ion along the God Scourge giant knife. Originally, Golden Lion Shiki had a wound with blood flowing continuously as the rudder on his head was pulled out. Under this violent shock, the blood in Golden Lion Shiki can be described as frantically spewing out along this huge gap, so that Golden Lion Shiki has almost completely turned into a head of blood at this time. Lion 42 Chapter 42 Blood Dry. Gold the Lion Ski was in a very bad state, and even Ion could vaguely feel the Golden Lion Ski at the moment, as if a dying lion was making its final roar towards the sky and the sea. Is this your last attack? Ion muttered. In that case, let me give you one last ride. Solution: the black rope condemn King Ming. Accompanied by Ion singing, the cherry blossoms that originally spread across the sky quickly dissipated, and a black armored warrior even taller than an ordinary giant began to emerge behind Ion. His whole body was covered with thick black armor, his face was covered by a red-faced towel, and the giant sword he was holding became larger and heavier. With the synchronization of the movements of King Ming of the black rope and Ion, under a slight shock, the power that erupted from the giant sword shredded the air lions that were biting the giant sword. Immediately, in a single rotation of the giant knife, it was lifted up by the black rope, the scourge of Ming Wang, and the blade pointed directly at the Golden Lion Shiki, who was like an ant. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help laughing more and more arrogantly. Gee ha ha ha, Ion kid, you probably ate 2 devil fruits, right? Who knows this kind of thing? Ian responded casually, and then suddenly made a move towards Golden Lion Shiji in the posture of holding the soul-chopping blade. At the same time, King Ming, who was comparable to a super-large giant, also made this gesture at the same time. The exaggerated giant knife carried almost immeasurable power and fell towards the Golden Lion Shiki. Gee ha ha ha. Facing this incomparably powerful attack, Golden Lion Shiki was still laughing wildly, as if he was contemptuous of everything, with a strong aura of armament covering the two knives. Lion Gos Hokiri Valley. Suddenly, almost endless flying slashes bombarded the giant knife. Every path has the ability to cut through the sea, and Yen, who was synchronized with the touch of the black rope, and the scourge of Ming Wang, who was synchronized with the damage, instantly felt the pressure and vibration from his hands. Of course, this kind of pressure and vibration is equivalent to what the black rope scourge Ming Wang felt, and then synchronized to Yan. Otherwise, let Ion rely on his own physique to take the place of the black rope scourge Ming Wang to bear almost endless flying slashes, and his body will be shattered almost instantly. But even if it is me, the knife that I cut out will not give up halfway. Yan's eyes narrowed, and he almost went all out to synchronize the movements of King Ming of the black rope. The giant sword was slowly pressed down under the bombardment of countless flying slashes. The distance from the Golden Lion Shiki is getting closer and closer, and the frequency of attacks on the giant sword is getting more and more terrifying, and even with the huge power of the black rope to punish Ming Wang, it is a bit uncontrollable. Gee ha ha ha, kid, can't you do it? Shiki, the Golden Lion, who almost completely turned into a bloody man, was still laughing wildly even at this moment. The next moment, Golden Lion Shiji's voice stopped abruptly, and his movements stopped. It seemed that the endless flying slashes also disappeared in an instant. Boom! Just when the giant sword that had lost its hindrance was slammed with huge wind pressure, and was about to completely smash the suddenly motionless Golden Lion Shiki to pieces, Yan suddenly stopped and manipulated the black rope to punish King Ming. The giant knife stopped in time. However, even so, the terrifying air wave set off by the giant sword still caused the Golden Lion Shiki to fall downward like a rag. Ian frowned slightly, and immediately moved his palm, manipulating the black rope to scourge Ming Wang to lean down, and the huge palm scooped up in time to connect the Golden Lion Shiki in the palm of his hand. Ian kept a safe safe distance from afar and was ready to squeeze the golden lion Shiki to death at any time. Looking at the golden lion Shiki, who seemed to be silent in the palm of the black rope, he shouted, "Do you die? You bastard is going to die." Golden lion Shiki suddenly opened his eyes and shouted towards Ion, "If I hadn't run out of blood, I would have killed you just now." After being said by golden lion Shiki, Ion then reacted to the exaggerated blood loss of golden lion Shiki. Before the battle, golden lion Shiki had a lot of injuries. His legs were broken at the knees, and he also had a lot of wounds in the battle with Yan. But under this circumstance, golden lion Shiki has been maintaining extremely violent movements, and he has no time to deal with the wounds on his body, so that the wounds continue to bleed. And behind the golden lion Shiki, he also took the initiative to pull out the rudder above his head, and the huge wound that was bleeding profusely accelerated the process, so much so that the golden lion Shiki was unknowingly, the blood was about to be drained. Thinking of this, Ion couldn't help but say with a little more admiration for the golden lion Shiki, "You really deserve to be the big pirate that the old man praised several times in private with the words hero. It's really not easy." "You, who is your old man?" Golden lion Shiki gradually began to ask feebly. "Oh, didn't I just say it?" Yan Fine, after thinking about it, it seemed that he had indeed forgotten to mention this thigh, and said immediately, "My old man should be regarded as an old acquaintance of yours. That is, he personally imprisoned you in the underwater prison, and was called the Warring States Marshal of the Buddha Warring States by the world." "What? That bastard in the Warring States period is your old man?" The golden lion Shiki, who seemed to have been relieved at first, was quietly waiting for the last moment to come, and immediately became extremely excited again, struggling to get up and roaring, "Even if I die, I will let the Warring States experience the pain of losing my son. And right now." Chirp. Xiaojin, who was standing on Ion's shoulder, called out twice, then jumped to Ion's palm, opened his mouth and let out a phone bug. Blue. Ian looked at the phone bug who had been calling, picked it up, took a look, and said, "Tisk, the old man's news is really well informed. Did you contact me so soon?" Immediately, Ion took the golden lion Skur, who was constantly excited and weakly calling out farther away, and then connected to the phone bug. "What is it?" On the other side of the phone bug there was a sigh of relief, followed by the voice of the Warring States Marshal asking, "Ian, are you alright?" "It's fine, just a little seasick," Ian replied. On the phone bug side, the Warring States Marshal hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Where's Sky? Did he hijack your ship?" 43 Chapter 43 Shiki, you speak. Hearing this, Ian fell into a moment of thought, and soon recalled the navy that appeared at the top of the submarine prison, and understood that it was likely that the submarine prison had witnessed the golden lion Shiki hijacking the warship and reported the situation to the Navy headquarters. It's just that Ian is a little puzzled. If this is the case, the speed of the Warring States Marshal contacting him is too slow, and he has already dealt with the golden lion Shiki. At this moment, among the Marine headquarters Marineford, the Warring States Marshal carefully held the phone bug in his hand, and Lieutenant General Crane and Lieutenant General Palsalino were standing beside him. Originally, the Warring States Marshal was ready to set sail with Lieutenant General Palsalino to hunt down the golden lion Shiki. However, he was stopped by Lieutenant General Crane, who arrived after hearing the news, and he was not allowed to leave Marineford so rashly as a naval marshal. The Warring States Marshal, who has always accepted the words of Lieutenant General He, was so resolute this time that he even had a rare stalemate with Lieutenant General He, until Lieutenant General Crane asked if the Warring States Marshal had tried to contact Yan through the phone bug. However, what everyone present did not expect was that it was Ian who answered the phone, and his tone was as if he had just woken up, somewhat lazy. Old man, did you say golden lion Shiki?" Yan's homely tone came out among the phone bugs. In fact, Ian really thought that the Warring States Marshal was alone in the office now, and then heard the news of the warship accident, and then contacted himself through the phone to confirm the situation. Never thought that the always wise and calm Marshal of the Warring States period, but because he knew too much about the golden lion Shiji, he subconsciously made the judgment that Ion and the entire naval officers and soldiers of the warship were dead, so that he fell into rage and sorrow. "That's right, golden lion Shiki, where is he now? Ask him to come and talk to me," the Warring States Marshal said immediately. Ion glanced at Shiki, the golden lion who was lying on the palm of the black rope, and his voice gradually weakened, and replied, "Well, it's not very convenient now." Immediately, the Warring States Marshal's face sank, as if he had guessed something. The Marshal of the Warring States knew very well that golden lion Shiki was a pirate with great ambition and strategy, but he also had a character like a lion who was prone to anger and impulsiveness. Since Ion is still alive, is it enough to show that golden lion Shiki has decided to use Ion as a bargaining chip to threaten himself? "Yan, did Shiji already know your identity and your your relationship with me?" asked the Warring States Marshal. "I didn't know it originally, but I just found out," Yan replied truthfully. At this moment the Marshal of the Warring States period could vaguely imagine the Golden Lion Shiki sitting grinningly not far from Ion, watching from time to time, leaving a playful smile, a cat and mouse attitude. Perhaps not only the Sengoku Marshal but also Lieutenant General Crane and Lieutenant General Palsalino, who were standing beside him, had similar views. It was completely unexpected that the great pirate who once broke into the Marine headquarters Marineford alone, Golden Lion Shiki, was already on the verge of death. Immediately the Warring States Marshal shouted loudly at the phone bug, "Ski, what do you want to say, you bastard? Say it now." And the Golden Lion Shiki, who was carried far away, listened to the familiar voice from the phone bug, as well as the sarcastic words like asking himself to explain the future. At this moment Shiki, the Golden Lion, who seemed to have run out of oil and was about to drain his blood, turned red with anger and roared loudly, "Warring States, don't be too proud of Laozi. Laozi will kill your son." However, the feeble voice of Golden Lion Shiki could only barely be heard by Ion and could not reach the phone bugs at all. Immediately Golden Lion Shiki struggled hard for a while, but he couldn't get up. He could only look at Ion fiercely. "Old man, what are you doing?" Ion was so roared by the Sengoku Marshal, but asked while covering his ears. "And I haven't heard the voice of Golden Lion Shiki for a long time." Instead, Ian seemed to answer with some dissatisfaction, which made the heart of the Warring States Marshal sink, and he pretended to be calm and said loudly, Section 23, "Yan, don't worry, don't be too stressed. This bastard Shiki can't hurt a single hair of you." Golden Lion Ski. At this moment Golden Lion Shiki only felt that he had suffered an unprecedented insult, and the anger in his heart could be said to be on the verge of an extreme. If he is defeated by the rising star of the sea under the full force of battle, even if the opponent is the Navy, Golden Lion Shiki will only be convinced. However, what made Golden Lion Shiki extremely angry was that this rising star turned out to be the son of his old rival, Marshal of the Warring States period. Laozi was arrested by the bastard in the Warring States period and entered into the big underwater prison, and finally escaped with his own legs. I didn't expect that he would die at the hands of the bastard's son in the Warring States period. How can the Golden Lion Shiki, who is highly regarded, endure this? In particular, the bastard of Warring States is still mocking himself. This is to show that if his son's normal performance level, Laozi, is not enough to hurt a single hair of his son. What's more annoyed is that Golden Lion Shiki knows that he really hasn't done any damage to Ion. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal continued to speak loudly, "Golden Lion Shiki, if you really still have a bit of backbone as a pirate, you can come to Marineford for me now and see if you can withstand my punch." Golden Lion Shiki was so angry that he spat out the last few mouthfuls of blood, but he completely lost his last breath. "Yan, hey, Shiki, don't bully the junior, you bastard, give me a word." The voice of the Warring States Marshal continued to ring. "Old man, stop for a while and listen to what I have to say." "Okay." Ian, who tried to move the phone bug as far away as possible, said with a helpless expression on his face, "The Golden Lion Shiki you said is gone." "He's gone. Stop shouting." Gone." The Warring States Marshal's voice was full of disbelief, but he didn't expect this result at all, so he asked quickly, "Where did you go?" "Where exactly? How do I know?" Yan rolled his eyes and replied. When the Warring States Marshal heard the words, he and Lieutenant General Crane and Lieutenant General Palsalino looked at each other in dismay, and then asked seriously, "Ion, are you sure you're not kidding?" Ion swore without hesitation, "If I just lied half a word, you and I will be single for the rest of your life." Old Man. 44 Chapter 44 So True Love. Warring States Marshal. "Bastard, what did you swear to pull Laozi for?" "Old man, you are the most important person in my heart. Isn't it more convincing to swear like this?" Yen said as a matter of course. "Very well, I hope you didn't lie, otherwise you..." Having said that, the Warring States Marshal inadvertently glanced at Lieutenant General He before continuing, "Otherwise you will be beautiful." "Okay, Marshal of the Warring States period, stop messing around here." Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane glanced at the Warring States, took the phone bug from his hand, and asked directly, "Boy Ion, you will be specific about the situation and what happened." Yan. Lieutenant General Crane is actually there? So close. Compared with the Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane was obviously more difficult to fool. Immediately, Ion's mind turned sharply, thinking about how to answer this question from Lieutenant General Crane. Originally in Yan's plan, he was thinking of fooling the old man of the Warring States period at will, and then waiting to fool the rest of the naval officers on the warship. Then Lieutenant Hope will report to the Warring States Marshal by himself, and this matter will naturally pass. But now, it seems to be impossible. It's like this. Ian cleared his throat and said in a somewhat frightened voice, "After the warship entered the maelstrom through the gate of justice, it suddenly suddenly encountered the gate of justice that was gradually opening on the side of the great underwater prison and found the trace of the Golden Lion Shiki. In order to prevent the Golden Lion Shiki from hijacking the warship and fleeing, I quickly ordered the warship to stay away from the door of justice, and only but after all the speed was not as fast as the Golden Lion Shiki, who was chased by the Golden Lion Shiki to the warship. Afterwards, in the face of the unreasonable demands of the fierce pirate Golden Lion Shiji, our soldiers took the lead, dared to show their swords, and fearlessly wanted to arrest Shiji Golden Lion to safeguard the justice of the sea. Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Palsalino. So, this little brother Ion led the navy to repel the Golden Lion Shiki, Lieutenant General Porisalino said in a teasing tone. Not to mention Lieutenant General Palsalino, even the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Crane were also skeptical. After all, if a mere navy officer could expel or arrest Golden Lion Shiki, the navy would not need to suffer great losses because of Golden Lion Shiji. This kid, wouldn't he want to take credit? Very good. It is right to doubt, it is right to not believe. The two ends of the phone bug have had completely different ideas. Immediately, Yan's voice changed, and he said without any delay, "As a navy, it is my honor to die for justice, but I deeply understand that it is meaningless to die, so I stopped the conflict between our army and the Golden Lion Shiki in time, and kept our army as much as possible of living power." Seeing the dignified and righteous expression that the phone bug imitated Ion, General Crane couldn't help but glanced at the Warring States and asked, "What did you teach? Are you so righteous about being greedy for life and fearing death?" In this regard, the corners of the Warring States Marshal's mouth twitched slightly, but the Warring States Marshal also sighed with relief. This kind of approach is completely in line with Yan's character, and it can't be wrong. As for Lieutenant General Palsalino, he could vaguely smell some similar breaths from it. This kind of ambiguous and fooling attitude, the practice of non-stick pans that will not be found by anyone at all, is a bit familiar. Report to Lieutenant General Crane. This is not greed for life and fear of death, Ian said loudly. I just don't want my subordinates to make unnecessary sacrifices, but to save their lives and wait for the opportunity to maintain justice. You must know that it takes more courage to endure humiliation than to die, especially for my subordinates. After a pause, Ian changed his voice and said directly, "If this fear of war has caused a bad impression on the Navy, I am willing to take all the responsibility for it. Even if I am dismissed and investigated, I have no regrets. It's not easy to retreat to advance, Brother Yan." Lieutenant General Palsalino thought silently. In this case, let's not say whether the Navy will hold Ion accountable for being captured by the pirates as the captain of the warship. If he is punished, he will also gain the reputation of being a tragic officer who loves his subordinates. Plenty of respect for the Navy. That respect is much more valuable than a mere captain's rank. However, the Warring States Marshal knew very well that if the Navy really wanted to dismiss Yan, he might wake up laughing in his dreams. "Don't talk nonsense to me here. What's next? Why did Shiki leave, and where are you now?" the Warring States Marshal asked. Under the nonsense just now, Ion, who had delayed for some time, had already thought of what to say next. Afterwards, the Golden Lion Shiki wanted to win me over to become a pirate. How could this be possible? I am a descendant of the Navy with the strong roots, so I naturally swear to death. But the despicable and shameless Golden Lion Skir threatened the lives of my lovely subordinates. I could only try to delay the time and try to wait for reinforcements from the Admiralty. Then, in the confused eyes of the Warring States Marshal and others, the phone bug imitated Ion's voice and sighed deeply and said, "Afterwards, in my communication with Golden Lion Shiki, I understood that he wanted to win over me, the son of the Marshal, because he was convinced that Roger was not dead but was secretly hidden by the Navy, and wanted to let me. I helped him rescue Roger. But reality is reality. It's an indisputable fact that One Piece GOL Roger is dead." Afterwards, under the grief and anger, the Golden Lion Shiki vomited blood and left alone. After a pause, Ian, who was afraid that Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane would not believe him, continued, "By the way, when the Golden Lion Shiki left, he also said 10 years of life and death are boundless." Without thinking, I will never forget it. Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Palsalino. Ian added, "Old man, I listened to the expression of Golden Lion Shiki's demeanor, and I looked a little hopeless. I'm afraid that I can't stand this kind of blow. It's not necessarily a foolish thing to commit suicide. If you want to arrest him, you must as soon as possible." Suicide? Is this martyrdom? Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Palsalino. Is there anything between Roger and Ski that we Navy know a secret past? When the Warring States Marshal said the sentence, he felt abnormal nonsense. It seems it's not impossible. Lieutenant General Palsalino held up his brown sunglasses and said, "When Shiki broke into Marineford to make a fuss, Didn't he just want to rescue Roger? 45 Chapter 45 Return to the Sea of Freedom. After Roger turned himself in, his place of detention was a top secret. The Golden Lion Shiki didn't know where Roger was being held, but Lieutenant General Crane said speculatively the reason why Shiki made a scene at Marineford and even destroyed half of Marineford may not be out of pure impulse to vent his anger, but to confirm whether Roger was imprisoned in Marineford. After that, Shiki, who has the ability to fly, can easily retreat, but facing the joint siege of the warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garb, it is a deadly battle until he is captured. If you infer that this is not necessarily the action that Shiki took when he thought that the only place left to hold Roger was the great underwater prison. The warring States Marshal heard the words, his eyes widened a lot, and he muttered, so the reason why Shiki was captured was that he wanted to use the hands of the Navy to send him to the underwater prison, and then he would take the opportunity to rescue Roger. Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said thoughtfully, this possibility is not ruled out. After all, Shiki, who is a fruit person, has the ability to jump out of the underwater prison, which fully shows that Shiki is well prepared for being imprisoned in the underwater prison. Ha! Sengoku couldn't help but gasp slightly and said happily, indeed, this is something that Shiki, who has always acted cautiously and is good at strategic planning, can do. Fortunately, the place where Roger was imprisoned was neither in Marineford nor in the underwater prison, otherwise it would be troublesome. As expected of a man with the title of Golden Lion, if it weren't for Ion, we would have been kept in the dark by Skur, Lieutenant General Crane said. On the other side of the phone bug, Ian listened to the conversation, and he couldn't help but look stunned, and even Ian began to wonder if Shiki really had this plan back then. It's just that under this moment of conversation, Golden Lion Shiki has completely cooled down, and even if Ian wants to prove it, he can't start. Afterwards, the warring States Marshal confirmed that Ion and the rest of the Navy on the warship had no casualties, and hurriedly hung up the phone bug. I actually believe Ion can't help but feel a little unrealistic, but this is a good thing for Ion after all. In any case, it is impossible for Ion to let his defeat of the Golden Lion Shiki be exposed. Otherwise, let's not talk about the big problem of promotion to the military rank. It is because of the attention of the world government, which also makes Yen feel the crisis. In the case of their own lack of strength, they deliberately provoke the world government. Ion wouldn't do such a dangerous stupid thing. Immediately, while quickly falling towards the sea below, Ion released First Solution Senbon Sakura and D Solution Black Rope God's Scourge Ming Wang, and only kept First Solution God's Scourge with Golden Lion Ski's body. Since it's a pirate, let you return to the sea. If it is according to Ion's normal practice, then in order to avoid the subsequent discovery of the Golden Lion Shiki's body, Ion will definitely burn the Golden Lion Shiki to ashes and lift it up. However, in the battle with Golden Lion Shiki, Ion may not agree with his so-called dream, but he still admires his will to fight to the last drop of blood. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. Section 24. Therefore, Ion took 2 iron mounts from Zyajin's body and then tied them firmly to the Golden Lion Shiki with chains. Returned to the Sea of Freedom. Looking at the huge splash of water, Ion witnessed that under the action of the iron mound, the Golden Lion Shiki's body quickly sank under the sea and soon disappeared completely. Farewell, Golden Lion Shiki, you are a worthy opponent. Afterwards, Ion threw the famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Deadwood left by the Golden Lion Shiki into the castle inside Zyajin's body. The value of these 2 famous knives is far higher than that of ordinary devil fruits. According to Ion's knowledge, the price of any real famous knife on the black market is at least 300 million Baileys, and even worth a billion Baileys. Not impossible. In terms of sheer quality, the 2 iron mounts that Ion gave to Golden Lion Shiki are much heavier than famous sword Sakura 10 and famous sword Withered Wood, but they are not so expensive. Of course, for today's Golden Lion Shiki, money is just outside the body, whether it is expensive or not. Presumably the Golden Lion Shiki will not value it that much. Respectful exchanges, human relationships. After a pause, Ian said towards Xiaojin, let go of the ship. Sure. Xiaojin responded with a sound and immediately flew away from Ion, opened his mouth and swung forward. A warship quickly became larger and then landed firmly on the sea. Afterwards, Ian walked into the cabin, checked it gradually, and confirmed that except for a few unfortunate ones who suffered some minor injuries, there were basically no problems and they ignored it. The spirits of these naval officers were suppressed by Ryatsu and fell into a coma. According to Ian's estimation, they would need to be in a coma for at least 1 night before they could wake up when their spirits recovered. Immediately afterwards, Ion also returned to his room and closed the door, and then entered Zyajin's body cabin. The last time Ion went to Ohara with Kyuzan, Ion was completely fed up, and the castle in Zyajin's body was well decorated decorated by Ion. As a whole, it presents the style of a European-style ancient castle full of luxury and extravagance, and has all kinds of entertainment facilities, daily necessities, food, and water storage. At the same time, this is also one of the retreats that Ion left for himself. If something really happened, Ian was going to hide directly in Zyajin's body, and then let Zyajin just find a desert island, and no one could find Yen's trace. The only regret is that I'm the only one here after all. Otherwise, if you have multiple partners, it's not a big problem to practice hard for a few decades. Ion went to a large sofa in the center of the castle and quickly fell asleep. Ian, are you going to start today's practice? As Ion's spiritual body opened his eyes, a purple armored warrior wearing a vicious mask and a cherry blossom petal headdress on his head had appeared in front of Ion. What? Ion responded and then said to the warrior in purple armor, Senbon Sakura, thank you. Thanks to the Shunpo and Bound Deo you taught me, otherwise I might really die at the hands of the golden lion Shiki this time. As the image of the soul-chopping sword Kanbon Sakura said calmly, now Ion, you are my master. These skills inherited from the previous master have the duty to pass on to you as the knife in your hand. 46 Chapter 46 The Kind Uncle Who Sells Fish. This should be the spiritual space of Ion. The overall presentation is like an endless night sky, with a white jade-like avenue running through the middle, dividing the entire night sky into left and right halves. Today, Ion is standing on this white jade avenue. Looking along the left side, you can see two bright stars representing Senbon Sakura and Divine Retribution, and many dull asteroids that represent the complete transformation of Ryotsu floating. On the right, there are two phantom monsters with different images wandering in the night sky. One of them looks like a huge eyeball, but when you look closer, you can see that it is an eyeball composed of countless dense eyes. On the other end is a monster in the form of a demon with open black wings, which seems to be exuding an eternal sense of emptiness and loneliness. These two ends are the embodiment of the void soul-chopping knife. Originally Ion thought that as he granted the power of the eyeball monster named Kursai Sangha to Little Robin, the eyeball monster would disappear from his spiritual space, but he didn't expect it to remain here. As for the other monster with an image similar to a demon, it is the void soul-chopping blade named Blackwing Demon, which is newly conceived after Ion absorbed 2 devil fruits in the Capone Mafia. Void soul-chopping knife. According to Ion's estimation, if you want to breed a new phantom monster, you need to absorb at least 4 devil fruits. After that, is it 8, 16, 32, 64? Ion made a simple calculation and instantly felt that this would be a bottomless pit. To know the black market price of the cheapest devil fruit also requires 100 million bellies, and some special devil fruits are even worth billions of bellies. Forget it, let's go with the fate. I can't use the void soul-chopping saber myself. After granting this power to Little Robin, I can't see any changes and effects for the time being. I'll let it go for the time being. Yen made a simple conversion and completely gave up the limit of exploring the void soul-chopping knife. Now it seems that the death god chopping soul sword is like an annual welfare event. There is a free lottery. It depends on your luck whether you can draw a powerful soul-chopping knife. The void soul-chopping knife is obviously like a Krypton gold system. As long as Yen has enough money and enough devil fruits, he can instantly obtain a large number of void soul-chopping knives to grant his subordinates enhanced abilities and the like of. However, this kind of demand for devil fruits, which is constantly rising by multiples, is afraid that even the Tianlong people who are constantly plundering the wealth of the entire sea will have to shake their heads. It is naturally impossible for the second generation of the military like Ian to be able to pull out such a huge amount of wealth or devil fruit. And just when Ion simply confirmed that there was no major problem in his spiritual space and was about to start today's practice with Kanben Sakura, suddenly Ion's movements froze and his eyes slowly turned to fall on the cursed-eyed Sangha eyeball monster. Wrong. In the past the cursed-eyed Sangha drifted back and forth more unconsciously, but this time Ion found that the cursed-eyed Sangha seemed to be looking at him all the time. For a moment Ion appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he was thinking quickly, guessing various possibilities. Finally, Ion spoke calmly. Little Robin, since you're here, why don't you speak? Immediately, from the corner of his eye, Ian noticed that the cursed-eyed Sangha eyeball monster had an obvious pause. Guess it right? This little girl. Ian was surprised by the appearance of Little Robin and grabbed his palm towards the void of the cursed-eyed Sangha, and instantly the cursed-eyed Sangha seemed to be completely under control and quickly approached Ian. And just sensing the attraction that exists in the dark and following that sense of intimacy, he came to this strange spiritual space unexpectedly, and the little Robin, who was carefully looking at all the strange things around him, instantly had a feeling, an irresistible feeling. As the two sides approached, Little Robin also saw clearly and confirmed that Ion in front of him was the good man who rescued him from Ohara in the boundless fire not long ago. At this moment the little Robin, who was wandering alone on the sea and constantly escaping from the pursuit of the world government and the navy, shouted excitedly as if seeing his relatives again. Okay, good man brother Yan. Another good guy card. This time it was a good person card sent by a big eyeball. However, Ion recalled carefully, and it seemed that he did not tell little Robin his name. Ion, Tefamer Ion, that's my name. Brother Yan. Little Robin's voice came from the Curse I Sangha eyeball monster, and the Curse I Sangha eyeball monster also clearly showed a joyful mood. A strange feeling arises spontaneously in Yan's heart. In particular, Ion couldn't connect the beautiful image of Robin's future sister with the big eyeball in front of him at all. Immediately, Ion noticed Senbon Sakura, who had manifested as a warrior in purple armor, and said tentatively, "Little Robin, try to see if you can manifest your own image." Immediately afterwards, after the cursed-eyed Sangha eyeball monster was silent for a moment, the strange shape began to wriggle and shrink rapidly. Soon, a little Robin who almost remembered Ion appeared in front of him, more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Ian had to confirm that he turned out to be Yango, and his actions towards little Robin were no longer as rude as before, but carefully placed this little Robin in the shape of a 6-year-old girl on the Bayou Avenue. "Little Robin, how did you get here?" Ion asked. "I'm not very clear about this. Even after Brother Yan gave that special power, I could feel a kind of familiar atmosphere, but I was afraid of some trap or something." "Don't dare to relax." After a pause, little Robin continued, "It wasn't until I met a kind uncle who sold fish who took me in and helped me arrange room and board, and then I came here when I fell asleep completely." Ian interrupted suddenly. "And many more, huh?" Brother Yan, little Robin asked. "You just said that a kind uncle took you in." Ion asked. "Yes, Sorrow is right. This sea is really gentle." Little Robin, who was only 6 years old, said happily. "Run away, little Robin," Ion said. "Huh?" Little Robin said, puzzled. Ion sighed and said, "Little Robin, under this calm and gentle sea on the surface, the dangerous undercurrents hidden are far more terrifying than you can imagine, so hurry up and leave that house." 47 Chapter 47 The ability of the cursed I Sangha. West Sea, a remote town on Kasha Island. The gloomy sky is raining hazy drizzle, just like the mood of little Robin at the moment. Little Robin carefully opened a gap in the window, and clearly looked at the uncle who sold the fish at the door, who was whispering with the Navy soldiers. At this moment, the uncle who sells fish is not the original gentle and kind, but is full of excitement and fanaticism. "Hey, Navy, that little girl's bounty is 79 million Baileys, right? Right. When will it be given to me?" "Don't talk nonsense. Whether you can get the 79 million Bailey depends on whether you can catch that son of the devil Nico Robin." "Don't worry, I added something to the little girl's tea to make sure she's still sleeping soundly." "Hope so." Immediately, the uncle who sold the fish carefully opened the door, waved gently to the Navy team outside the door, and pointed to the locked room in the corner of the second floor. "That little girl is in there." Immediately, the lieutenant of the Naval Division headed no longer hesitated, jumped to the second floor suddenly, and kicked the door open. Boom. However, there was only one messy bed left in the room at the moment, and little Robin had disappeared. How did my 79 million Baileys run away?" Excitedly with the uncle who sold the fish, who was looking at the door, felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured into him at this moment. The lieutenant of the Naval Division who stepped into the room alone froze slightly, and then pointed to the window that was opened a little bit. "Nicole Robin, you must have escaped from there. Go after you." "Yes." Hearing the words, the sailors scattered out one after another, trying to search for Nico Robin's trace. Immediately, as the lieutenant of the naval branch slowly turned around, he stood motionless in front of the uncle who sold the fish. "Huh? Navy, what do you want to do?" The uncle who sold the fish suddenly felt that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, and his originally sad and remorseful eyes turned to look at the branch lieutenant. Suddenly, the uncle who sold the fish noticed that there was a strange sun-shaped pattern on the forehead of the branch lieutenant. The next moment, the lieutenant of the branch quickly shot and locked the uncle who sold the fish, who had no time to react, and also unloaded his chin to prevent him from making unnecessary noises. Boom. At this moment, under the bed in the room, little Robin slowly crawled out, not forgetting to pat the dust on his clothes. Section 25. The panic-stricken uncle who sold the fish kept speaking, as if he wanted to remind the lieutenant of the naval branch. However, the branch lieutenant was unmoved by the reminder of the fish seller, and still pressed him to the ground. Obviously, little Robin walked in front of him step by step, and even stood beside the lieutenant of the naval branch, but the lieutenant of the branch still did not respond. At this moment, the uncle who sold the fish was completely shrouded in fear. He wanted to beg for mercy from Robin, but he couldn't say anything. "I was too naive. This sea of betrayal and chaos is the real theme." Little Robin spoke in a tender voice without hesitation, but looking at the uncle who sold the fish, his eyes were filled with anger and sadness. Immediately afterwards, Afterwards, Little Robin's thoughts moved, and the lieutenant of the Navy Division slapped the back of Uncle Fishseller's neck with a knife, causing Uncle Fishseller to roll his eyes and pass out completely. Immediately, Little Robin closed his eyes, relaxed, and approached the past again with that kind of connection. "Little Robin, how are you over there?" Ion's voice sounded in Robin's mind. "Brother Yan, I controlled a Navy lieutenant to divert the rest of the Navy through the ability of the curse I Sangha, and I'm still staying in the room now," Little Robin replied. Ian thought for a while and said, "Little Robin, you need to leave the island quickly. If the soldiers at the local naval base do not find you, the island will be completely blocked in the future, and there will be a spy agency of the world government to conduct a second investigation." "I see, Brother Yan," Little Robin nodded and replied. "In addition, I will give you a phone bug number. After you escape from this island, contact the phone bug number as soon as possible to directly identify yourself. The people on the phone bug side will help you as much as possible," Yan said. Little Robin thought for a while and asked, "Is the one on the phone bug side a subordinate of Brother Ion?" Ian shook his head and said, "No, those are like-minded comrades and trustworthy people." I understand." Little Robin hesitated and continued to ask, "Then, if I want to find Brother Yan, how should I find it?" "I should stay in Bihai for the next few years. If you have a chance, you can come and see me. I can just check your body carefully at that time," Yan replied. Little Robin responded again, and then cut off contact with Ion. "Brother Yan, are you in Bihai?" Little Robin murmured while remembering the phone bug number Ian said. Immediately, Little Robin controlled the lieutenant of the naval branch to find a loose raincoat, and then she hid under the raincoat and let the lieutenant of the naval branch take her to the port of the island in a hurry. Soon, the Little Robin found a merchant ship that was about to go to sea, and once again controlled a crew member through the ability of the curse I Sangha, and found an inconspicuous corner of the merchant ship to stay. As the merchant ship gradually disappeared on the coastline, the lieutenant of the naval division also returned to the fish seller's house under the control of Little Robin, and then stripped the fish seller and lay down with his clothes bed. After a while, the originally dull eyes of the lieutenant of the naval branch suddenly cleared, and he looked around blankly. Why am I here? Didn't I receive a report from a civilian that I was going to arrest Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, in front of a house?" The lieutenant of the naval branch muttered, and suddenly felt a person lying on his body. Looking down, the peerless oil thing and the fishy uncle who sold fish were lying on him naked. "Asshole!" The next moment, the lieutenant of the naval branch suddenly burst into flames and slapped the uncle who sold the fish fiercely. Then, in the blinded eyes of the uncle who was awake by the fan, the lieutenant of the naval division kicked him out of the window of the room. Bang! On this day, the uncle who sells fish feels I felt the rain was cooler than ever. "Come on, bring this prisoner back to the naval base. I will interrogate him personally." Soon, the neatly dressed lieutenant of the naval division walked out of the house with gloomy eyes, looking at the uncle who sold fish with anger and contempt. 48 Chapter 48 Buddhism. Naturally, Ian didn't know that Little Robin began to show her black-bellied talent at a young age, but fell into thinking in the mental space. In fact, Little Robin was the first person to be awarded the Void Soul Chopping Knife, so Ion didn't know what would happen after he was awarded the Void Soul Chopping Knife. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, firstly, Little Robin can communicate with Yan through the spirit of the Void Soul Chopping Blade in her body, and secondly, she can indeed use the power of the Void Soul Chopping Blade. According to Ion's understanding, the ability of the curse I Sangha belongs to domination, and the eyes have the ability to deprive the object being watched. However, one eye can only control one object. For example, when you look at your hands, you can only control your hands. When you look at your feet, you can only control your feet. Only when you look at your head, you can control your consciousness and control your whole body. And this ability is a perfect match for Little Robin. After all, flower fruit can make any part of the body grow on any tangible thing, like a flower within the side of the eye. Eyes, of course, are one of them. It is for this reason that Little Robin can secretly activate the ability of the curse I Sangha through the flower fruit, thus unknowingly controlling the lieutenant of the naval branch. It seems that the role of the Void Soul Chopping Blade is to directly allow the recipient to acquire some special characteristic. Isn't it like me, who really acquires the Soul Chopping Blade to use the power of the Soul Chopping Blade itself? Ian murmured. His understanding of the Void Soul Chopping Knife has increased a lot, and he also understood the preciousness of the Void Soul Chopping Knife. In a sense, the Void Soul Chopping Knife is completely comparable to a devil fruit without any side effects, allowing the recipient to obtain a second special ability other than the devil fruit. Even like Little Robin, the combination of flower fruit and curse I Sangha almost produces the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Hey, it seems that there is a chance. I still have to collect as much devil fruit as possible. Ion, who was lying on the large sofa in the castle, couldn't help but but let out a deep sigh of poverty. Immediately, Yen calmed down and continued the interrupted practice, learning the Shunpo technique with Kyanban Sakura. The 4 fighting techniques of the god of death are cutting the fist and walking the ghost, that is, Kendo, White Strike, Shunbyu, and Ghost Road. Because of inheriting the knowledge of the previous master, Kyanban Sakura is completely proficient in the 4 combat techniques of cutting the fist and walking the ghost. But relatively speaking, Aion understands the shortcomings of his body very well. Therefore, Aion attaches great importance to Shunpo as the foundation of life-saving. The second is Ghost, which is used to make up for his own single attack and cope with various emergencies. The third is Kendo, and finally the learning of White Play is almost impossible, only in theory. After all, Ian is very clear that using his own physique to use a free attack on a monster like Lieutenant General Garp is indeed a complete free attack, and even a free attack. The next day, dong dong dong, Lord Yan, are you inside? Lord Yan. Following Lieutenant Hope's rough shout, Aion woke up from the castle in Zyajin's body, then left Zyajin's body, opened the door, and asked sleepily, Lieutenant Hope, early in the morning, is there anything? Seeing Aion's safe and sound appearance, Lieutenant Hope immediately sighed in relief. His anxious expression eased, and said, Great, Lord Aion, I'm also worried that you were taken away by the Golden Lion Shiki. Ian waved his hand, and didn't bother to explain the Golden Lion Shiki incident to Lieutenant Hope, who is now his adjutant, and asked directly, Are the rest of the soldiers on the warship awake? Report, you can participate in the battle at any time. Lieutenant Hope responded in a loud voice, You don't need to participate in the battle. The Golden Lion Shiki has left. You can confirm the sea area we are in now, and find a route to continue to the North Sea, Yan said. When Lieutenant Hope heard the words, he couldn't help showing some doubts, but he answered loudly, Yes, Lord Ion. Immediately, Aion took a brief shower in the room, and walked gracefully to the deck of the warship with his hands behind his back. It is a climate of clear skies, blue seas, and blue sky again. Aion wandered around the warship like a retired old man, took a walk, and after a little exercise, he continued to lie down on the beach chair on the deck. Drinks, fruits, nods. The only pity is that in addition to watching seagulls, Aion can see almost a group of 5 big and 3 rough Navy officers and men. These Navy officers are indeed called elites, but after all, they are not so eye-catching. When the passion is dissipated, Aion always feels a kind of brotherhood atmosphere. Speaking of which, why didn't the old man arrange a female adjutant for me? Could it be that he doesn't want his son to have a better life? Just when Aion was thinking about this philosophical question, Second Lieutenant Hope walked towards Aion with a set of clothes and said, Lord Aion, yesterday I encountered the Golden Lion Shiki outside, but I forgot to give you your military uniform. Military uniform? Aion glanced at the navy suit in white spray and a cape with the word justice printed on it. I have to say, this is a middle school. Also very brainwashing. Wearing the word justice behind his back every day, while gradually enduring this kind of middle school, he is afraid that he will also be assimilated unknowingly, thus completely recognizing the will to maintain justice. Immediately, Aion asked, pointing to the cloak of justice, Lieutenant Hope, can I not wear this cloak of justice? When Lieutenant Hope heard this, he couldn't help showing an embarrassed look on his face and said, Lord Yan, the cloak of justice is one of the important symbols of our naval officers, and it must be worn according to regulations. What about changing the words on it? Aion asked. I don't know what word Mr. Yan wants to change. Second Lieutenant Hope hesitated and asked. Ian fell into thinking, and various words flashed in his mind. Serious, informal, ordinary, different. Finally, Ian spoke up. Buddha. Just write the word Buddhist. Ah, Lord Aion, what does this term mean? I need to report. Second Lieutenant Hope asked in confusion. Ian thought for a while and realized that Lieutenant Hope might not understand that kind of realm, so he simply explained. This Buddha is the Buddha of the warring states of the Buddha. Do you understand? I see. Second Lieutenant Hope immediately showed an expression of sudden realization and murmured. It turns out that Lord Aion is to show that he is firmly on the stand of Lord Marshal, so he wanted to change these 2 words. 49 Chapter 49 Shock. The Buddha system of the Buddha warring states has clearly been stated so bluntly. What stands firmly on the position of the warring states Marshal? In addition to wanting to express his attitude towards life, Ian wants to reveal his identity invisibly. My old man is the Marshal of the warring states period. Do you understand? However, for Second Lieutenant Hope, or for the generally strange brain circuits of men on the sea, Aion no longer had the desire to complain, and began to gradually accept this strange setting. Perhaps Aion understands that what he seems to explain does not mean much, but it is likely to be misunderstood as a deeper meaning. This is probably because Second Lieutenant Hope thinks he is on the 5th floor and guesses that Aion is in the atmosphere, but in fact Aion only intends to wander around on the 1st floor. Second Lieutenant Hope, isn't it a big problem to report this way? Aion only cares about this matter. Of course there is no problem, as the Navy Navy expresses its righteous position. This is completely allowed. Second Lieutenant Hope said as a matter of course. At this moment, a newsbird flew over the sky and threw a newspaper down towards the warship. Huh? Isn't this thing for money? Yan asked in confusion when he saw this. How can this happen? Our Navy is a cooperative agency of the news agency, so naturally we don't need to pay. Second Lieutenant Hope said it as a matter of course, and then caught the newspaper in the air. When he was about to hand it to Ion, he inadvertently glanced at it but made a strange cry. What's wrong? Yan asked in confusion. Big news, Lord Ion. Great news. Second Lieutenant Hope said exaggeratedly, so shocked that his mouth could hardly be closed. So exaggerated? Holy Land, Mary Joa exploded. Ian said something, and took the newspaper over. Ian was also shocked when the first line of headlines on the first page of the news came into view. However, Ion's surprise was completely different from that of Second Lieutenant Hope. 10 years of life and death are boundless. Without thinking, I will never forget it. There is such an unknown relationship between the two legendary pirates. Seeing this, Ian already felt a little pain in his head and vaguely guessed what the specific news content would be. Shocked, the reporter recently got an amazing piece of news from insiders of the Navy. That is the reason why the Golden Lion Shiki entered the Marine headquarters Marineford by himself. Section 26. It's not a moment of recklessness, let alone anger. Everything is planned. However, this plan of Golden Lion Shiki is not to dominate the sea, but to rescue the man who is very important to him. One Piece Gol Roger. Finally, Golden Lion Shiki learned the news of the death of One Piece Gol Roger, which can be said to be saddened, and left a sentence. 10 years of life and death are boundless. Do not think about it, since it is unforgettable. Disheartened, it disappeared in the cold. Roughly browsed through the contents of the newspaper, Ion was sure that the insider of the Navy was not the Marshal of the Warring States period, but was definitely Vice Admiral Crane. The content of this newspaper was almost a word-for-word description of yesterday's phone bug conversation, and then beautified and perfected the logical relationship. On the surface, this is a report that deciphered the secret between One Piece Gol Roger and Golden Lion Shiki Jong, but between what was said and what was said, it was a light-hearted disclosure of the unprecedented escape of prisoners from the undersea prison. Even if someone mentions in the future that the huge underwater prison known as the Iron Wall has been broken through, it will not be regarded as the incompetence of the Navy, but it will only be considered that the Golden Lion Shiki has long planned. Even the Navy also saw through the plan of Golden Lion Shiki invisibly, completely preventing him from trying to rescue One Piece Gol Roger's conspiracy. By the way, I once again mentioned the glorious past of the Navy's execution of the Pirate King Gol Roger to shock the increasingly rampant pirates in the sea. Really wise. The corners of Ion's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit sad about the reputation of Golden Lion Shiki. That lion is so proud. If he knew that his reputation was being played with like this by the Navy, would he be so angry that he would climb out of the bottom of the sea? At the same time, not only Ion, this piece of news carefully crafted by the news agency spread all over the world at an extremely fast speed, making countless people show their dumbfounded expressions. These people in the Navy are really going back more and more, and are they using such abusive methods to destroy Roger's reputation? In a sea area in the New World, on the Moby Dick, a naval battleship larger than the Navy's steel beast, Edward Newgate, still in his prime, said disdainfully, "On." Immediately, with a 5-finger grip, the shake fruit was activated, instantly shaking the newspaper into powder. "What's wrong with Daddy?" some crew members who were drinking on the deck asked in a low voice to Marco, known as the Phoenix. "No, Dad is probably a little upset," Marco said with a smile. "I don't have it, you stupid son." "Whitebeard," Edward Newgate retorted loudly, then lifted the wine jar on the side and poured it. For a time, the crew on the ship couldn't help laughing at the somewhat childish behavior of Edward Newgate. "Whitebeard, ha 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 ha." In addition, the most bizarre reaction was the person who was a crew member of One Piece back then. Shanks expressed firm disbelief in this. Bucky was dismissive, and Kurikis fell into deep thought, and Pluto Silbaz Riley, who was the deputy of One Piece Gol Roger back then, looked at the newspaper in front of him and couldn't stop smoking, as if he was recalling something. In short, the escape from the Golden Lion Shiki, which is likely to seriously affect the prestige of the Navy, was ignored because of the escape from the underwater prison. What worries the Navy is that the whereabouts of the Golden Lion Shiki has always been difficult to confirm, as if he suddenly and completely disappeared into the sea. In this regard, the Warring States Marshal also came to ask about details of Ion many times, and wanted to use this to judge the possible whereabouts of the Golden Lion Shiki. It's a pity that the place where Ion was buried was an unmarked sea area, so Ion can only regretfully express that he doesn't know where the Golden Lion Shiki is today. 50 Chapter 50 Dice Inspection. As the Golden Lion Shiki's turmoil turmoil gradually calmed down. Ion's small life gradually became more comfortable. At the very least, a Navy warship sails on the sea, and almost no pirates come to offend without a long eye, and they will basically avoid it far away. And if you are sailing with a pirate flag, I am afraid that you will not be chased by naval patrol warships for a while, and you have to be careful about the black and black of your peers. At ease, at ease. This is a summary of Ion's mood these days. The only downside is that the weather on the Great Route is really a headache, sometimes calm, sometimes violent, sometimes hail, frost and snow. This kind of upside-down, chaotic and disorderly weather can only be dealt with passively and temporarily. Except for a very few clever navigators, ordinary navigators have no way of predicting it in advance. So, Nami is awesome. After really experiencing it, Ion, who realized Nami's value, sincerely praised it in his heart. If I had Nami, then Ion wouldn't have to be so embarrassed and ruin his mood occasionally when he was basking in the sun. But now it's only 1502. Ion roughly estimated that Nami might not even be a fertilized egg. So during this period, Ion had no intention of wandering around just to avoid the disappearance of a navigator like Nami. At that time, it will not only be the loss of Yan, but also the loss of the entire sea. Immediately, Ion did not forget to take out his memo, reminding himself not to forget to go to the East China Sea to pick oranges in 10 years. Lieutenant Hope, who came up with snacks for Ion, saw the word orange on the memo by accident and asked curiously, "Gee, Lord Ion, do you like oranges?" Ian replied casually, "Who can say no to a sweet and juicy orange?" Second Lieutenant Hope seemed to understand something and said, "I see, Lord Yan, I'll go peel some oranges for you and bring them up." Yan, "No, I like it. If you can't handle the oranges, I'll do it myself." Lieutenant Hope frowned tightly, scratched the back of his head with one hand, and subconsciously stretched the muscles of his arm, full of puzzlement. "It's just a fruity orange. Why does Lord Ion say I can't control it?" However, Lieutenant Hope thought that Ion's admirable wisdom in the past could even improve the entire naval promotion system, and he always felt that things were not so simple. Could it be that Ion-sama is implying something? I can't handle it. Does it imply that my wrist strength and arm strength are insufficient and I need to strengthen exercise? But soon, Lieutenant Hope responded to the business that he needed to report and asked, "Lord Yan, we can reach the North Sea waters in a few moments. Which naval base should we start our inspection first?" "To patrol the naval base." "What naval base to patrol?" Ian asked in a surprised tone. "This?" asked Lieutenant Hope, puzzled. "Master Yan is the Bihai inspector and has the right to monitor the entire Bihai Navy. Shouldn't you go and inspect the situation of each naval base one by one?" "What nonsense. Go to inspect in an open and above-board way, and let those naval base commanders waste the energy of the naval soldiers to deal with me," Yan asked rhetorically. "Then, what should we do then?" asked Lieutenant Hope, originally planning to mess around. Ian, who stayed in Bihai for more than 10 or 20 years to develop well, said casually, "Just go for a walk. Bihai is so big. Just roll the dice and go in that direction." "Yes." Lieutenant Hope heard the words and hurriedly went down to make arrangements. "It's just that even though the various materials on the naval warships are available, there is no such thing as dice." To this end, Lieutenant Hope also squeezed a dice out of steel with his bare hands, and the 6 sides were engraved with east, south, west, north. "Shake again, shake again." The Navy helmsman looked at Lieutenant Hope, who was solemnly swinging the dice, and asked, "Lieutenant Hope, what are you doing?" "This is Lord Ion's order to sail in the direction of the rolled dice." Lieutenant Hope replied, This is too random, too random." The elite naval helmsman couldn't help laughing bitterly, but he had never heard of such an order. "Random?" Second Lieutenant Hope was stunned for a moment, murmured and repeated, and instantly became enlightened and shouted, "I understand." "What does Lieutenant Hope understand?" asked the helmsman. "What Mr. Yan wants is randomness, so as to avoid being judged by other naval bases to patrol the trajectory. So simply roll the dice to determine the navigation direction, so that under the surprise inspection we can ensure that the most authentic side of the naval base can be patrolled. And this dice will be like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all the corrupt navies in the North Sea. It will never know when it will be aimed at them." In the end, Lieutenant Hope couldn't help but sighed with admiration. As expected of Mr. Yan Jaoming, when the surrounding Navy soldiers heard the words, they couldn't help but show admiration when they thought about it carefully. This fully shows that Ion-sama is a sincere and practical officer who wants to find out the problem of the North Sea Navy. In addition to the fact that Ian was not afraid of power and maintained the image of civilians in the Ohara incident, the naval soldiers suddenly felt that the image of Chief Ian in their minds was much taller and fuller. For a while, in a somewhat confused state of Ion, he felt that the morale of the naval officers on the warship seemed to have risen a lot, and the eyes that looked at him became more and more respectful. However, the accident came faster than expected. Just after the warship entered the North Sea area, Lieutenant Hope had not used the steel dice, and there were a full 8 North Sea Navy warships blocking the front. What do they want to do? Ian lifted the sunglasses, looked at the warships, and muttered, "These Baha'i navies are not thinking of intercepting me here and killing me." The Baha'i inspector, right, Nanny? Lieutenant Hope had a shocked expression, and immediately ordered all the Navy officers on the warship to prepare for battle. Immediately, Ian thought for a moment and ordered, "Keep your distance and send someone over to ask what's going on." Soon, under the command of Lieutenant Hope, several Navy soldiers paddled their small boats towards the North Sea Navy warship on the opposite side. Moments later, the boat was crammed full of people and rowed back with difficulty. Dong dong dong. Several hurried footsteps sounded, and the voices of the several lieutenant colonels and colonels of the naval distribution who followed the boat came out before they reached the deck. "Warmly welcome Mr. Yan to come to Baha'i to inspect the work." 51 Chapter 51. Are you familiar with Shanghai? The Navy headquarters will send the Inspector Division to Baha'i. This news has long been known to many of the Baha'i Naval Branch ministers, but the true identity of the Baha'i Inspector General has not been revealed by the Navy headquarters. This can't help but make these serpent-like ministers of the Baha'i Naval Division feel uneasy in their hearts, and some are unsure of the meaning of the Navy headquarters. I don't even know what kind of person the Baha'i Inspector will be. For this reason, after discussing with each other, these North Sea Naval Branch officers chose to wait at the most common route from the Great Route to the North Sea in order to welcome this big man who came from the Navy headquarters like a special envoy. Not surprisingly, they were waiting for them. However, the Baha'i Inspector General did not seem to like their grand welcome ceremony. The warship stopped far away and only sent a small boat to inquire about the situation. Immediately, the 8 Navy chiefs who understood what seemed to be a misunderstanding, after some thought, chose to follow the small boat to the North Sea to inspect the warship. The footsteps hurried through the slightly dim cabin, and the 8 Baha'i Naval Division chiefs suddenly felt a burst of dazzling sunlight and arrived at the deck at the same time. What appeared in front of them were 2 rows of sturdy, solemn-faced naval soldiers lining up in front, revealing a chilling breath which made the 8 Baha'i Naval Branch chiefs shudder subconsciously and swallow their saliva. As the 8 Baha'i Navy chiefs looked up and looked forward, they saw a white cloak slowly fluttering at the front with the word Buddha written on it, which was full of iron and blood. Subconsciously, the 8 Baha'i Naval Branch chiefs slowed their pace and carefully walked past the 2 rows of elite naval soldiers who were like guards in front of them. As the 8 Baha'i navies walked behind the Buddha cloak, they stomped their feet neatly, raised their chests, and said in unison with a military salute, "Colonel/Lieutenant Colonel XXX of Baha'i XXX Division, report to the Baha'i Inspectorate." To the surprise of these Baha'i Naval Division officers, a young and clear voice sounded from the Buddha cloak. "Report what?" "Report your reasons for blocking me here." Gollum. Ian's voice was not solemn, but his tone was flat, but it made these 8 Baha'i Naval Branch ministers, who are powerful in the sea area, swallow their saliva subconsciously, not knowing how to answer. Section 27. Ian slowly turned around, looked at the group of colonels and lieutenants of the Baha'i branch in front of him, and asked, "Tell me, how long have you been waiting here?" After a long while, one of the naval colonels standing in the middle couldn't stand the pressure and answered cautiously, "Almost a month." 1 month. The next moment, Ian suddenly raised his head and shouted, "You don't know what exactly you are doing. Have the pirates in the North Sea closed for a month? You gather here and wait for me for a month. Can the security of the entire North Sea be improved? Or, in your opinion, pleasing your boss is more important than fighting pirates and maintaining peace in the sea?" Looking at the silent and chilling Baha'i Naval Division officers, Ian pointed to the ugliest one among the group of lieutenant colonels and colonels of the Baha'i Naval Division and asked, "You, how many pirates did your branch capture last month? How much is the total bounty?" Immediately, the colonel of the naval branch pointed to by Ian became red-faced and did not dare to answer at all. Originally, Ian was not so annoyed. He just wanted to scare them casually, and he was ready to be a mascot to deal with the Navy headquarters if he established his majesty. However, when I heard that they had been waiting here for a full month, I couldn't hold back my anger. You must know that a small naval base such as the North Sea Naval Branch basically has only 1 or 2 small warships, and needs to deter and patrol a large area of the sea. Ian didn't want to make meritorious deeds. He just thought about the Buddhist system for a while, and waited for his own strength to reach a certain level before trying to truly practice what he thought was justice. After all, Ian is very clear that before the root problem is completely solved, the pirates can be killed incessantly. Even if the Navy is several times stronger than it is now, it is impossible for the pirates to be completely eliminated. However, whether there is a naval deterrence in a sea area will be completely different concepts for the civilians in that sea area. In this way, they almost completely disregarded the sea area they were responsible for, allowing the pirates to ravage and plunder, and chose to come to please Yan. The North Sea see Inspector. However, at this moment the burly colonel of the naval division standing at the front couldn't hold back any longer. A sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth, turned his head sideways and glanced at the thin-looking Ion, said, "Hey boy, I have been the minister of the 854 branch for nearly 10 years. I don't need a yellow-haired boy like you to teach me how to perform my duties." After a pause, the colonel of the strong Navy division continued, "Today, I am giving the face of the Navy headquarters, so let's see what character will be sent to Bihai. Not to let you lecture. If you don't know the face, believe it or not, I will give you to Shanghai." Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, "It seems that you are very skilled with Shanghai. As a colonel of the Navy for more than 10 years, I have attacked countless pirates, and I must be more skilled than a yellow-haired boy like you." The colonel of the strong Navy branch said disdainfully. "Yes." Ian nodded and immediately looked past the arrogant and domineering colonel of the Navy branch towards the other lieutenant colonels of the Navy branch. The colonel looked and asked, "Do you have the same idea as him? Are you very familiar with Shanghai?" With Ion's words that sounded vaguely like choosing a team, the lieutenant colonels and colonels of the other naval divisions couldn't help showing hesitant expressions on their faces. Obviously, even though Bihai was far from the Navy headquarters, it could be called Emperor Shangjiao, but Yan's calm and indifferent attitude, as well as the mysterious background of the Navy headquarters, still made them subconsciously fear. "What are you afraid of?" the sturdy Navy colonel said with some disdain. "This is Bihai, our territory, and this young yellow-haired boy is also a captain of the headquarters. According to the military rank between the branch and the headquarters, it is also the military rank that we go to the Navy headquarters. Under the same strength, we ate what is a person afraid of about a person. Besides, this yellow-haired boy only has one warship, but we have 8 warships gathered here. As long as there is an order, the powerful firepower can blast them all into the sea at any time. If the Navy headquarters can't find anyone, it can only be regarded as a shipwreck." 52 Chapter 52 I have someone in the headquarters. Obviously, the rest of the Bihai Naval Division officials did not expect things to develop in this trend, and their faces showed embarrassment, hesitation, and so on. What they discussed originally was to welcome the Bihai Inspector Division with a solemn attitude in order to win the favor of this Bihai Inspector Division, and then explore the Bihai Inspector Division's attitude towards the Bihai Navy, and then do intend. However, what the rest of the Bihai Naval Division chiefs never expected was that the arrogant, unscrupulous, and powerful sturdy Navy colonel who had always been known for his arrogance would make such a fuss without saying a word, and the expressions of the other Bihai Naval Division officers changed. Ian also saw it. Some of them seemed to have insufficient courage, and they dare not take action against themselves from the Navy headquarters simply because of fear. Some seem to be somewhat rational and understand that they cannot kill their colleagues, so they are struggling inside. Some of them seem to have the idea of watching a play, thinking about letting the sturdy Navy colonel come to test themselves. This made Ion sigh that there are indeed many scum like Colonel Mouse among the 4 navies, and there are also many idiots like Axe King Colonel Monka who are self-reliant emperors and have no superiors. And just when Ion felt that it was time to end the farce, Colonel Zhuang Xiao looked at the unmoved appearance of the other colonels of the naval division and couldn't help scolding angrily. "You bastards, it's really useless. The name of the Navy headquarters will scare you. It's not like I have no one in the Navy headquarters. Even if something really happens, what are you afraid of?" Yan asked with a bright smile on his face when he heard the words. "Oh, someone. Didn't you tell me earlier? Which general is that?" The sturdy Navy colonel cast a disdainful glance at Ion and said, "Anyway, it's not an existence that a mere captain of the Navy headquarters like you can get acquainted with. Let's talk about it." "Maybe the water rushed to the Dragon King Temple?" Yan asked with a smile. The sturdy Navy colonel glanced at Ion with his eyes full of wisdom and seemed to see Ion's guilty conscience and said proudly, "He is Major General Camillo, known as the Falcon." Sigh. Ion took a breath of conscience and seemed to ask in a panic, "I don't know what is the relationship between Major General Camillo and you. We used to be from the same country and we are like brothers. If you dare to offend me, Rear Admiral Camillo can easily kill a little captain like you." Colonel Zhuangxiu said proudly. Before Yando could say something, Second Lieutenant Hope couldn't help but laugh out loud. Colonel Zhuangxiu looked at Hope's humble rank of second lieutenant and questioned, "Why are you laughing?" "Sorry, I can't help it." At this moment the voice of a phone bug rang out from Lieutenant Hope. Blood. Immediately, Lieutenant Hope completely ignored the sturdy Navy colonel in front of him and quickly fumbled out the phone bug from his body. When Second Lieutenant Hope saw the characteristics of the characters imitated by the phone bug, his expression became solemn and he carefully handed the phone bug to Ian and said, "Lord Ion." "Phone bug." Ian took the phone worm and took a look, suddenly felt a headache and complained helplessly, "Is this old man finished? Contact me every 3 or 5 years. Did you enter menopause ahead of schedule? If The rest of the Navy said this. Lieutenant Hope, who has always respected and admired the Warring States Marshal, would definitely not be able to resist. But when Ian, who had a father-son relationship with the Warring States Marshal, said this, Second Lieutenant Hope quickly became an invisible man, as if he had not heard this rant about the Warring States Marshal at all. Blue. The phone bug continued to ring a few more times, and then Ion picked up the phone impatiently and answered it. You bastard, it's almost time for you to go to Bihai. Right. The majestic and steady voice of the Warring States Marshal sounded. Don't rush, it's already in Bihai. Yan replied. Immediately, the Marshal of the Warring States period cursed like he hated iron. Reminder, calculate the itinerary yourself. Jun and the extra plan have already arrived at other sea areas. You have even made some achievements. Look at you. You have to stop and rest every 3 or 5 times during the voyage. What does it look like? Yes. Ion picked his nails and said perfunctorily, I warn you, bastard, it's not for you to make a fool of yourself to go to Bihai. You must make some achievements for me, understand? Warring States continued to teach Ian. The Sengoku Marshal didn't care about Ion's reaction and continued to ask. Also, hurry up and think about the details of the previous communication with the Golden Lion Shiki. Did he reveal his plans and whereabouts next? Hearing this, the strong and sturdy Navy colonel, who was still a little nervous, couldn't help showing some mockery and disdain on his face. At the beginning, Colonel Zhuangshuo was worried that the Bihai Inspector Division's family background would be very strong, and even he was a little discouraged until Colonel Zhuangshuo heard the Golden Lion Shiki. Isn't this a joke? A legendary big pirate like Golden Lion Shiki, a mere Navy captain, still communicates with him directly, afraid that a face-to-face meeting will be shattered to pieces. Right? Obviously, the kid in front of him is pretending, acting with him, trying to scare himself. Thinking of this, Colonel Zhuangshuo arrogantly stepped forward, and while Ian was distracted about how to answer the question from the Warring States Marshal, he grabbed the phone bug and cursed at the phone bug. Idiot, overplayed, you know. Warring States Marshal, who are you? What is your identity? Asked the Warring States Marshal. The sturdy Navy captain asked rhetorically. Who are you? What's your status? Qualified to pretend in front of Lao Tzu? At this moment, the Warring States Marshal, who was staying in Marinefondo's office in the Navy headquarters, looked bewildered, especially when he saw the phone bug imitating the arrogant expression of Colonel Zhuangshuo. He was even more confused and replied subconsciously, I'm Admiral Sengoku. Who are you? Scoff. The sturdy Navy colonel couldn't help laughing again and said, just you, or the Warring States Marshal? If that's the case, then I'm the Golden Lion Shiki. The behavior of Colonel Zhuangshuo salutes the Marshal of the Warring States period, which can be said to have completely angered Second Lieutenant Hope in an instant, and subconsciously wanted to shoot this bastard flying. However, Ion's arm stood in front of Lieutenant Hope and said calmly, forget it. It's also a good thing for the old man to personally understand the true spiritual outlook of the grassroots Navy. This. Lieutenant Hope stared at the sturdy Navy colonel through gritted teeth. He was furious, but under Ion's order, he could only forcibly endure it. 53 Chapter 53 I'm not very familiar with you. And the Warring States Marshal also reacted at this moment, knowing that someone must have robbed Yan's phone bug, and said with great dignity, I'm the Admiral. Who are you? Where's Captain Ion? Also, I still insist that I am the Marshal of the Warring States period. Sigh. The Warring States period. The voice of Colonel Zhuangshuo stopped, and suddenly realized that it was not impossible. This. For a while, Colonel Zhuangshuo's hands trembled uncontrollably, shouting anxiously, pretending to be an admiral. Do you know what a felony is? Believe it or not, I will immediately contact Rear Admiral Camillo to arrest you. Major General Camillo. The Warring States Marshal recalled for a moment and shouted towards the door of the office. Go call Major General Camillo, who is on duty downstairs. Strong Navy captain. At this moment, Colonel Zhuangshuo was completely panicked, realizing that he really seemed to be in trouble this time. His face was pale, his lips were trembling. At this time, the sturdy Navy colonel seemed to be drunk and gradually became unsteady, and subconsciously wanted to return this hot phone bug to Ian. However, Ion did not mean to answer the phone bug. Said, if you like this phone bug, you can hold it for me first. I'm just annoyed and don't know how to answer this old man. Thank you, Guru. For a time, the other 7 Bihai naval base chiefs, who were terrified, almost swallowed their saliva in unison. Soon, just when the sturdy Navy colonel who was standing still didn't know what to do, a conversation sounded from the phone bug. Major General Camillo, come to report. Come on, Major General Camillo, please help me confirm the identity of the person over there on the phone bug. He seems to know you. Immediately, a familiar voice from a sturdy Navy colonel sounded. Section 28. I'm Major General Camillo. Who are you? Big brother. Yes, it's me. Colonel Zhuangshuo replied with a sad face. Major General Camillo, why is that idiot from Bihai? And the Warring States Marshal asked himself to come over to confirm his identity. In an instant, Major General Camillo realized that something was wrong and retorted, "I haven't been a big brother for many years. Have you recognized the wrong person?" After a pause, Major General Camillo continued, "Oh, this voice, I remembered. You are the unfamiliar fellow who went to work in Bihai after not seeing me for many years." The Warring States Marshal cast a glance at Major General Camillo and turned to speak. "Okay, Major General Camillo, you go down and do your work first. Give me the phone bug." "Yes, Marshal of the Warring States period." With the final loud voice of Major General Camillo coming out of the phone bug and echoing on the entire deck of the warship, the title of Marshal of the Warring States was completely shattered, the last hope of the sturdy Navy colonel. At this moment, the officers of the Bihai Naval Base who were present were horrified but also began to gradually react. With the confirmation of Major General Camillo, there is no doubt that the person on the other end of the phone is the current Supreme Commander of the Navy, Marshal of the Warring States period. However, this is not the scariest. What is terrifying is what the young Bihai Inspector Division in front of him called the Marshal of the Warring States period. "Old man?" At this moment they suddenly understood the meaning of the word Buddha written on the cloak behind Ion. For a time, the officers of the Bihai Naval Base who had been out of the way suddenly felt that there were countless sea kings swimming through their hearts. Why didn't the young master from the Warring States Marshal's family visit Bihai? And the Warring States Marshal, who vaguely understood what was going on, asked directly, "You bastard, you can hear that, right? Seriously, what's going on your side?" Ian looked at the sturdy Navy colonel who was holding the phone bug respectfully, but he didn't pick up the phone bug and spoke directly. "Old man, it's nothing. That is, I was blocked by the local navy as soon as I entered the North Sea. They wanted to bombard me and make it into an ordinary shipwreck." After a pause, Ion added, "and also claimed that there is a backer, Rear Admiral Camillo, in the Navy headquarters, which is enough to easily calm the situation and take responsibility." On the other end of the phone bug, Major General Camillo, who had not yet left the Warring States office, his legs softened and he fell to the ground immediately. "Well, since you've already started work, you should be busy first." The Warring States Marshal simply said something and immediately hung up the phone bug and said, "Come on, help Major General Camillo down, and stop by at Major General Camillo's house to check." Yes, soon, several navies invited Rear Admiral Camillo down. On the other hand, the Warring States Marshal put his chin on his hands and fell into thought. Regarding the inspectors dispatched by the Navy headquarters, those branch navies were so bold that they planned to kill the inspectors directly and cause a shipwreck. Obviously, the Warring States Marshal understood that Ion was not joking but was expressing to himself the seriousness of the Bihai Navy's current problems. Also, are those branch navies related to the admirals of the Navy headquarters? It seems that Ion and Kuzan are right. There are indeed huge loopholes and problems in the supervision and management of the Four Seas Navy, and it has reached the point where it has gradually formed its own faction. The Warring States Marshal murmured and immediately took a document and added relevant questions. On the other hand, as Ian gestured towards Lieutenant Hope retrieved the phone bug from Colonel Strong. Immediately, Lieutenant Hope waved his hand and asked two Navy soldiers to step forward to detain Colonel Zhuang Xiao, waiting to be sent to Judiciary Island. However, the sturdy Navy colonel with a gray face suddenly burst into trouble, suddenly jumped forward and slammed his fist as big as a casserole at Ian, shouting, "Is the son of the Marshal of the Warring States period amazing? This is the North Sea. Even if you can't survive as a navy, it's a big deal to be a pirate. I have the resources and network to call the wind and call the rain. Just a Navy captain and a Navy second lieutenant. If you want to send Lao Tzu to trial, then take your life first." In just a short moment, Colonel Zhuang Xiao has made a decision. Rather than being arrested and sent to Judiciary Island to meet the trial, sent to prison, simply do nothing and become a pirate without end. With the wealth accumulated by the strong Navy colonel in the sea area under his jurisdiction, it is enough to easily recruit a large number of pirates to join, and instantly become one of the largest pirates in the North Sea. However, the sturdy Navy colonel in front of him is among the warships, and there are a full 8 warships lined up on the periphery. It is impossible to escape alone. The only way is to seize the slender-looking son of the Warring States Marshal in front of him. As long as he is kidnapped, it is not impossible to want anything. 54 Chapter 54 The water is so clear that there are no fish. Thinking of this, the sturdy Navy's expression became more and more fierce, and he felt that the fist he was waving was unprecedentedly powerful. In order to subdue Ion before the others did not react, in the face of the sturdy Navy colonel's fist that could pierce through the wooden board, Ion's expression was unmoved, and even his eyelids were half drooping, as if he didn't respond. The next moment, when the sturdy Navy captain watched the fist approaching Ion, his face couldn't help showing a smile. Suddenly, a black shadow shrouded the sturdy Navy colonel, and Lieutenant Hope's fan-like palm instantly pressed the sturdy Navy colonel's head. Boom! The sturdy Navy colonel's fist slammed into Lieutenant Hope's chest, making a dull sound, but Lieutenant Hope remained motionless, not even the slightest change in his expression. Immediately, under Colonel Zhuang Xiao's terrified gaze, Lieutenant Hope pinched the 5 fingers of his head and then lifted Colonel Zhuang Xiao directly and slammed it heavily on the deck. Boom! Wow! The sturdy Navy colonel spit out a lot of blood in an instant, and it was dark in front of him, and his consciousness was almost smashed by the smash. Really, the navies of Bihai don't really only judge their strength based on bounties, rank, etc. Right? If you compare them like this, I am the former colonel of the Navy headquarters, and I am 3 ranks higher than you, Lieutenant Hope said helplessly, and then asked Yan, Master Yan, this bastard really dares to attack you. Do you want to throw him into the sea first? Ion waved his hand and said generously, gee, we are a serious navy. How can we use lynching? Let's leave it to the Judiciary Island for a legal and compliant trial. The big deal is that the food during the detention is halved. Yes, Lord Ion, Lieutenant Hope said with a bit of reluctance, and immediately kicked the strong Navy colonel in the direction of the Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers also quickly caught the sturdy Navy colonel who had fallen into a coma, then put on a pair of exquisite bracelets and arranged for him proper accommodation and meals. At this moment, the other Bihai Naval Base officers were completely shocked by the honest-looking second Lieutenant Hope. What? The former colonel of the Navy headquarters? The Bihai Naval Base officers present were completely stunned. What is the rank of a colonel in the Navy headquarters? It was only 1 step away from becoming an admiral-level officer, and it was truly an elite among the naval elites. If it is a true captain of the Navy headquarters, his strength can even arrest tens of millions of pirates with bounties alone. This is a completely different concept from the colonel of the naval division, and it is beyond the scope of strength that a normal navy in the North Sea should have. And how could a man who was a former colonel of the Navy headquarters appear as an adjutant on a naval captain's ship? But soon, these Bihai Naval Base officers responded. In the case of comprehensive consideration of various factors, it seems that it is normal for a colonel of the Navy headquarters to serve as the adjutant of the North Sea Inspectorate, and it must and fully comply with all the rules. And as Yan's eyes fell on the other Bihai Naval Base officers, their smiles turned bright and pleasing. Ian shook his head helplessly and said, actually, I just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary captain of the Navy headquarters, and I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable about the identity of my old man, but I didn't expect such an unpleasant situation. Okay, since you all heard it just now, I can't sink all of you into the sea in order to hide this fact. For a time, these Bihai Naval Base officers only felt their throats dry, but they didn't even dare to breathe, let alone swallow their saliva. Since this is the case, I will not hide it, and I will make my attitude clear. After a pause, Ian took a sip of the juice from the side, and then continued, I hope you can fulfill your duties as a Navy, and not humiliate the word justice written on the cloak behind you. What I see is what the Navy headquarters sees. I don't hope that among the officers of the other naval bases in Bihai, there will be someone who needs to accompany the colonel just now to the Judiciary Island for trial. Finally, I would like to give you a word of advice. Ion's expression became serious, and he said word by word, please go elsewhere for money and rights, and do not pursue justice if you are greedy for life and fear of death. Immediately, Ion waved his hand and said, everyone, you have spent enough time here. Please return to the waters under your jurisdiction as soon as possible and fulfill your responsibilities. Immediately, these Bihai Naval Base officers almost had a feeling of being left after a catastrophe. They did not dare to linger or hesitate, and almost rushed to leave the warship where Ian was. Watching the 8 neatly arranged warships disperse quickly in the distance, Lieutenant Hope said with some dissatisfaction, Master Yan, did the other base chiefs just let them go? It's clear that they gathered here with other thoughts in mind. Lieutenant Hope, when the water is clear, there will be no fish. I also know that each of them must have their own problems, but the 8 Bihai Naval Base commanders were dealt with at one time. Who will be in the waters under their jurisdiction in a short time to be in charge? Ian asked rhetorically. This, Lieutenant Hope couldn't answer at this time. Killing the chickens to warn the monkeys so that the base chiefs who are far away from the naval headquarters are in awe, while ensuring the overall stability. It is the correct way to slowly deal with those base chiefs with serious problems, Ian said in a very clear way. Now, go to the base of the detained naval colonel first to see what problems he has. Yes, Lord Ion, Lieutenant Hope responded, and immediately directed the warship to turn towards the 521 naval base. And Ion, on the other hand, playing with Xiaojian, he fell into thought. There is no doubt that the navies in the 4 major sea areas of the south, and northwest must have similar problems. That is, in the case of being far away from the supervision of the Navy headquarters, the naval officer as the base commander has too much power, which breeds all kinds of corruption. Question. In fact, this problem is almost impossible impossible to completely eliminate, and it is a problem that arises from the roots of the sea itself. That is to say, there are too many islands with stars all over the sea, and the communication and transportation between them are a big problem, which leads to the independence of each island and each sea area. 55 Chapter 55 1.29 billion. Because of this independence, the base commander of each naval base has considerable power in order to deal with such emergencies and make decisions. However, in order to combat pirates more effectively, the Navy headquarters can only delegate power. Otherwise, if you need to ask for instructions every time the naval base conducts operations, let's not mention whether the naval headquarters can give instructions in a timely manner. More importantly, the conditions of each sea area are different, and it is difficult to make accurate judgments remotely. Therefore, before the Warring States period took office as the Admiral of the Navy has always emphasized the word of justice in order to improve the cohesion and sense of responsibility of the Navy scattered around the world through the concept of justice. Today, it is almost impossible to completely avoid this kind of problem in the Four Seas Navy, because this is ultimately a problem caused by geography, but it can be greatly reduced through effective supervision. And now Ian is worried about how to improve the military discipline and style of the entire Baha'i Navy while taking himself out of these credits. Well, it's not that Ian refuses to return to Marine Vendor, it's that he can't bear the hospitable North Sea people. Therefore, in order for the people of Baha'i to live a stable and peaceful life, Ian felt that it was necessary to stay in Baha'i for a long time. Just as Ian was thinking about various options, the warship soon arrived at the island where the 521 naval base is located. During the voyage of the Ion ship, it caught up with the warship that returned to the 521 naval base halfway, so the two warships arrived on the island together. As the two warships docked at the port at naval base 521, beyond what Ion expected, a large number of civilians gathered on the port. Is this a civilian who came to greet the Navy? Ian asked the adjutant at naval base 521. Yes, the adjutant of naval base 521 replied. Section 29. I didn't expect you, the commander of the 521 naval base, to be quite popular and loved by the local civilians, Ian said with admiration. And the adjutant of the 521 naval base kept oozing cold sweat from his forehead, trembling and afraid to speak. The next moment, under Ion's horrified eyes, the civilians gathered at the port all knelt down and shouted congratulations to the lords of the Navy for their return from the expedition. For a time, all the navies on the warship Ion was in were stunned. This is what your base 521 does. Ian squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. Master Yan, spare your life. This is the request of the base chief, and we can't disobey it, the adjutant of the 521 naval base cried. All the navies who have disobeyed the base chief have all died in the battle with the pirates under the command of the base chief, and we have no choice. Ian took a few deep breaths and took a few more steps to the edge of the deck. His eyes fell on the civilians who were kneeling all over the port. He could see that the expressions of these people were full of numbness and even unwillingness. Has disappeared. Lieutenant Hope, Ion said. Yes, Lord Ion. Are you angry? Ion asked. That bastard has insulted the Navy and justice, Lieutenant Hope said angrily. I suddenly felt that Baha'i was a little too far from Judiciary Island, and there was no need to waste the manpower and material resources to escort him, said Yan. Second Lieutenant Hope had some doubts about what Ion meant. The warship will do a big cleaning after it docks. It's too dirty. Let's temporarily transfer the prisoners to the port square and hang them, Ian said casually, and immediately got off the ship and headed to naval base 521. When Lieutenant Hope heard the words, he blinked, and after thinking for a few breaths, he understood what Ian meant, and he couldn't help showing his white teeth. Soon, under the incredible gaze of a large number of civilians on the island, the commander of the 521 naval base, who was like a king in the past, was hung high in the center of the port. Then, those navies all left the port in silence, followed by a young navy, went straight to the 521 naval base, and closed the gate of the naval base. Ion is very clear that the fear and distrust of the civilians towards the Navy cannot be reversed by their own words, and even hidden in their hearts, the resentment is not so easily dissipated. Therefore, there is no need for extra words at all. Just let them decide for themselves. As the night fell, Ian, who was standing in the highest office of the 521 naval base, clearly sensed through the domineering that finally a civilian couldn't help throwing a stone at the sturdy naval colonel from a distance. What? With a scream and a scolding from the sturdy Navy colonel, the port was quiet again. However, after waiting for a long time, the civilians found that the 521 naval base was still closed, and there was no response at all, and their courage gradually grew. Stones, rotten eggs, kitchen knives. Ian has has been listening to the screams of the sturdy Navy colonel, from high-pitched and angry to low and powerless to unconscious groans, and he couldn't help sighing. Really a strong man. This physique is quite good. And now the rest of the Navy in the original 521 naval base, listening to the screams of the invincible base commander in the past. The fear is also spreading in their hearts, and they are panicked that they will also be hanged by the Bihai Inspector Division to the port place. The night gradually passed. Ion got up yawning and listened to Lieutenant Hope's report. Lord Yan, the commander of the 521 naval base, is dead. Really? What an unfortunate accident. Report this news to all the naval bases in Bihai, and suggest that all the navies in Bihai meditate on this man for a quarter of an hour. After a pause, Ion did not forget to add, by the way, it's in your name, not mine. As for the murderer, it's a pirate who secretly infiltrated the island disguised as a civilian, otherwise it wouldn't be so vicious. Understand? Yes, Lord Ion. Second Lieutenant Hope wrote it down in his notebook and continued. In addition, from the 521 naval base and the base chief's residence, we searched for treasures worth about 1.29 billion Baileys. Yan. So much. Ian, who was waiting to inherit, had already figured out how much property his old man had. Unexpectedly, if it wasn't for the fact that Ian had made some extra money on Capone Island before, the old man as a marshal would be more greedy than a small Bihai naval base. It's just outrageous. However, Ian recalled the ragged appearance of the civilians on the island, and the strong Navy colonel had been the commander of the 521 naval base for more than 10 years, and seemed to understand the source of these treasures. After all, the 521 naval base is not under the jurisdiction of the security of this small island, but the entire sea area centered on this island. 56. The 56th chapter, One Bright and One Dark. In an instant, Ian slapped his thigh, feeling that he might have missed billions, and felt remorse. Lieutenant Hope looked at Ion's sudden excitement and asked with concern, Master Yan, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, I just regret letting go of the other 7 naval base commanders so easily. Cough. Ian, who almost said everything in his heart, coughed a few times and said sadly, but what makes me even more uncomfortable is how many civilians the 521 base chief has squeezed to find this 1.2 billion treasure. Lord Yan, it is 1.29 billion. Lieutenant Hope corrected. Ian cast a glance at Lieutenant Hope and said, round up, don't count the fractions, just report it as the number of 1.2 billion. Lieutenant Hope frowned slightly, scratched his head, and couldn't help but be puzzled. Rounding up, is that how it works? And Ian thought for a while and continued to speak. Forget it, don't report it to the top, otherwise, according to the rules, these treasures will be divided into 50% and turned over. Having said that, Ion couldn't help sighing and said, alas, most of these treasures are estimated to be extracted from the civilians by the 521 base commander. Once turned over to the Navy headquarters, these civilians do not know how long it will take to get rid of poverty, or find a way to return these treasures to the civilians through suitable methods. In hand. Second Lieutenant Hope, who had walked around the town in person, nodded in agreement, and Ian thought for a moment, then said, in addition, the situation of the 521 naval base is so serious that even if the deterrent force of the Bihai Inspectorate is brought into full play through this case, there will still be the commander of the naval base who will still act so recklessly, so the inspection of the Bihai still needs to be carried out. Then I'll go down and arrange the warship for Lord Yan to set sail. Second Lieutenant Hope said quickly. No, not me. Ion waved his hand and continued. It's you, Lieutenant Hope. Second Lieutenant Hope said, somewhat puzzled. Immediately, he took out the new plan he wrote last night on the table and threw it to Lieutenant Hope, and said simply, I plan to supervise the Bihai Navy in 2 ways, one overtly and one undercover. I will be stationed at the 521 naval base in the future, and I will inform the entire Bihai that if there is any improper behavior in the Navy, both civilians and the Navy can come to the 521 naval base and report to the Bihai Inspectorate in person. Dark. Second Lieutenant Hope, you are leading warships out to sea and patrolling different naval bases in a random manner to form another deterrent. Okay, that's amazing. Second Lieutenant Hope said with great admiration, looking at the dense and rigorous plans in the plan. Justice is urgent, Lieutenant Hope. Execute it as soon as possible, Ion said solemnly. Lieutenant Hope stomped his feet, raised his chest, and responded with admiration. Yes. Immediately after Lieutenant Hope and Ion conducted a simple handover of treasure and work, they immediately led about 300 elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters to set sail again. As the warship gradually moved away from the port, the helmsman of the warship couldn't help but ask Lieutenant Hope, what is the goal of this voyage? Lieutenant Hope thought for a moment, took out the previous dice from his arms with a serious face, and threw it to the ground. West. Lieutenant Hope shouted immediately. All the way west. At the highest point point of the 521 naval base. Yan looked at the distant warship and couldn't hold back his sad smile. Going all the way behind is so big, it will take at least a year or two to see us next time, right? Second Lieutenant Hope. As Second Lieutenant Hope, who was the eyeliner of the Warring States Marshal, moved away, Ion suddenly felt an unprecedented ease. From now on, Tefamer Yan will stay at base 521 as a mascot and use the old man's name to deter many naval bases in the North Sea. As for whether he can find out the specific problems with those naval bases, Ian believes that with the sincere and diligent character of Second Lieutenant Hope, he will not let himself down. And Lieutenant Hope, as a colonel of the Navy headquarters, is a strong man who specializes in physique, and Ion has no need to worry that he will be planted in the North Sea. More importantly, in this way, when Ion reports merits, he can push all merits to Second Lieutenant Hope. Second Lieutenant Hope, I will miss you from time to time. Don't come back if you are free or not. And the next step is to deal with the 521 naval base. Ian pondered for a moment and gradually suppressed the sad smile, and when he saw the domineering wide open, he took out the phone bug from his arms. Blah blah. Chief of the General Staff, is something wrong? Correct. First, I haven't agreed yet, and besides. After a pause, Ian asked, the birthplace of the Revolutionary Army is set in Bihai. Are you interested? On the other end of the phone bug, Monkey D. Drago was stunned for a while and suddenly remembered that the Navy recently set up the position of the superintendent and said, Bihai Inspector, is that you? Not surprisingly, it will be me for the next few years. Immediately, Ion took out another brand new document from his arms and said, I already thought of a plan last night. How about using Bihai as a laboratory for revolutionary munitions? Ion then outlines the plan in the document. The phone worm was silent for a long time, and then Monkey D. Drago spoke up. Since this is the proposal of the Chief of Staff, it is decided. However, my goal is too obvious. I may not be able to go to Bihai in the short term, and I am also busy cultivating other flames recently. Yan asked in surprise. What kind of fire can you cultivate? Drago hesitated for a moment and then he spoke. I met a woman I like. Roll. Ian immediately hung up the call angrily, almost unable to resist the urge to smash the phone bugs into pieces. As early as 6 or 7 years ago, when Ian and Drago first met, when Ian expressed his dream of a suitable life partner, Drago also expressed disdain many times. Unexpectedly, the bastard Drago even ran in front of Ion. It's no wonder that Durag has left the Navy for a few years and the Revolutionary Army still has no sign of it. It turns out that you bastard is addicted to beauty. While speaking with disdain and anger, Ion suddenly realized something. This "Huomiao" doesn't mean Monkey D. Luffy, but a leche or a sullen bastard. Think about some filthy things. Is this how you cultivate revolutionary weapons? It's really hard for you. 57 Chapter 57 The real one-hit kill in the blink of an eye. 6 years passed quietly. At this moment, an empty boat was floating 10 nautical miles away from the 521 naval base, and there was only one canary standing in the bow of the boat in a daze. Immediately, Canary opened her mouth wide, and Ion in a white suit stepped out. Comfortable. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. Section 30. It was in this extremely comfortable environment that Ian wasted the most precious 6 years of his life. Except for his more handsome appearance and more outstanding temperament, Ian has not changed much in the past 6 years. It still looks like an 18-year-old boy. It seems that it's almost time to arrive. Annoying pirate. Ian yawned, rubbed his sleepy face, and muttered. Soon, a terrifying and dirty-looking pirate ship appeared in the far side of the boat and came straight towards the 521 base. In the past 6 years, under the leadership of Yan, the sea area under the responsibility of the 521 naval base has ushered in the peace of the future. In addition, in the past 6 years, the Revolutionary Army has been centered on the 521 base, secretly cultivating the revolutionary flames to spread to the entire North Sea, which has also led to the more and more prosperous islands near the 521 base. And the pirates in the sea, who are comparable to greedy hyenas, will always smell the bustling atmosphere and try to pounce on them and bite off a few pieces of fat. However, so far, no pirates have been able to actually land on the island where the 521 naval base is located. After all, for Ion, an easy and peaceful life also requires some interesting tweaks. Going fishing is one of them, and it seems that the domineering of knowledge is closely related to people's soul and spirit, which leads to the wide coverage of Yan's domineering, and almost even Yan can't figure out the specific limit. In short, covering the entire sea area is not a big problem. I just don't know who has a wider range of domineering than the future Admiral Fujitora Uxiao. It seems that he can lock the meteorite and pull it down as a weapon through seeing and domineering, or he is more terrifying. Ian slapped his his mouth, and his unconfidence in his heart increased a little. He always felt that there were almost endless monsters in this sea. Now that I think about it, Ian feels more and more that the victory he won in the battle with the seriously injured Golden Lion Shiki was not something to be proud of, and Ian, who was thinking and comparing in a boring way, couldn't help but grow impatient as he watched the pirates sailing slowly by the wind in the distance. It's so slow. However, as the two sides approached, Ian gradually saw the pirate flag hanging on the pirate ship. Immediately afterwards, Yan took the pirate bounty list that Xiao Jin spat out and read and compared it. 1-Foot Pirates? It's a strange name, but this pirate group is notoriously greedy and perverted because the captain is morbidly fond of gold, so they plunder gold everywhere with almost no bottom line. Ion combined the pirate bounty list and muttered, forget it, since it's this kind of boring and brutal pirate group, there's no need to get close to the communication. Just use the assassin's method to kill it with one hit. Thinking of this, Ion pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist and sang, Dissolution BB Thunder Ghost Whip. A golden streamer turned, but the soul-chopping blade was centered on Ion's arm in an instant, forming a missile similar to a huge whip. Its length and area even exceeded the boat under Ion's feet, as if it was the giant wasp's tail needle is average. The next moment, with the movement of Yan's mind, a large amount of spiritual pressure flowed, and the huge whip-shaped golden missile was suddenly launched, and the huge recoil pushed the whole boat back hundreds of meters. At the same time, the golden missile, it also roared towards the 1-Foot Pirates. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly rang out in the sea, and a small mushroom-shaped air wave appeared centered on the one-legged pirates, shaking the surrounding sea with a lot of ripples. In the port where the 521 naval base is located, many civilians vaguely heard the muffled thunderous sound, and they couldn't help but start talking. Sir Ion is frying fish again. Yeah, Ion used to go out to sea to fish quietly, but this year he gradually fell in love with fried fish. Could it be that Chief Ion's character has gradually become irritable? But it's not right. Sir Ion is usually so kind and amiable, not like a violent person. Could it be a long time? After all, Chief Ion has always been single, so it's very possible. It seems that in order to be able to help Chief Ion, it is necessary for my daughters to go to the 521 base to offer condolences. Forget it. Your daughter is only 18 years old and not feminine enough, so let me do it. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at this man of 5 big and 3 rough. What are you I mean, let my sister go. Naturally, Ion didn't know what the residents of the town were talking about, but looked at the entire pirate ship that had completely disappeared in front of him, and somewhat unsatisfactorily lifted Dissolution Sparrow B Thunder Public Whip. Since the last time Ian woke up on his birthday, Ian had completely fallen in love with this soul-killing knife, which was denominated as Sparrow B Thunder Whip. It is different from the pompous and showy bag of thousands of Sakura Jinjian, and it is not as cumbersome and bulky as King Ming of the Black Rope. The Sparrow B Thunder Whip has the thrill of being an assassin with one hit, strong recoil, and a terrifying power that is almost equivalent to a real missile. Sure enough, art is a one-hit kill, an explosion, an equivalent. It's a pity that Ion is in the waters near the 521 naval base after all. In order to avoid a tsunami, Ion has to deliberately weaken the power of Dissolution B Thunder Public Whip every time. It's just that it's always a little unhappy. Ion can only secretly suppress and shoot a shot occasionally. Ian sighed slightly, and once again sensed the surrounding waters through the arrogance of seeing and hearing, and after confirming that there were no unknown ships that did not follow the normal trade route, he planned to return. It seems that today's fish is so little. Ian muttered something, then nodded towards Xiao Jin. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Jin wisely took the rope on the bow of the boat and flew back with a plop. Xiaojin, hurry up, I will reward you with a small packet of snacks today. Choo choo choo. Immediately, Xiao Jin threw it harder and harder, pulling the boat straight away like an arrow from the string to the port, and when the boat was almost at the port, Ion pretended to paddle casually with the paddle and docked the boat. 58 Chapter 58 Nicole Robin. Some passing civilians watched Ion get off the boat and greeted him warmly. Yo, Sir Ion, why did you come back from fishing so early today? Ion waved his hand, smiled gently, and said, the fish situation is not very good today. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yan, you've already fried the fish. Even if there are fish, you will be scared away. Many commoners laughed at Yan and said, no, it must be an ocean current problem. I will go fishing in a different direction tomorrow, and I will definitely gain something. Ian replied with a smile as he walked towards the town. At the same time, on the deck of a merchant ship that had just docked in the port, a petite figure in a cloak stared in the direction of Ion. Immediately, the petite figure jumped straight from the merchant ship to the port within a few jumps, keeping a distance and quietly following Yan. In this regard, Yan, who was always open to seeing and domineering, soon noticed the sneaky figure behind him. However, the town where the 521 21 naval bases located today can be described as unusually prosperous. In the eyes of businessmen in the North Sea, the town of 521 naval base is a magical and peaceful place, and no pirates have arrived here to plunder for many years. Therefore, the town of 521 naval base has gradually become a trade center in several nearby sea areas. There are many people along the way, and it is not convenient for Ian to take action so as not to cause a battle and accidentally injure civilians. And almost every place Ian passed along the way, a large number of townspeople greeted Ian warmly. "Hey, Sir Ian, are you free today? Come to my house and play pool, the kind of hole-in-one to learn skills. Sir Yan, this is the freshest fruit today. You can taste it. Brother Yan, sugar. Do you have any sugar today?" While Ian responded with a smile, he turned his footsteps but gradually moved away from the bustling area and went around to some relatively secluded places. And the petite figure that followed behind Ian saw Ian disappear into a corner and quickly followed. However, when the petite figure walked into the alley, he suddenly found that the ground was covered with gorgeous cherry blossom petals. Ian, who had been waiting for a long time, watched with a solemn expression. The petite figure, whose appearance was hidden by the cloak, was keeping a safe distance at the end of the alley and shouted, "Don't move, or these beautiful cherry blossoms will completely bury you." Detectives of the pirates, world government spies, or something else? Just as all kinds of speculations were flashing in Yen's heart, the petite figure lifted his hat, revealing a pair of deep and beautiful blue-black eyes, and his smile was even brighter. "If it's buried under Brother Yen's cherry blossoms, I'm willing." Ian stared at the girl with delicate facial features in front of him and was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly reacted and said, "Nicole Robin." Robin spread his hands and said with uncontrollable joy in his eyes, "It's been 6 years, and I finally found Brother Yan. Sure enough, Brother Yan didn't lie to me. We will meet again somewhere in the sea." "Yan, did I say this?" It seems as if it was really casually mentioned at the time. It's just that Ian was even more surprised at why Robin suddenly appeared in the sea of 521 Army base and seems to be alone and sneaking. "Robin, you came alone? Didn't Drago and the others accompany you?" Durag. Robin repeated the name a little puzzled, and then he reacted and asked, "Brother Yan, is Drago the owner of the phone bugs contact information you gave me?" And many more. Yan frowned slightly and asked, "Don't tell me, Robin, you haven't contacted Durag for the past 6 years. Robin's blue-black eyes looked at Ian, shook his head, and replied, "No." At this moment, Arndon had a careless impulse. Originally, according to Ian's estimation, the only Robin in the world who knew ancient writing should have been protected by Drago and the others long ago. It's just that the last time Ian contacted Drago was 6 years ago, and he interrupted the conversation halfway because of some unpleasantness. In addition, Robin has not spoken in the mental space for the past 6 years, which makes Ian subconsciously think that Robin has contacted Durag normally. Ian asked in confusion, "Why don't you contact Durag?" "Because." Robin looked down at his toes as if he was worried about Ian's scolding and said, "I only believe in Brother Yan. As for other people, even if they are like-minded companions of Brother Yan, I don't believe it." Just like Soludo back then, among those who stopped him was his friend Kuzan. Also, since Brother Yan is a Navy, then Brother Yan's companion should also be a Navy. So I thought about it for a long time and still didn't believe it, worried that it would increase the risk of exposure. Listening to Robin's words that seemed a little uneasy and somewhat illogical, Ian inexplicably felt the sensitive and fragile trust from Robin, as if he was a larva carefully testing everything in the outside world. "Really?" Ian scratched his head helplessly, looked at the 13 or 14-year-old girl in front of him, and then asked, "So Robin, you've been wandering alone for the past 6 years? Robin shook his head, then couldn't help but smiled and said, "It doesn't count. Isn't I still accompanied by the power of Big Brother Ian?" "Yan, girl, you said that a little too early. If you wait another 6 years and you are a complete adult, maybe I will still be touched by you. But now that you are only 13 or 14 years old, it makes it difficult for me to do it. It only makes me feel like a father who abandoned his daughter, and this daughter has drifted thousands of miles to recognize her relative 6 years ago." And Robin's blue-black eyes seemed to have been carefully observing Ian's reaction, as if he was afraid of being displeased by Ian. "Ugh." Ian sighed helplessly, then stared at the half-mature loli in front of him and asked, "So, Robin, what are your plans for coming to see me?" "Actually, I have no plans." Section 31. Feeling Ian's gaze, Robin subconsciously moved his eyes to one side and said while his little toes burrowed unconsciously on the ground, "It's better to meet Brother Ian on the way instead of fleeing aimlessly on the sea alone." "Yan, girl, tell the truth. Can this be considered a smooth journey? You know, if you want to go from the West Sea to the North Sea, the quickest route also needs to run from the West Sea to the Great Route, and then find a way to return from the Great Route to the Beehive from the only few routes. This is already a small circle around the world. 59 Chapter 59th Gold House Zhang Xiao. And arrogant, that's not okay. Especially a woman like you who wants to become a standard royal sister in the future. How can you be arrogant as a semi-mature loli? Ion looked at the not very candid Robin in front of him and could obviously feel that she had been paying attention to him from the corner of her eye. It's just that it's hard to do. I am a navy. If I bring Robin back to the 521 naval base, I am afraid that Robin will be recognized by other navies in an instant. But if you find a reason to drive Robin away. Ian slapped his mouth, always feeling that he was more like a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter, and Robin still wandered on the sea for 6 years before he found it. And Robin seemed to see the dilemma of Ion, but he took the initiative to speak. Actually, Brother Yan, don't worry, I really just stopped by to see Brother Yan, and I have no other intentions. Really? Ion asked rhetorically. In an instant the curvature of Robin's mouth became a little flatter, but he still held back and replied as if nothing had happened. Real? Ian felt a little bit of bad taste in his heart, waved his hand and said, well, pay attention to hide when you leave. There are many navies on the island, so don't be discovered. Robin's eyes froze a little, then nodded stiffly, tried his best to suppress his expression, and then turned and walked out of the alley step by step. After walking 2 corners, Robin suddenly took the cape and hat and covered his head completely, and big teardrops fell out. You lied, woohoo. Robin's strength over the past 6 years was instantly disintegrated, and he only felt infinite grievances in his heart, and the blue-black eyes hidden in the cape hat couldn't help but keep tears. And Ion, who was quietly following behind Robin, saw this scene, and he couldn't help feeling that he seemed to have gone too far. It's just that Robin is really cute and arrogant at this stage, which makes Jan inexplicably think about what kind of experience it is to make the other party cry. Forget it, it's a bit too much to tease. Ian shook his head and immediately gestured towards Xiaojin. Tweet. Xiaojin was a little puzzled. Stupid bird, still don't understand? Go, send Robin to the castle inside you, Ion explained. Sure, Xiaojin responded, and immediately spread a wing quickly over Robin's head and then stopped in front of Robin with a big mouth. Robin, who was wearing a hat and bowed her head, didn't notice that her body was shrinking rapidly, and then Xiaojin's mouth entered the castle. But as he walked, Robin paused and found a floor that was completely different from the normal street. Robin raised his head abruptly and looked around with his moist eyes, but what he saw were gorgeous candlesticks, flickering candles, warm murals, soft sofas. Welcome to my castle, little lady Robin. Ian's gentle voice sounded behind Robin, put one hand on Robin's shoulder lightly, and swiped his finger to her face to help Robin wipe away the tears and said, I allow you to live in my castle all the time. Can you stop crying? Robin's expression was stunned at first and then turned into surprise and joy. He only felt that everything in front of him was so dreamy, and at the same time he spoke as calmly as possible. Brother Yan, is this deliberately playing with me? It's so bad. Yan. Ion, who never expected Robin to say this, almost choked on his own saliva on the spot. However, since this is a sincere invitation from Brother Yan, then I will reluctantly agree. Robin raised his chin slightly but spoke in a hasty tone, as if he was afraid that Ion would go back on it. Ion shook his head helplessly for fear of being choked again. He followed along. Okay, then it seems that I can only force you for a while. Immediately, Ion grabbed Robin's little hand, briefly introduced the castle structure that existed in Xiaojin's body to her, and arranged a room for Robin. Oh, by the way, there is a small library here, which contains various collections of books that I have collected over the years. Ian took Robin into a large room full of books and introduced, however, I just made a simple classification of these books. You can sort it out yourself, Robin. In addition, if you need to do any research, you can also do it here. At this moment, Robin, whose eyes can be described as shining, suddenly saw a book with a strange cover half exposed. Subconsciously, Robin pulled this book out of the bookshelf, which was obviously older than the rest, and flipped through it. Ha! The voice of gasping for breath sounded beside him. Robin didn't even have time to read the contents of the book. Ion snatched the book with one hand and then threw it to the bookshelf in the far corner. Robin looked at Ion's series of actions in confusion and asked inexplicably, Brother Yan, can't I read that book? Ahem, you're still too young. You still can't grasp the essentials of thinking and action in that book. Wait until it's older. Ion explained a little awkwardly, then let Robin read the rest of the books by himself. Immediately afterwards, Ion hurriedly walked towards the bookshelf in the far corner and directly moved the entire bookshelf, including the books, into his room. In the end, Ion deliberately returned to the library, checked it roughly, and was relieved to make sure that there was nothing missing. At this moment, Robin, who has found some archaeological books and simply flipped through them, quietly looked at Ion's every move with blue-black eyes, but he couldn't help but become more and more curious. Although Robin didn't see the contents of the book clearly in the blur, Robin still saw that there seemed to be many beautiful color pictures in it. Brother Yan, under what circumstances can you show me those books? Robin, who was sitting elegantly despite his young age, asked casually while flipping through the archaeological books in his hand. When you become the strongest woman in the world, that's almost it, Ion said perfunctorily. Robin thought for a moment and asked, is it enough to be the strongest? Certainly, Ian said casually, and then left the castle. The corner of Robin's mouth couldn't help but bend a beautiful arc, muttering, Brother Yan, each field has its own strengths. 60 Chapter 60 White Town Fravens. In the office of the 521 Naval Base, when Ian was still in the castle, Xiao Jin had already flown back here in advance, and Ion, who left the castle, is similar to Geu Lai. The posture was half lying on the sofa and began to think about the future. So, from now on, am I going to start a life of carrying Loli with me? How corrupt? No, that's not the case. This is a choice I made for the future of the Revolutionary Army, a necessary sacrifice for the revolutionary military cause. As the only archaeologist in the world who understands ancient texts, Robin is the only one who can interpret the specific content of historical texts. Whether it is about the hidden history of the blank 100 years that the world government is afraid of, or the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons, or the final island Ralph drew that hides all secrets, it is necessary to interpret historical texts by interpreting them to know. So in a sense, Robin's knowledge is extremely important to the revolutionary army that needs to overthrow the world government, and even the importance is no less than the leader of Darag. Well, yes, I adopted Robin for the sake of righteousness, without any selfishness at all. Ion, who successfully persuaded himself, immediately felt that the guilt of picking up Loli disappeared. Dong dong dong. Report. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Ion rolled over and sat up straight and said, come in. As the door was opened, a lieutenant of the Naval Division walked in, saluting Ion, and said, Sir Ian, this is the report submitted by Lieutenant Hope. Ion nodded and took the report. Immediately, the lieutenant took out another document from his clothes and handed it to Ian, saying, in addition, this is the report submitted by comrades from various places. Hearing this, Ion's expression became slightly solemn, and he threw aside the naval report in his hand and quickly read the report on the Revolutionary Army. Soon, Ion found the content that he was particularly concerned about and browsed it carefully, and his expression couldn't help but look a little helpless. Sure enough, is there still no cure? White Town Fravens. White Town Fravens is almost the entire kingdom. Both the trees and the ground are white kingdoms. Everything originates from Fraven's special product called purple lead. This special product is a kind of upper-level raw material with a wide range of uses. The price is high and it is extremely precious. However, what is not known to the world is that the human body will suffer from incurable diseases due to the gradual accumulation of trace metal elements. Leader's disease. Under such circumstances, in order to obtain a large amount of wealth, the nobles of the Fraven's royal family concealed the fact that they consumed the entire country's national life as the price to mine a large amount of peroxide. After the comrades of the Revolutionary Army found the White Town Fravens a few years ago, they tried various methods to change the fate of the country, told the truth, developed special medicines, launched an uprising, and so on. It's just, in addition to researching special medicines, the rest of the methods have been declared a failure, because what Ion did not expect at all was that there were a large number of world government officials and spies in the White Town Fravens. Later, according to the news secretly detected by the Revolutionary Army, the White Town Fravens has been destroyed several times in history, but each time it will be revived with the support of the world government. Gradually, Ian vaguely understood why the royal family and nobles of the White Town Fravens were so short-sighted, and they were desperately trying to mine Perrin at the risk of all citizens of the whole country dying from lead disease. Lead, that is, the country of White Town Fravens exists for the sake of per lead. If one of them perishes, the world government will resupport the royal family and nobles of White Town Fravens and establish a new one's country. For the world government, this is just a project to mine minerals. For the royal family, it is just a business, and for the citizens of the White Town Fravens, this is the curse of life. And according to the news that the comrades of the Revolutionary Army have now passed on, the citizens of the White Town Fravens are on the verge of dying from plumbium disease, and all the citizens have begun to have whitening skin, hair, etc. anomaly. There is no time. It seems that it is too late. Ian sighed helplessly, understanding that with the death of White Town Fravens due to public lead disease began to spread. In order to prevent the outside world from guessing the truth, the world government will soon make the White Town Fravens disappear completely as in the past. Until the outside world completely forgets the existence of the White Town Fravens, the world government will re-establish a new White Town Fravens to continue mining per lead. As Ian fell into deep thought, the comrade who was both a lieutenant of the 521st Naval Division station and a member of the Revolutionary Army had quietly left. It seems that it is too late to count on the special medicine for public lead disease. Do you want to watch this generation of Fraven's citizens die? However, the strength of the Revolutionary Army today can be said to be negligible in front of the world government, and there is no possibility of confronting the world government at all. And recently, Ian has also been in the corner of the newspaper and has seen reports about unknown infectious disease in Frevans, which is obviously the proposal of the world government. The preparations for the complete elimination of the White Town Fravens. Boom. Yan slammed his fist on the table with a visibly annoyed expression and muttered, "This is extremely similar to the tragedy of Ohara's annihilation of the country. Despite all the efforts, there is still no way to stop it." Ion, who was completely lost in thought, forgot Robin's existence. It just so happened that Robin was carefully preparing dinner and was going to call Ian to taste it, but he heard this sentence. Robin's pupils once again reflected the unforgettable fire in Ohara, as well as the countless covered shells. Immediately, Robin left the castle and appeared in the outside world, asking with a bit of excitement in his tone, "Brother Yan, you mean the tragedy of Ohara?" Ian raised his forehead and asked helplessly, "Did you hear everything?" Robin nodded with a very complicated expression. Ian sighed slightly and simply handed Robin the information about the White Town Fravans and then said, "If that's the case, then take a look at this and see if you can give me some advice."